Before we begin, I just want to say thank you. Your support, your kind comments, and everyone who listens from around the world have helped this channel grow into an amazing community. Tonight, we're heading deep into America's darkest forests, where park rangers have witnessed things they still can't explain. These are some of the most chilling and unforgettable stories ever experienced by the men and women sworn to protect the wilderness. So dim the lights, get comfortable, and let's step into the darkness together. My name is Benjamin Vance. I am 34 years old, and for 7 years I worked as a backcountry law enforcement park ranger in the state of Washington. The events I am about to recount took place in the autumn of 2016, inside the boundaries of Olympic National Park. I have never spoken about this to the media, nor to the family of the young man who disappeared, nor even to my own parents. When I resigned from the National Park Service 3 weeks after that October night, I gave a brief standard statement to the regional supervisor about burnout and a desire to return to school. They accepted it without much pushback, because turnover in the backcountry is higher than people think. But the truth is entirely different. I left because I realized that the vast old-growth forests of the Pacific Northwest contain spaces where human logic does not apply, and where something ancient and indifferent has lived since long before we cleared the first roads. To understand what happened, you have to understand the Hoh rainforest. People see photos of it online. The moss-draped Sitka spruces, the lush carpets of ferns, the pristine blue glacial waters of the Hoh River, and they think of it as a paradise. In the summer, when the sun manages to pierce the canopy and the tourists are crowded along the Hall of Mosses Trail, it can feel that way. But by late September, the tourists thin out. The rain returns in earnest and the forest changes. It becomes heavy, dark, and suffocatingly quiet. The Hoh receives 12 to 14 feet of precipitation a year. That amount of water creates a dense, multi-layered acoustic blanket. The moss absorbs sound so completely that if you step 20 yards off the maintained trail, the rest of the world simply ceases to exist. You can stand beneath a hemlock that was a sapling when Columbus landed, look around you, and realize that your voice wouldn't carry 50 feet through the wet timber. I was stationed out of the Hoh Ranger Station, living in a small government-provided cabin nearby. My duties were a mix of the mundane and the grueling. I checked backcountry permits, cleared deadfall from the trails with a crosscut saw, educated hikers on proper bear canister usage, and performed routine search and rescue operations when someone twisted an ankle or lost their bearings in the high country. I liked the isolation. I had grown up in a crowded suburb outside Chicago, and the absolute silence of the mountains was what drew me west in my 20s. I thought I knew the woods. I thought that if you respected the terrain, kept your wits about you, and carried the 10 essentials, the wilderness was a predictable, if unforgiving, system. The autumn of 2016 was unusually wet, even for the Olympic Peninsula. By the second week of October, a series of atmospheric rivers had slammed into the coast, dropping inches of rain every day and turning the forest floor into a sponge. The Hoh River was running high and brown, choked with gray river silt and massive logs that groaned as they smashed against the gravel bars. On a Tuesday morning, I was sitting in the station office, drinking bitter coffee and updating the trail condition logs when the radio crackled to life. It was Clara, our lead dispatcher based out of the park headquarters in Port Angeles. Her voice was thin and broken by the static of the coastal peaks. She informed me that a report had come in from a family in Germany. Their 24-year-old son, Stefan Vogel, was traveling alone through the United States on a 3-month tourist visa. He had checked into a motel in Forks 3 days prior, stated his intention to hike the Hoh River Trail up to the Blue Glacier, and hadn't been seen since. His rental car, a silver Nissan Sentra, was sitting in the overnight hiker lot at the trailhead. I walked out to the parking lot with a clipboard. The rain was coming down in steady vertical sheets clicking against the stiff nylon of my green uniform jacket. The Nissan was there, parked in the far corner beneath the dripping limbs of a massive Douglas fir. I peered through the windows. A half-eaten bag of beef jerky sat on the passenger seat, alongside a map of the park and a receipt from a grocery store in Aberdeen. There was nothing inherently alarming about the vehicle, but looking at a missing person's car always gives a ranger a cold feeling in the pit of the stomach. It's a physical monument to an interruption. The person had stood right here, locked the door, pocketed the keys, and walked into the trees expecting to return in 48 hours. I radioed Clara and confirmed the vehicle's presence. Because of the severe weather and the time that had already elapsed, we couldn't wait for a full regional search and rescue team to mobilize from Seattle. I was ordered to conduct an initial hasty search along the first 9 miles of the trail, up to the Olympus Guard Station, a historic log cabin used by rangers during the summer months. Another ranger, a seasonal guy named Marcus, who was stationed near the Salduc Valley, was supposed to hike down from the high divide to meet me if the weather permitted, but the ridges were already taking heavy snow, and his radio comms were spotty. I went back to my cabin, packed my 40-pound search kit, verified my satellite messenger was functioning, and checked the action on my department-issued Remington 870 shotgun. We don't usually carry long guns on routine patrols, but the Olympic Peninsula has a healthy population of cougars and black bears, and a lone ranger in a torrential downpour during a shoulder season is vulnerable. I loaded the magazine tube with heavy slugs, slipped the safety on, and strapped the gun to the side of my backpack where I could reach it quickly. I started up the trail at 11 in the morning. The first few miles of the Hoh River Trail are wide and flat, winding through ancient groves of spruce and maple. The moss hung from the branches in long, gray-green tatters that looked like drowned hair in the dim afternoon light. The only sound was the rhythmic squish-thud of my boots in the mud and the distant, low roar of the river to my left. By the time I reached Tom Creek, about 3 miles in, the rain had intensified into a blinding deluge. The small wooden footbridge was slick with wet algae, and the creek beneath it was a torrent of white water. I stopped, pulled out my notebook from a waterproof pouch, and looked for any signs of Stefan. It was hopeless on the trail itself. The rain had obliterated any human footprints, leaving only deep water-filled craters where horses or elk had passed days ago. "Stefan," I shouted, cupping my hands around my mouth. "Park Ranger."
If you can hear me, call out.
My voice felt small. It didn't echo. It was simply swallowed by the wet leaves and the dense, humid air. I waited for 30 seconds, listening. Nothing came back except the steady drip-drip from the canopy and the rushing of the creek. I pushed on. As I got further into the backcountry, away from the day-use zones, the forest began to feel different. I had hiked this trail dozens of times, but the extreme weather combined with the darkening sky gave the landscape an unfamiliar, distorted quality. The giant trees seemed to crowd closer to the path, their massive root systems twisting across the ground like frozen serpents. The air smelled of old earth, rotting cedar, and something else, something faint and mineral, like wet slate or the air inside a cavern that hadn't seen the sun in 1,000 years. At 5 miles, near a backcountry campsite called 5 Mile Island, I found the first anomaly. The campsite was a small clearing situated on a gravel bar near the river. I stepped off the main trail to inspect the 3 designated tent sites. In the second site, beneath the partial shelter of a cedar tree, I found a backpack. It was a high-end Deuter trekking pack, bright blue, and it was sitting upright on a flat rock. I approached it slowly, my boots sinking into the wet gravel. The pack was completely unzipped. The contents hadn't been rummaged through by a bear or a raccoon. They had been extracted and arranged on the ground, but they hadn't been scattered. They were laid out with a precise, almost clinical neatness. A lightweight sleeping pad was rolled out perfectly straight. A yellow fleece jacket was folded into a neat square. A camp stove, a small fuel canister, a titanium pot, and 3 packets of dehydrated chili mac were lined up in a parallel row, spaced exactly 2 inches apart. What sent a chill through me was Stefan's passport and wallet. They were laid side by side at the top of the arrangement like the headstone of a grave. "Stefan?" I called out again, my hand instinctively dropping to the strap of my shotgun. "Stefan, this is Ranger Vance. Are you nearby?" The silence that followed was heavy and absolute. Even the sound of the river seemed to have receded into a dull, muffled hum. I knelt beside the items. The rain was coming down hard now, yet the yellow fleece and the open pages of the German passport were completely dry. I stood up quickly, looking around the perimeter of the clearing. The rain was bouncing off the gravel, creating a shifting mist that rose 2 feet off the ground. The trees surrounding the campsite were massive hemlocks, their lower branches dead and sharp like spears. There were no footprints leading away from the rock. The mud around the gravel bar was soft enough to take an impression, but there was nothing. No boot prints, no bare feet, no animal tracks. It was as if the items had been placed there from above, or by someone who didn't leave weight behind them. I unhitched my radio. Host station, this is Unit 2. Clara, do you copy? Static. A long undulating hiss that sounded like sand pouring onto a metal plate. Clara, this is Ben. I'm at 5 Mile Island. I've located the subject's gear. The gear is abandoned, but it's arranged in an unusual manner. The subject is not with it. Requesting backup or regional SAR coordination as soon as the weather breaks. Over. The radio hissed again, and then through the white noise a voice came through. It was faint, but it didn't sound like Clara. It didn't sound like anyone from the office. It was a flat, monotone repetition of my own words, delivered with a slight delay like an echo that had lingered too long in the air. Located the subject's gear. Stefan, Ranger Vance, Unit 1, Clara, is that you? Your signal is breaking up, I said, my thumb pressing hard against the talk button. The radio went completely dead. Not even the background static remained. The little red light on top of the Motorola unit flickered once and extinguished itself, though I had put a freshly charged lithium battery into it before leaving the station. I felt a sudden, sharp prickle of sweat break out along my spine despite the 50-degree dampness. I looked back down at the neat rows of Stefan's life. The German passport showed a smiling young man with light brown hair and wire-rimmed glasses, taken in a bright, sterile European office. He looked completely out of place lying on the whetstone in the heart of an American wilderness. I decided I couldn't leave the gear to be ruined or swept away if the river rose further. I began packing the items back into the blue Deuter bag. My hands were shaking slightly, and I noticed that the yellow fleece, despite being dry, felt strangely heavy, dense, like it was saturated with a thick oil, though it left no residue on my fingers. When I lifted the passport, I saw that the rock beneath it wasn't damp either. It was bone dry, and carved into the surface of the stone was a small crude circle with 3 vertical lines running through it. It didn't look like an administrative trail marker or a modern graffiti tag. The edges of the cuts were old and softened by time, the deep gray of the inner rock matching the weathered exterior. I crammed the last of the gear into the pack, hoisted it onto my front by the shoulder straps, and resecured my own backpack. With the extra weight, I was carrying nearly 70 pounds. The daylight was fading fast now, the heavy storm clouds bringing an early winter darkness to the valley floor. The Olympus guard station was still 4 miles ahead. Returning to the trailhead meant walking 5 miles back through the pitch-black rain alone. The guard station was solid log construction, had a wood stove, and contained a secondary emergency radio that ran on a separate antenna array. Going forward was the logical choice. It was the professional choice. I got back on the main trail and quickened my pace. The forest grew denser as the valley narrowed. The path began to climb slightly, rising above the riverbanks into areas where the old-growth trees were even larger. The silence grew more pronounced. In this part of the park, there are vast groves of western red cedar that have stood undisturbed for 800 years. Their trunks are as wide as small houses, their bark peeling in long, fibrous strips. As I walked, I began to notice a rhythmic sound behind me. At first, I told myself it was the extra backpack shifting against my chest, or the clatter of the shotgun barrel against the frame of my main pack. I stopped, adjusted the straps, pulled everything tight, and started walking again. The sound continued. Thud, thud, thud. It was the sound of footsteps. They were heavy, muffled by the wet moss, but they were distinct. Every time my boot hit the ground, there was a second, slightly heavier strike that followed a fraction of a second later. I stopped short. The trailing sound stopped too, but not instantly. It was like whatever was behind me had taken one extra step after I had frozen, its momentum carrying it forward before it realized I had paused. I didn't turn around immediately. I stood perfectly still, my eyes fixed on the gray trail ahead. The rain was running down the brim of my Stetson hat, dripping in steady beads onto my chest. The only sound was my own breathing, short and shallow. Slowly, deliberately, I turned my head over my shoulder. The trail behind me was empty. It stretched back into the gray gloom, a narrow ribbon of mud bordered by walls of green ferns and towering trunks. The fog had settled into the lower tier of the canopy, hanging in thick, motionless wreaths between the branches. There was nothing there. No movement, no shape, no shadow. Is someone there? I called out. My voice sounded tight, the professional cadence completely gone. I'm a park ranger. If you're lost or need assistance, let me know. The forest gave nothing back. I turned around and kept moving, faster now, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't stop to look behind me again, but the impression of being followed grew until it was almost a physical pressure between my shoulder blades. It wasn't the feeling of being hunted by an animal. When a cougar stalks you, there is a specific predatory tension in the air, a sense of focused intent. This felt different. It felt like the forest itself was expanding and contracting around me, like the space between the trees was shifting to keep pace with my steps. About half a mile from the guard station, the trail passes through a deep cut in the hillside where an ancient cedar had fallen decades ago, its massive root wad tearing out a chunk of the bank. The trail crew had cut a tunnel through the trunk of the log, a standard practice in the Pacific Northwest where trees are too large to move. As I approached the wooden tunnel, I smelled it again. That dry mineral scent of old stone and subterranean dust. It was incredibly strong here, overriding the smell of the rain and the wet earth. I pulled my flashlight from my belt and clicked it on. The high-powered LED beam cut through the gloom, illuminating the interior of the cedar tunnel. The wood inside was red and splintered, showing the marks of the chainsaws that had carved it out 40 years ago. Sitting right in the center of the tunnel floor was Stefan Vogel's camera. It was a modern Canon DSLR with a long lens. Like the backpack at 5 Mile Island, it was sitting perfectly upright, facing toward me as if it had been mounted on an invisible tripod. The lens cap was off. The small red light next to the display screen was blinking slowly, indicating the battery was still alive. I approached it on hands and knees, the heavy pack straining my back. I didn't want to touch it, but I knew I had to. I picked it up by the rubber grip. The plastic was dry. Not a single drop of water had touched the casing, even though the wind was driving the rain right through the tunnel. Turned the camera around and pressed the playback button to look at the last images. Taken, the first dozen photos were typical tourist shots. The eye, Seattle skyline from the ferry, the rocky coast at La Push, wide-angle views of the Hoh River with the green moss in the foreground. Stefan was a good photographer. The compositions were clean and well lit. Then the photos changed. The last 10 images were all taken within the forest, likely along this very trail. But they weren't shots of the scenery. They were photos of the spaces between the trees. In one image, the focus was set on a dark gap between two massive hemlocks, the background a blur of gray fog. In the next, the camera was tilted upward, capturing the tangled canopy where the branches intertwined so tightly they excluded the sky. With each subsequent photo, the framing became more frantic, the images increasingly blurred as if taken while running. The second-to-last photo was completely out of focus, a smear of green and brown, but in the center of the frame, where the light from the sky broke through a gap in the wood, there was a strange distortion. It wasn't a physical creature. It looked like an optical anomaly, a vertical strip of the forest where the image was mirrored or bent, like looking through a thick pane of leaded glass. The trees behind the distortion were warped, their straight trunks curving outward in impossible arcs. I pressed the button to see the final photo. The screen remained black for several seconds before loading. It was a video file only 4 seconds long. I pressed play. The audio came through the tiny camera speaker first, a loud, distorted rush of wind and heavy rain, mixed with the sound of someone sobbing. The camera was lying on its side on the ground, pointing up at the cedar tunnel where I was currently standing. Stefan's face came into the frame for a brief instant. His glasses were gone, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his skin the color of skim milk. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking behind him down the trail. He didn't scream. He didn't call for help. He just opened his mouth, and from his throat came that same flat, monotone whistle I had heard over my radio. A single, unchanging note that rose in volume until the audio clipped and distorted into static. Then the video ended. I stood up so fast I struck my head against the interior of the log tunnel, sending a sharp pain through my neck. I scrambled out of the far side of the cedar log, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly across the trail. I ran. I didn't care about the 70 pounds of gear or the slick mud or the danger of tripping over a root and breaking my leg in the dark. I ran the last quarter mile to the Olympus guard station like a man fleeing a fire. The station appeared out of the darkness like a ghost, a low, sturdy cabin built of peeled Douglas fir logs, its metal roof gleaming wetly under my flashlight beam. I leaped onto the small porch, pulled the heavy brass keyring from my belt and fumbled with the padlock on the door. My hands were shaking so hard I dropped the keys twice, the metal clinking against the wet floorboards. "Come on," I muttered, my voice cracking. "Come on, open up," the lock clicked. I threw the door open, lunged inside, and slammed it shut behind me, dropping the heavy wooden security bar into its iron brackets. I leaned against the door, my chest heaving, listening to the sound of my own blood rushing through my ears. Inside, the cabin was dead silent. It smelled of old wood smoke, wool blankets, and mouse droppings, the comforting, mundane smell of a Park Service building. The rain was drumming a furious rhythm on the tin roof, but here, behind 6 inches of solid timber, I felt a momentary surge of relief. I took off the 2 backpacks, letting them drop to the floor with a heavy thud, and unstrapped the shotgun. I kept the gun in my right hand as I moved through the small cabin, using my left to shine the flashlight into the corners. The cabin consisted of a single room. There was a bunk bed with bare mattresses against the back wall, a small wood stove in the corner, a table with 2 chairs, and a metal storage cabinet containing canned rations and tools. On the wall next to the window was the emergency radio, a heavy, olive drab unit connected to a copper wire that ran out through the wall and up to a high antenna, mounted on a nearby spruce. I went straight to the radio. I switched the power dial to maximum and picked up the heavy plastic microphone. "Ho Guard Station, this is Unit 2. Clara, if you are receiving this, I'm inside the Olympus cabin. Do you copy?" Over. Nothing. Not even the static this time. The dial light didn't even illuminate. I checked the heavy marine battery beneath the table that powered the unit. The terminals were clean and the voltage indicator was dead. The entire system was inert, as if the electricity itself had been drained out of the wires. I let the microphone drop. It swung back and forth on its coiled black cord like a pendulum. The darkness inside the cabin was total except for the narrow beam of my flashlight. I moved to the wood stove, wanting nothing more than the warmth and light of a fire, but as I reached for the latch, I stopped. The cabin was cold, colder than the air outside. My breath was pluming in thick white clouds in front of my face, but it wasn't just cold. The air felt thin, rare, like the air at 14,000 feet on the summit of Mount Rainier. My lungs ached as I breathed, and a sharp metallic taste filled my mouth, the taste of copper, like I had been chewing on coins. Then, the whistling started. It didn't come from the forest outside. It came from the chimney pipe of the wood stove. It was a single, flat, mechanical note. It didn't rise or fall with the wind. It remained perfectly steady, a piercing frequency that seemed to vibrate through the logs of the cabin and into the soles of my boots. It was the exact sound from Stefan's video. I backed away from the stove, bringing the shotgun up to my shoulder. My thumb clicked the safety off. The click sounded incredibly loud in the small room. "Who's out there?" I yelled, my voice sounding distant and strange to my own ears, as if I were underwater. The whistling stopped instantly. The silence that returned was so heavy it felt physical, like a weight pressing against my eardrums. The drumming of the rain on the roof had vanished. I couldn't hear the river. I couldn't even hear the wind in the trees. The world outside the cabin had gone completely, impossibly quiet. Then came the thumping. It started at the back wall of the cabin near the bunk beds. Thud, thud, thud. It wasn't someone knocking on the logs. It sounded like something immense was leaning its weight against the exterior of the building, the logs groaning and shifting under the pressure. The wood creaked, the moss chinking between the timbers, spitting out in small dry flakes onto the floor. The sound moved. It crawled along the back wall, turned the corner, and began moving down the side of the cabin toward the single window. I kept the flashlight and the shotgun pointed at the window. The glass was small, 4 panes of old wavy glass set into a green wooden frame. Outside there was only blackness. The fog had pressed up against the exterior of the glass, a solid wall of white that looked like wool. The thumping stopped right outside the window. I stood frozen in the center of the room, the flashlight beam trembling against the glass. For 30 seconds, nothing happened. Then the fog on the other side of the window began to shift. It didn't drift with the wind. It rolled inward, condensing against the glass, and a shape began to form. It wasn't a face. It wasn't an animal's snout, it was a hand, or something that resembled a hand. It was long, with 5 distinct digits, but the proportions were entirely wrong. The fingers were thin and elongated, extending 6 or 7 inches past where the knuckles should have been, and they didn't have nails or skin ridges. The texture of the shape pressed against the glass was smooth and gray like peeled cedar wood or wet river stone. The fingers didn't tap on the glass. They simply pressed harder, the old pain bowing inward under the pressure. The dried putty around the edges cracking and falling to the floor in small white crumbs. I felt a primal, overwhelming terror that I had never experienced in my life. Every instinct I had as a park ranger, every bit of training about staying calm, assessing the situation, and remaining rational, evaporated. My mind didn't register a creature or an intruder. It registered a fundamental violation of the world. I didn't think. I pulled the trigger. The roar of the 12-gauge shotgun inside the small log cabin was deafening. The muzzle flash lit up the room in a brief, blinding sheet of white light. The lead slug tore through the center of the window, shattering the glass and the wooden frame into 1,000 pieces, blowing outward into the dark. The echo of the shot died away instantly. There was no transition, no lingering reverberation. The sound was just gone, swallowed by that same acoustic void. I racked the slide of the shotgun, ejecting the spent red plastic shell. It hit the floor with a hollow clack. I quickly brought the gun back up, aiming through the ruined window frame into the night. The hand was gone. The window was a jagged black hole opening into the fog. But the fog didn't drift into the cabin through the opening. It stayed outside, forming a flat, vertical wall right at the line of the broken sill, as if an invisible barrier prevented it from entering. Then, through the broken window, a voice called out to me. It was my own voice. "Host station, this is Unit 2. Clara, do you copy?" The words were spoken in my exact cadence with the same rising inflection at the end of the sentence that I always used when I was tired. But the tone was completely flat, devoid of any human emotion, like a digital recording played through a broken speaker. "Clara, this is Ben," the voice continued from the darkness behind the fog. "I'm at 5 Mile Island. I've located the subject's gear. The gear is abandoned." "Shut up," I screamed, firing another slug through the window. "Get away from here, shut up!" The gun flashed again. This time, as the light flared, I saw what lay beyond the broken frame. The forest was gone. The trees, the massive, centuries-old Douglas firs and hemlocks that surrounded the guard station, were no longer there. In their place stretched an endless flat gray plain under a sky that had no stars and no clouds. The ground was covered in millions of those small, smooth gray stones I had seen at 5 Mile Island, all arranged in long, parallel rows that extended out into the infinite distance until they vanished into the fog. And standing out on that plain, about 50 yards away, was Stefan Vogel. He was standing perfectly straight, his arms flat against his sides. He wasn't wearing his glasses. He was staring directly at the cabin window, his mouth open wide, unrealistically wide. His jaw dropped down toward his collarbone in a way that should have been anatomically impossible. As the flash of the second shot faded and darkness reclaimed the room, his voice, my voice, called out again, but this time it didn't come from the plane. It came from right outside the broken windowsill, inches from my face in white tea. "Located the subject's gear." "Stefan, Ranger Vance," I dropped the shotgun. I couldn't hold it anymore. My fingers had gone completely numb, the cold inside the cabin now so intense that my lips were freezing together. I fell backward, scrambling across the floor until my back hit the far wall beneath the bunk beds. I pulled my knees up to my chest, tucked my head down, and covered my ears with my hands. The whistling started again, louder now, coming from the stovepipe, from the broken window, from the gaps between the logs, and from the floorboards beneath me. It was a chorus of that single flat note, overlapping and multiplying until the sound wasn't just in my ears. It was in my teeth, in my chest, in my very bones. I closed my eyes and began to count. I didn't know what else to do. I counted my breaths, I counted the seconds, I counted to 100, and then I started over. I focused entirely on the numbers, refusing to look up, refusing to open my eyes, refusing to listen to the voices that began to call out my name using the voices of my mother, my father, and the dispatcher from Port Angeles. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know how long I sat there. In that room, time didn't seem to move in a straight line. It felt like a loop, a heavy, stagnant pool where the hours didn't pass but simply accumulated on top of me. The next thing I remember is the light. It wasn't a sudden flash, but a gradual gray softening of the darkness inside the cabin. I opened my eyes. My limbs were stiff and aching from the cold, and my skin was covered in a layer of fine gray dust that smelled of old slate. The whistling had stopped. I slowly stood up, my joints cracking loudly. The cabin was silent, but it was a normal silence now. I could hear the steady, rhythmic patter of a light drizzle on the metal roof. I could hear the distant, muffled roar of the Ho River down in the valley. I looked at the window. It was broken, the glass scattered across the floorboards, but outside the view was normal. The massive trunks of the hemlocks were there, green and wet, their branches swaying slightly in the morning breeze. The fog was gone, replaced by the pale, clean light of an October dawn. I didn't look for Stefan's camera. I didn't look for his backpack. I left everything, my search kit, my shotgun, my hat, lying on the floor of the guard station. I unbarred the door, walked out onto the porch, and began walking down the trail toward the trailhead. I didn't run this time. I didn't have the energy. I walked with a slow, mechanical stride, my eyes fixed on the mud ahead of me. I didn't look into the forest to my left or my right. I didn't look at the spaces between the trees. I reached the Ho Ranger Station at 11 o'clock that morning, exactly 24 hours after I had set out. When I walked into the office, Clara was there, along with Chief Ranger Miller and 2 deputies from the Clallam County Sheriff's Department. They were surrounded by maps, organizing a full-scale search and rescue mobilization. When Miller saw me, he stood up quickly. "Ben, where the hell have you been? We lost radio contact with you yesterday afternoon. We were about to send a team up after you." I looked at him. I wanted to tell him. I wanted to tell him about the backpack, the camera, the window, and the flat gray plane that lay behind the trees. But as I opened my mouth, I realized how it would sound. I realized what they would think, that I had suffered a psychological break from the isolation, or that I had succumbed to hypothermia and hallucinated the entire night. "My radio died," I said. My voice sounded rough and dry, like I hadn't used it in years. "The battery went flat. I made it to the Olympus cabin and stayed there through the storm. The weather was too bad to move." Miller looked at me closely, his eyes narrowing slightly as he noticed my missing hat, my lack of gear, and the gray dust that still clung to the collar of my jacket. "Did you find any sign of the Vogel kid?" "No," I lied. "Nothing. I didn't see anything at all." The search for Stefan Vogel continued for another 12 days. They brought in tracking dogs, helicopters with infrared sensors, and dozens of ground searchers from across the state. They combed every square yard of the trail from the visitor center up to the glacier. They found absolutely nothing. No clothing, no footprints, no equipment. The tracking dogs lost his scent completely at the trailhead parking lot, right next to where his rental car had been left. Eventually, the weather turned even worse. The snow came down heavy in the high country, and the search was called off. Stefan Vogel was added to the long list of people who have walked into the national parks of the United States and simply ceased to exist. I submitted my resignation letter the following Monday. I live in Moab, Utah now. I work as an inventory manager for an outdoor equipment distributor. It's a desk job, mostly data entry and logistics, and I spend my days in a brightly lit, climate-controlled warehouse surrounded by corrugated boxes and concrete floors. I chose this place because of the landscape. The desert around Moab is red and open. There are no forests here. There are no ancient trees to crowd the roads, no moss to absorb the sound, and no dense canopy to hide the sky. From my porch, I can see for 30 miles in every direction. Just flat sandstone, low sagebrush, and the clean, barren horizon. But even here, on the dry nights when the desert wind blows hard from the south, rattling the metal gutters of my house, I don't sleep. I sit in the living room with all the lights turned on, watching the windows. Because sometimes when the wind dies down for a brief instant, I can hear a sound coming from the ventilation shafts in the ceiling. It's a single, flat whistle, a mechanical, unchanging note that stays perfectly steady, waiting for me to answer. I worked as a backcountry law enforcement ranger for the United States Forest Service in the state of Washington. The events I am about to write down took place in the late summer and early autumn of 2018, deep within the Cowlitz Valley Ranger District of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. I have never spoken about this to the district ranger, to the county sheriff, or to the search and rescue teams I worked alongside for weeks. When I resigned in October of that year, I told the human resources officer at the Gifford Pinchot headquarters in Vancouver that I was leaving to take care of an ailing relative back east. That was a lie. The truth is that I could no longer look at the tree line without feeling an icy, suffocating dread press down on my chest, and I could no longer trust the sounds of the woods. I live in a high desert town in New Mexico now, where the horizons are flat, the trees are short and sparse, and you can see anything coming from miles away. But even here, when the wind catches the corner of the house just right, I find myself checking the locks and staring out into the dark, wondering if it followed me. To understand what happened, you have to understand the geography of the Gifford Pinchot. It is not like the national parks you see in travel magazines with paved walkways, gift shops, and neat little viewing platforms. It is a massive, sprawling wilderness of over 1 million acres, wedged between Mount St. Helens to the west and Mount Adams to the east. The terrain is a brutal, jagged labyrinth of old-growth Douglas firs, western red cedars, steep basalt canyons, and vast fields of ancient volcanic ash that have been covered over by centuries of decaying vegetation. In the backcountry, particularly the area known as the Dark Divide, the forest is so dense that the canopy blocks out 90% of the sunlight even at noon. The ground is covered in a thick carpet of moss, ferns, and rotting logs, what we call the duff, which swallows the sound of your footsteps completely. It is a place of absolute crushing silence when you walk off the established trails out there. You are entering a world that has remained unchanged since before the first Europeans crossed the continent, a world that doesn't care if you live or die. My job back then was to patrol the remote trailheads, check backcountry permits, look for illegal marijuana grows, and ensure that the few hikers who ventured into the deep woods were adhering to safety regulations. I loved the isolation at first. I grew up in western Montana, and I was used to big country, but the Pacific Northwest woods were different. They felt heavy, almost pressurized by the sheer volume of living and dying matter packed into every square mile. The smell was always the same, a rich, damp mixture of wet cedar, decaying wood, shelf fungi, and the sharp, clean scent of mountain rivers. During my first few years on the job, I worked closely with a senior ranger named Marcus Thorne. Marcus was 58 years old with skin the color and texture of old boot leather and eyes like chipped flint. He had been patrolling the Cowlitz Valley district since the early 1980s. Shortly after the eruption of Mount St. Helens, Marcus knew every game trail, every abandoned logging road from the old timber booms, and every hidden spring in the mountains. He was a quiet man, given to long periods of silence that could last for hours while we drove the gravel Forest Service roads in our green Chevrolet Silverado trucks. But Marcus had a set of unwritten rules that he drummed into me from my very first week on the job. Some of them made sense, like always carrying a backup radio battery and never stepping on a log if you could step over it. But others were strange, bordering on superstitious. He told me that if I ever felt a sudden, inexplicable drop in temperature while walking through a draw, I should turn around and hike back the way I came. He told me that if the birds and the insects went dead silent all at once, I shouldn't stop to investigate. I should put my hand on my service weapon and pick up the pace. And most importantly, he told me that if I ever heard someone calling my name from the deep timber after the sun went below the ridgeline, I was never to answer, and I was never to go looking for them unless I had a secondary visual confirmation or a direct radio dispatch. I used to think Marcus was just an eccentric old-timer who had spent too much time alone in the high country. I figured 30 years of looking for lost hikers and pulling decomposed bodies out of ravines had twisted his perspective, making him paranoid. I would nod, smile, and drink my lukewarm coffee from my thermos, thinking I knew better. I was young, fit, and armed with a standard-issue Glock 22 and a modern VHF radio that could reach the repeaters on Strawberry Mountain. I thought I was safe. I was wrong. The summer of 2018 was unusually hot and dry for western Washington. By August, the huckleberry bushes were shriveling on the ridges, and the risk of wildfire was extreme. The forest felt brittle like a powder keg waiting for a spark. On the morning of August 24th, a call came through from the district office in Randall. A 24-year-old German national named Lucas Weber had been reported overdue by his traveling companion, a young woman named Elsa Meyer, who had stayed behind in Portland due to a twisted ankle. Lucas was an experienced backpacker, well equipped with high-end European gear, a blue Deuter backpack, a professional Hilleberg tent, and sturdy Mindel leather boots. He had set out 4 days prior from the Norway Pass trailhead, intending to hike a loop around the Boundary Trail and the Quartz Creek drainage. He was supposed to have returned to his rented Subaru by 5 o'clock the previous evening. He hadn't shown up and his phone went straight to voicemail. Marcus and I were assigned to coordinate the initial sweep of the trailheads in the first few miles of the Boundary Trail. We met the Skamania County Sheriff's search and rescue team at the staging area near Iron Creek Campground. The air was thick with a low oppressive haze from fires burning further east in the Cascades, and the sun looked like a dull red coin hanging in a yellow sky. The smell of distant smoke was everywhere, mixing with the usual scent of dry pine needles and dust. We spent the first 2 days doing standard search protocols. We walked the ridges, blew our whistles, and scanned the deep ravines with binoculars. A volunteer K9 unit from Longview brought in 2 bloodhounds to catch Lucas's scent from the driver's seat of his abandoned Subaru. The dogs were enthusiastic at first, whining and pulling at their leashes as they followed the trail up toward the high ridges. But about 3 miles in, near the junction where the trail drops down into the Quartz Creek drainage, the dogs stopped dead. I watched them closely. They didn't bark and they didn't circle for a lost scent. Instead, they dropped their tails between their legs, pressed their bellies against the dirt, and began to whimper with a sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The handler, a seasoned volunteer named Sarah Jenkins, tried everything to get them to move forward, but they refused. They were terrified of whatever lay down in that valley. Sarah looked up at Marcus and me, her face pale beneath her wide-brimmed hat. She told us that her dogs had tracked everything from cougars to escaped convicts, and she had never seen them react like this. Marcus didn't say a word. He just stared down into the deep, dark green ocean of trees that filled the Quartz Creek basin. His mouth was set in a hard, thin line. He reached down, unclipped his radio, and told the command post that the K9 unit was turning back due to difficult terrain. When I asked him why he lied, he grabbed my shoulder with a grip that was surprisingly strong for a man his age. He told me to keep my mouth shut and stay close to him. That afternoon, Marcus and I pushed deeper into the Quartz Creek drainage on foot, leaving the rest of the search party behind on the ridge. The trail here was narrow, overgrown with devil's club and vine maple that tore at our long-sleeved green uniforms. The descent was steep, the ground loose with volcanic ash and rotting wood that crumbled under our boots. As we descended, the heat of the ridge faded, replaced by a cold, damp chill that seemed to rise out of the very earth. The light grew dim, filtered through the massive branches of ancient cedars that were 4 or 5 feet wide at the base. We had been hiking in silence for about 2 hours when I found the first clue. We were off trail, navigating by topo maps along the edge of a dry creek bed. There, sitting perfectly upright on top of a moss-covered log, was a black digital camera. It was a high-end Canon DSLR, the kind Lucas Weber was known to carry. What struck me immediately was how pristine it was. It hadn't been dropped. It hadn't fallen from a pocket. It had been placed there deliberately, right in the center of the log. The lens cap was off, but the lens itself was clean, devoid of the dust and ash that covered everything else in the forest. I called out to Marcus, who was about 20 yards ahead of me in the brush. He walked back, his boots crunching softly on the dry twigs. I pulled out a pair of latex gloves from my cargo pocket, carefully picked up the camera and pressed the power button. The battery was completely dead. I opened the memory card slot. The card was missing, but it was what lay next to the log that made me freeze. Printed clearly in the damp moss on the dark side of the log were 2 footprints. They weren't the tread of Mindel hiking boots. They were the prints of bare human feet, but they were wrong. The feet were incredibly long and narrow, the toes splayed out at angles that looked anatomically impossible, and the imprint was deep, as if whatever made them carried an immense amount of weight. The prints led away from the log and disappeared into a dense thicket of huckleberry bushes, where the ground was too hard to hold an impression. As I stared at the prints, the forest around us went utterly, completely dead. The wind that had been rustling the high canopy died to nothing. The constant ambient hum of insects vanished. The silence was so sudden and absolute that it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. I could hear the rapid, shallow sound of my own breathing and the heavy thud of my heart against my ribs. Then, From somewhere deep in the thicket ahead of us came a sound. It was a sharp, hollow clack-clack. It sounded exactly like someone taking two dry pieces of cedar wood and striking them together with great force. The sound didn't echo. In those dense woods, sound usually bounces off the canyon walls or softens into the trees. But this sound was flat, dry, and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. A second later, a voice called out from the brush. It was a man's voice, high-pitched and strained, speaking with a distinct, heavy German accent. "Hilfe," the voice said. "Hier drüben. Ich kann nicht gehen." My training kicked in immediately. I forgot about the footprints, forgot about the dogs, forgot about Marcus's strange rules. I took a step toward the thicket, lifting my hand to my mouth to shout back. "Lucas, is that you? Stay where you are, we're coming." Before the first word could leave my throat, Marcus threw his arm across my chest, slamming me back against a cedar tree with enough force to knock the wind out of me. He held his other hand over my mouth, his eyes wide and wild, veins standing out on his neck. He shook his head violently, whispering into my ear, his breath hot and smelling of tobacco. "Don't you dare," he hissed. "Don't you make a sound, Ben." I struggled against him for a second, confused and angry. There was a missing man just 50 yards away in the brush, likely injured, and my partner was pinning me to a tree. But then I looked past Marcus into the darkness of the thicket and the words died in my throat. The voice spoke again. "Hilfe hier drüben. Ich kann nicht gehen." It was the exact same phrase, spoken with the exact same inflection, the exact same German accent, and the exact same pause between the words. It didn't sound like a man crying out in pain or panic. It sounded like a recording being played back. There was no breath behind it, no human variation in tone. It was a perfect, flat, mechanical imitation of a human voice. And as it spoke, the bushes didn't move. No leaves rustled. There was no sound of a body shifting in the dirt, no groan of pain. Just that dead, replicated voice hanging in the frozen air. Then came the clicking again. Clack, clack. Marcus slowly let go of me, his hand dropping to the holster of his sidearm. He didn't draw the weapon, but his fingers wrapped around the grip. He began to back up, stepping exactly into the tracks we had made on our way down. He signaled for me to do the same. I didn't argue this time. My knees were shaking and a cold, greasy sweat had broken out across my forehead. We backed away from that thicket, inch by inch keeping our eyes locked on the dark green wall of leaves until we reached the dry creek bed. We didn't turn and run until we were back on the established trail, climbing up toward the ridge where the sun was setting, painting the smoky sky in shades of bruised purple and crimson. We didn't find Lucas Weber. The search was officially called off 5 days later. The official report stated that he had likely wandered off trail, become disoriented by the smoke haze, and fallen into one of the hundreds of hidden basalt fissures or abandoned, unmapped vertical mine shafts that riddle the Gifford Pinchot from the old prospecting days. His companion Elsa flew back to Frankfurt alone, weeping in the Portland airport. The rented Subaru was towed away, and the mountain fell back into its routine. But I couldn't forget it. The memory of that voice stayed with me, looping in my mind during the long, solitary night shifts at the ranger station. It wasn't the sound of a man dying. It was the sound of something using the sound of a man dying. I started spending my off-duty hours in the station's small archive room, digging through old logbooks and incident reports going back to the early 20th century. What I found was unsettling. Every 10 or 15 years, the Cowlitz Valley district had a specific kind of disappearance. They weren't like the typical lost hikers who were found 3 days later dehydration-stricken, but alive in a valley. These were people who vanished completely off the face of the earth, often leaving behind a single perfectly preserved personal item. A watch on a stump, a backpack sitting neatly in the middle of a trail, a pair of boots filled with rainwater but no body, no clothes and no tracks. In 1964, a timber cruiser named Thomas Miller went missing near the Cispus River. His hard hat was found balanced on top of a high rock wall. In 1978, a family of 3 vanished from their campsite near Blue Lake. Their tent was zipped shut from the outside, their food still sitting on the picnic table. But their keys and wallets were found laid out in a straight line on a nearby log. In several of these older reports, witnesses or search parties mentioned hearing strange, rhythmic clicking sounds in the woods, or hearing the voices of the missing people calling out from areas that had already been thoroughly searched and cleared. I tried to talk to Marcus about it one evening in early September. We were sitting on the porch of the guard station at Iron Creek, watching the twilight swallow the ridges. I asked him about the footprints, the camera, and the voice we heard in the Quartz Creek Basin. Marcus took a long pull from his flask, his eyes fixed on the black silhouette of the trees against the dark blue sky. "There are things in these mountains, Ben," he said, his voice low and raspy. "Things that were here before the reservation boundaries were drawn, before the loggers came with their crosscut saws. The old people, the Klickitat and the Cowlitz, they knew about them. They called them by different names, but mostly they just didn't go into certain valleys. They knew some places don't belong to us." "What are they?" I asked, my heart pounding. "They aren't animals," Marcus said, turning his head to look at me. His eyes were deeply shadowed in the dusk. "An animal hunts because it's hungry. These things, they hunt because they like the shape of it. They take your voice. They take your presence. They use what you are to bring the next one in. If you hear them, you're already on their ground. The only thing you can do is pretend you didn't hear and get out before the dark sets in." He wouldn't say another word about it that night, and he avoided the subject every time I brought it up afterward. 2 weeks later, Marcus took an unexpected medical leave. He had developed a severe tremor in his hands and was having trouble sleeping. I suspect he just couldn't face the woods anymore. That left me alone on the backcountry patrols just as the season began to shift into autumn. By late September, the weather broke. The hot, dry smoke of August was washed away by the first heavy Pacific storms. The rain came down in sheets, a cold, relentless deluge that turned the forest floor into a sea of black mud and made the gravel logging roads treacherous. The temperature plummeted, and the snow line began to creep down the peaks of Mount Adams and Mount St. Helens. The hikers vanished, returning to their city lives in Seattle and Portland, leaving the Gifford Pinchot entirely to the rangers, the loggers, and the silence. On October 2nd, I was assigned to a 3-day solo patrol along the northern edge of the Dark Divide. My task was to check the winter closures on several remote forest roads and ensure that the old patrol cabins, small, primitive log structures built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 1930s, were secured against the coming snow. The district was short-staffed with Marcus gone, and the dispatch officer, a woman named Sharon who worked out of the Randall station, told me to check in every 4 hours via the VHF radio. I spent the first day driving the high ridges, the tires of my Silverado splashing through deep puddles of muddy water. The fog was heavy, a thick gray wool that rolled off the peaks and filled the valleys, dropping visibility down to less than 30 feet in some places. The forest looked ghostly through the mist, the massive trunks of the firs appearing like dark, silent sentinels out of the white gloom and then disappearing just as quickly as I drove past. By 5 o'clock that evening, the rain had settled into a steady, freezing drizzle. The light was failing fast and the cold was beginning to seep through the layers of my uniform. I decided to make camp at the Boundary Trail Patrol Cabin, a small, one-room log hut tucked into a grove of ancient cedars near the headwaters of the Sispus River. The cabin was remote, accessible only by a rough, unmaintained dirt road that ended a quarter-mile away, followed by a short hike through the timber. I parked the truck at the road's end, grabbed my backpack, my heavy canvas sleeping bag, and a crate of dry firewood from the truck bed. The walk to the cabin was eerie. The only sound was the steady, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of rainwater falling from the high canopy onto the ferns below, and the squelch of my boots in the mud. The air smelled of wet earth, moss, and the faint, sweet scent of cedar rot. The cabin was a welcome sight through the gloom. It was a sturdy little structure, built of hand-hewn logs that had turned a dark, weathered gray over the decades. It had a single small window with heavy wooden shutters and a stout oak door with a crude iron latch. Inside, it was cold and dark, containing nothing but a rusted wood stove, a wooden table, 2 chairs, and a bare plywood bunk. I set to work building a fire in the stove. Within half an hour, the small space was warm, the dry cedar logs crackling and throwing a cheerful orange light through the grate. I boiled some water on the stovetop, made a cup of instant coffee, and ate a plain meal of beef jerky and crackers. I felt safe inside those thick log walls. The storm was picking up outside, the wind howling through the high ridges and rattling the branches against the tin roof. But the cabin was solid. At 8 o'clock, I pulled out my handheld radio to make my final check-in with Sharon at dispatch. I extended the antenna and keyed the mic. Dispatch, this is Ranger Vance on Unit 3, over. There was a long pause, filled with the loud, harsh hiss of static. The high ridges between the cabin and the Randall station often interfered with the signal, so I wasn't surprised. I tried again, stepping closer to the small window. Dispatch, this is Unit 3. I am secure at the boundary cabin for the night. Weather is freezing drizzle, visibility low. We'll check in at 0800 tomorrow. Do you copy, over? The static hissed for a moment longer and then the radio clicked. The static cleared completely, replaced by a strange hollow silence. Then a voice came through the speaker. It wasn't Sharon's voice, it was my own. Dispatch, this is Unit 3. I am secure at the boundary cabin for the night, the radio said. It was my voice down to the slight western Montana drawl, the exact pacing, the exact breath between the words. But it was flat. There was no emotion in it, no life. It was a perfect, dead recording of the transmission I had made just 10 seconds prior. I stared at the radio in my hand, my heart skipping a beat. My thumb froze on the talk button. Who is this? I asked, my voice cracking slightly. Sharon, is someone playing with the repeater? The radio clicked again. The hiss of static returned, but beneath the static I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was the sharp, dry rhythm of two pieces of wood striking together. Clack, clack. Then my own voice came back through the speaker. But it wasn't repeating anything I had said that night. It was speaking words I hadn't uttered since my encounter in the Quartz Creek drainage with Marcus. Lucas, is that you? Stay where you are, we're coming. The radio shouted, using my voice, but with that same mechanical, looped inflection. I dropped the radio onto the wooden table as if it had turned into a hot coal. It hit the wood with a dull thud, the static continuing to buzz in the small room. I backed away until my shoulders hit the log wall next to the bunk. My hand went automatically to my holster, my fingers wrapping around the grip of my Glock, but the weight of the firearm provided no comfort this time. You can't shoot a sound. You can't arrest the dark. Outside, the wind suddenly died down just as it had in the valley weeks before. The heavy rattling of the rain on the tin roof faded into a suffocating, pressurized silence. The only sound left was the ticking of the cooling metal of the wood stove and the rapid, panicked drumming of my own heart. Then from the dark woods outside the cabin came the real sound. Not through the radio, but through the air. Clack, clack. It was close. It sounded like it was right at the edge of the small clearing, maybe 30 yards from the front door. I crept over to the window, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I carefully pried open one of the wooden shutters just an inch and looked out into the night. The fog had grown so thick that it looked like a solid white wall pressing against the glass. The light from the cabin's fire leaked out into the mist, illuminating the first few rows of ferns and the massive, twisted base of a cedar tree. I saw nothing. No movement, no shadows, just the white, swirling fog. Ben, a voice called out from the dark. I froze. The voice belonged to Marcus Thorne. It sounded exactly like him. His gravelly low tone, his specific cadence. It sounded like he was standing just beyond the tree line, calling out to me because he had gotten lost on his way to the cabin. Ben, open the door, the voice said. My truck broke down out on the logging road. I walked in through the draw. It's freezing out here, kid. Let me in. For a split second, a wave of profound relief washed over me. Marcus was back. He had come out to help me on the patrol. He was out there in the cold, and he needed his partner. I took a step toward the heavy oak door, my hand reaching out for the iron latch. But then my foot caught on the edge of the wooden table, and my eyes fell on the radio. The green light on the display was still glowing, and the speaker was still emitting that low, dead hiss of static. And I remembered Marcus's face in the twilight at Iron Creek. I remembered the veins standing out on his neck as he pinned me to the tree. I remembered his most important rule. If you hear someone calling your name from the deep timber after the sun goes below the ridgeline, you are never to answer and you are never to go looking for them. I stopped. I pulled my hand back from the door latch as if it were white hot. Marcus? I called out, keeping my voice as steady as I could manage. What's the unit number on your truck? What's the call sign for the district ranger? The forest went completely silent again. There was no answer for nearly a minute. The fog shifted against the window pane, a slow, lazy swirl of gray and white. When the voice spoke again, it wasn't Marcus's voice anymore. It changed mid-sentence. It started in Marcus's low rasp. but by the third word it slid up into the high-pitched, strained German accent of Lucas Weber, and by the end it morphed into my own voice. Ben, open the door. Ich kann nicht gehen. Secure at the boundary cabin. Clack, clack. The sheer horror of that auditory slide hit me like a physical blow. It wasn't three different people out there. It was one thing. One entity that had collected those voices like trophies, storing them up, stretching and bending them to see which one would make me turn the latch. Suddenly, something heavy struck the outside wall of the cabin. The thick Douglas fir logs groaned under the impact, and the rusted iron plates of the wood stove rattled. It felt as if a massive weight had leaned against the building, testing its strength. I retreated to the center of the room, drawing my Glock and leveling it at the door, my hands shaking so badly that the front sight painted erratic circles in the firelight. The sound moved. I could hear it now. Not the sound of footsteps on the ground, but a strange, heavy scratching sound that moved along the exterior log wall. It sounded like long, hard fingernails or bones scraping against the rough bark. It moved from the front wall, past the shuttered window, and around toward the back of the cabin where the plywood bunk was built against the wall. It stopped, right behind the logs where my head would have been if I were sleeping. Then came a sound that almost broke my sanity. It was the sound of breathing. It wasn't the breathing of a man or an animal. It was a rhythmic, hollow wheeze like air being forced through a wet leather pipe, and as it breathed, it began to whisper. It didn't whisper words. It whispered fragments of sound. It played back the sound of the bloodhounds whimpering from the search party weeks ago. It played back the sound of the wind rustling through the dry huckleberry bushes. It played back the sound of the Chevy Silverado's engine idling in the mud. And then, it began to imitate the sound of the fire crackling inside the stove right next to me, perfectly mimicking the pop and snap of the burning cedar wood, but doing it from the outside of the logs. I stood there in the center of the room for hours, my gun raised, my eyes wide, staring at the door. I didn't dare sit down. I didn't dare blink. Every time the fire inside the stove began to die down, the cold would creep back into the room and the thing outside would press closer, scraping its long, dry weight against the logs, clicking those damn sticks together. Clack, 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 clack. At some point in the darkest part of the night, around 3 a.m, the scratching stopped. The silence returned, heavier and more oppressive than before. I stood frozen, listening so hard my ears rang. Then from the roof directly above my head came a soft, rhythmic tapping sound. It wasn't the rain. It was the sound of 2 dry pieces of wood being struck together against the tin roofing material. Clack, clack. It was sitting on the ridgepole of the cabin, looking down through the tin, separated from me by only a few inches of old lumber and tar paper. I looked up, the barrel of my gun following my eyes. The firelight threw long, distorted shadows across the ceiling beams, making them look like giant, reaching fingers. The voice came down through the roof boards. It was my mother's voice now. My mother, who lived 2,000 miles away in a quiet suburb of Minneapolis, who had never set foot in the state of Washington in her entire life. It sounded exactly like she did when she used to wake me up for school when I was a boy. "Benjamin," the voice whispered through the ceiling. "It's time to get up, honey. You're going to be late." A tear slipped down my cheek, cold and stinging. The sheer cruelty of it, the absolute unnatural wrongness of hearing that familiar, loving tone used by a nameless, faceless horror in the middle of a wilderness that had never known love, was too much to bear. I pulled the trigger. The report of the Glock 22 was deafening inside the small log cabin. The flash of light momentarily blinded me, and the smell of burnt gunpowder filled the air, sharp and sulfurous. The .40 caliber bullet tore through the roof boards, leaving a small, clean hole that let in a single drop of black rainwater. The moment the shot fired, a high, piercing shriek tore through the night sky. It wasn't a human scream, and it wasn't the cry of a mountain lion. It was a long, rising wail of pure mechanical vibration, like a heavy iron cable snapping under immense tension. The sound moved across the roof, dropped down the back wall with a violent crash that shook the cabin to its foundations, and then tore off into the deep timber, moving with an impossible, terrifying speed that shattered branches and broke through the brush until the sound finally faded into the distance. I didn't move from that spot until the sun rose. When the gray light of dawn finally filtered through the cracks in the wooden shutters, the fog had lifted, revealing a cold, clear October morning. The rain had stopped and the forest looked clean and fresh, as if nothing had happened. I packed my gear with trembling hands, left the cabin without cleaning out the stove, and ran the quarter-mile back to my truck. I didn't look behind me. I didn't look into the trees. I threw my pack into the cab, slammed the truck into four-wheel drive, and tore down the muddy logging road as fast as the vehicle could handle, the tires spinning and throwing up plumes of black mud. When I reached the Randall station, I walked straight into the district ranger's office, laid my badge, my radio, and my service weapon on his desk, and told him I was done. He tried to ask me questions, tried to ask if it was the stress of the Weber search or if something had happened out on the Boundary Trail, but I didn't say a word. I packed my belongings from my locker, drove to my apartment in Morton, packed everything I owned into a small U-Haul trailer, and left the state before the week was out. I live in New Mexico now, as I said. The sun is hot here, the air is bone dry, and the landscape is made of red rock and low sagebrush that doesn't grow higher than my waist. There are no dense canopies, no damp moss floors, no ancient forest to swallow the light. I work as a security guard for a private utility company, watching a fenced-in solar array in the middle of a flat desert swale. It's boring work, and that's exactly why I chose it. But 3 nights ago, the desert wind died down completely around midnight. The air went perfectly still, and the desert rabbits and coyotes went silent all at once. I was sitting in my guard shack drinking coffee, when a sound came from the darkness just beyond the chain-link fence. It was a sharp, flat, dry sound, clack, clack, and then a voice called out from the dark sand, using the gravelly, low rasp of Marcus Thorne, a man who died of a stroke in a Tacoma hospital last winter. "Ben," the voice said through the fence. "Open the gate, kid. I found you." I didn't look out the window. I didn't answer. I just reached down, turned the key in my truck's ignition, and sat there with the headlights shining out into the empty sand, waiting for the sun to come up. I don't know how it found me, or if it ever really left me. All I know is that the world is much older and much darker than we like to admit, and once the woods have your voice, they never truly let you go. My name is Thomas Albright. In the autumn of 2018, when I was 34 years old, I worked as a permanent backcountry protection ranger for the National Park Service in the state of Washington. I am writing this now because the nightmares have not stopped, and because the official reports filed in the metal cabinets of the Port Angeles headquarters do not contain a single shred of the truth. They couldn't. If we had written down what actually happened out there in the high, wet timber of the Olympic Peninsula, the department would have had to admit that there are places under our jurisdiction where the laws of nature simply do not apply, and where human beings are not the apex predators. We are trained to handle fractures, hypothermia, bear encounters, and armed fugitives, but nothing in the federal handbook prepares you for a forest that learns how to speak. To understand what happened, you have to understand the Olympic backcountry. It isn't like the open pine woods of the Rockies or the rolling ridges of the Appalachians. It is a temperate rainforest, an immense dripping vertical landscape choked with western hemlock, Douglas fir, and massive western red cedars that were already old when Columbus sighted land. In the valleys, the moss grows so thick that it swallows every sound, hanging from the branches like gray-green shrouds and carpeting the forest floor in a layer of decay that can be 6 feet deep. When you step off the maintained trails, you are immediately in a primitive world where the sun rarely touches the ground, and where a single misstep can drop you into a hidden ravine or a tangle of devil's club that will hide your body forever. The air always smells of wet earth, rotting wood, and the faint sweet scent of cedar, a combination that I used to find comforting but now makes my stomach turn. The year 2018 had been an unusually wet one, even for western Washington. By October, the rain had settled into that steady, relentless drizzle the locals call the gray blanket. It wasn't a hard storm, just a constant freezing mist that bled the color out of the world and turned the dirt trails into rivers of slick mud. I was stationed at the Ho Rain Forest Ranger Station, but my primary duty was patrolling the remote upper valleys, the areas near the Bailey Range and the headwaters of the Bogachil River. It was lonely work, which suited me fine back then. I had spent 6 years in the Marine Corps before joining the Park Service, and I was used to my own company. My job was to check wilderness permits, clear trail blockages, keep an eye out for illegal poachers, and when necessary, find the people who got lost. The trouble began on the second Tuesday of October. I had just finished my morning coffee in the guard station when the radio crackled to life. It was Ben Harris, the district ranger down at the command center. His voice sounded thin through the static, distorted by the heavy cloud cover and the high ridges that separated us. He told me that a solo backpacker named Samuel Vance, a 26-year-old schoolteacher from Seattle, had been reported overdue by his family. Vance had registered for a 4-day loop starting at the Hoh Trailhead, intending to hike up to the High Divide, cross over into the Bogachiel Basin, and come back out via the river trail. He was 2 days late, and a massive storm system was moving in from the Pacific. Ben told me to pack a heavy kit and head up the Bogachiel Trail to look for signs. A separate ground crew was going to work their way down from the High Divide, but because of the weather, we couldn't get a helicopter into the air. The clouds were sitting right on top of the tree line, barely 800 feet above the valley floor. I told Ben I'd be out of radio contact within 2 hours once I dropped into the deep canyon, but that I'd check in from the high points if I could get a signal. I packed my internal frame pack with my cold weather gear, a 4-season tent, a satellite messenger, rations for 3 days, my standard issue field kit, and my sidearm. I didn't expect to need the gun for anything other than an aggressive cougar or a wounded elk, but the weight of it against my hip was a habit I hadn't broken since my deployments. The first 5 miles of the hike were familiar and uneventful. The trail followed the river, which was running high and milky white from glacial runoff. The sound of the rushing water was a constant roaring presence on my left, a wall of white noise that drowned out everything else. The giant firs rose like pillars into the mist, their tops completely lost in the low clouds. Aside from the occasional varied thrush calling out with its eerie, single-toned whistle, the woods were dead silent. The further I went, the more the isolation settled in. In the summer, you run into tourists every half mile. But in October, the rainforest belongs entirely to the dark and the damp. By mid-afternoon, I had left the main trail and turned onto the primitive track that leads into the upper Bogachiel drainage. This was rough country. The trail here was barely a foot wide, frequently blocked by massive windfall trees that required me to either climb over them or crawl through the wet mud beneath them. The temperature was dropping fast and my breath was beginning to plume in the damp air. The rain had intensified from a drizzle into a steady, needle-like downpour that rattled against the hood of my Gore-Tex jacket. I found the first sign of Samuel Vance around 4 o'clock. It was a small piece of blue nylon ripstop fabric caught on the sharp thorn of a devil's club bush near the edge of a steep switchback. I knelt in the mud to examine it. The edges were clean, not weathered, suggesting it had been torn recently. A few yards further up the trail, I found a distinct boot print in a patch of dark clay. It was a Vibram sole pattern, size 10 or 11, matching the description of the hiking boots Vance's family said he was wearing. The print was deep, but what caught my attention was the stride length. The distance between the prints indicated he was running, or at least moving at a highly accelerated pace uphill into one of the most rugged sections of the park. That didn't make sense. An experienced backpacker like Vance would know that running on a slick, muddy trail in the late afternoon was a guaranteed way to break an ankle. I pulled out my radio and tried to call dispatch, but all I got was a loud tearing hiss of static. The canyon walls were too steep, the timber too dense. I clicked the radio off, saving the battery, and pushed on. The forest was growing darker now, the twilight coming early under the heavy canopy and the storm clouds. The green of the moss was turning to a somber gray, and the shadows between the giant trees seemed to thicken, stretching across the path like long, black fingers. About an hour before dark, I reached a small clearing known locally as Deadwood Flat. It was an old cedar grove that had been scorched by a lightning fire decades ago, leaving a cluster of blackened, hollow trunks standing like skeletal chimneys among the new growth. The river was further away here, its roar reduced to a distant, muffled throb. The sudden relative silence was jarring. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. A heavy, suffocating stillness where even the dripping of water from the branches sounds loud. As I walked into the clearing, I smelled it. It wasn't the smell of rotting wood or damp earth. It was a metallic copper odor, faint but distinct, mixed with something sweet and musk-like, reminiscent of an animal den but far more pungent. I stopped, my hand instinctively resting on the strap of my pack near my chest. I scanned the clearing. The light was failing fast, turning everything into shades of charcoal and ash. In the center of the clearing, sitting on a mossy log, was Samuel Vance's backpack. It was an expensive, bright orange Osprey pack, instantly recognizable against the dark background. It hadn't been dropped or thrown down in a panic. It was sitting perfectly upright on the log, as if someone had carefully placed it there before taking a rest. I approached it slowly, my boots squelching softly in the wet moss. When I got close, I saw that the pack was completely unzipped. The contents hadn't been ransacked, but they had been systematically removed and arranged on the log in a straight, neat line. His lightweight camping stove, his fuel canister, his water filter, his freeze-dried meals, and his sleeping pad were all laid out with mathematical precision, spaced exactly 2 inches apart. But his sleeping bag and his tent were missing, and there was no sign of Vance. "Samuel?" I called out. My voice sounded flat and weak in the open clearing, swallowed instantly by the deadwood trees. "Samuel Vance?" "My name is Tom Albright. I'm a park ranger."
If you can hear me, call out. I waited.
The only response was the steady, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of rainwater hitting the orange nylon of the pack. I pulled out my high-output flashlight and clicked it on. The bright LED beam cut through the gloom, illuminating the glistening white trunks of the dead cedars and the dense wall of ferns beyond them. I swept the light around the perimeter of the clearing. That was when I noticed the tracks. They weren't boot prints. They were deep, oblong depressions in the thick moss, starting from the edge of the log where the pack sat, and leading straight into the trackless timber to the north, toward the high ridges of the Bailey Range. The impressions were large, much larger than a human foot, but they lacked distinct toe marks. They looked like someone had taken a heavy, rounded log and slammed it into the moss with tremendous force, smashing the vegetation down to the dark mud beneath. The stride length was staggering, nearly 5 feet between each print. I followed the tracks to the edge of the clearing where the forest closed in again. The Devil's Club and huckleberry bushes here weren't just pushed aside. They were snapped clean off, their white inner wood splintered and exposed. Whatever had gone through here was massive, and it hadn't cared about finding a path. It had simply torn straight through the brush. As I stood there looking into the black wall of the forest, I heard a sound. It was a whistle. It came from somewhere deep up the ridge, maybe a few hundred yards away through the timber. It wasn't a bird call. It was a long, low, sliding human whistle. 2 distinct notes that started high and dropped down, the kind of whistle a person uses to get someone's attention from across a noisy street. It was perfectly clear, cutting through the damp air with an unnatural, piercing quality. "Samuel!" I shouted, turning my flashlight toward the direction of the sound.
Stay where you are!
"I'm coming to you." I waited for a reply. For a long 10 seconds, there was nothing. Then the whistle came again, but this time it was closer. Much closer. It was less than 100 yards up the slope, coming from a dense thicket of old-growth hemlock. And there was something wrong with it. The second whistle was an exact, identical duplicate of the first one. The same pitch, the same duration, the same slight tremor at the end. It didn't sound like a person whistling a second time. It sounded like an audio recording of the first whistle being played back through a speaker. A cold prickle of sweat broke out along my spine. In my line of work, you learn to trust your instincts. The wilderness has a way of telling you when you are out of your depth. And right then, every nerve in my body was screaming that something was deeply wrong with that clearing. I looked back at the neatly arranged gear on the log, then back into the dark woods. The rain was coming down harder now, the wind beginning to stir the tops of the trees, causing them to groan and creak against one another like old stairs. Deciding against pursuing the sound up the ridge in the pitch dark, I determined to set up a spike camp right there in the clearing. It was the standard protocol for a solo SAR operation when night fell. I would be no use to Vance if I fell down a ravine or got lost myself. I picked up his gear, packed it back into his orange rucksack, and hauled it under the shelter of a large, overhanging red cedar near the edge of the flat. I set up my own small, green mountain tent beneath the same tree, using the thick trunk as a windbreak. By the time I crawled inside my tent and zipped the fly shut, it was 8 o'clock. The world outside was pitch black. The beam of my flashlight only revealed a solid wall of falling water and swirling fog. I changed out of my wet outer layers, crawled into my sleeping bag, and pulled out my satellite messenger to send a text alert to headquarters. I typed out the coordinates, reported finding Vance's pack, and noted the strange tracks in the auditory contact. I pressed send. The device beeped. indicating it was searching for a satellite link through the heavy canopy. I set it on the floor of the tent and waited. The silence inside the tent was absolute, broken only by the drumbeat of the rain on the rainfly. I lay there in the dark, my eyes wide, listening. The scent of the copper and musk from earlier still lingered in the air, carried by the damp wind that seeped under the tent edges. I reached out and unclipped the retention strap on my holster, making sure the grip of my pistol was easily accessible. I felt like a fool for being so jumpy. I had spent weeks alone in the wilderness before, but the neat line of gear on that log kept flashing through my mind. It wasn't the behavior of a panicked, hypothermic hiker. It looked like a display. Around midnight, the rain finally stopped. The sudden absence of the sound was like a physical weight dropping onto the tent. The forest became completely unnaturally still. There was no wind, no dripping water, no nocturnal animals moving in the brush. Nothing. Then the radio on my pack outside the tent hissed. It didn't static. It just clicked open, the squelch breaking as if someone had pressed the push-to-talk button on another unit nearby. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Through the thin nylon of the tent, I heard the faint, metallic crackle of the speaker. "Station WX, this is Ranger Albright. Do you copy?" The voice came from the radio speaker, muffled but clear. My blood turned to ice water. It was my own voice. It wasn't just someone who sounded like me. It was me. The inflection, the flat Midwestern drawl I had never quite shaken, the specific cadence of my speech. It was an exact replica of the transmission I had made to Ben Harris 8 hours earlier at the Trailhead Station. "Station WX, this is Ranger Albright. Do you copy?" The radio repeated. The tone was perfectly flat, completely devoid of the natural static or background noise that should have accompanied a real broadcast. It sounded hollow, like a voice echoing down a long, empty pipe. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I grabbed my flashlight and my pistol, unzipped the tent door with a single frantic jerk, and thrust my head and arm out into the cold night air. The clearing was filled with a dense white fog that had rolled in after the rain. The mist was so thick that the beam of my flashlight could only penetrate a few feet, creating a blinding wall of illuminated white particles. I aimed the light toward the tree trunk where I had left my pack. The pack was there, but the radio, which had been clipped to the shoulder strap, was gone. "Who's out there?" I yelled, my voice cracking slightly. I stood up, stepping out of the tent into the wet moss in my wool socks. I leveled the pistol into the fog, my hands shaking slightly from the sudden rush of adrenaline. "This is the National Park Service. Identify yourself." From somewhere out in the fog, near the center of the clearing where the deadwood trees stood, came a sound. It was the sound of heavy boots walking through the mud. Squish, squish, squish. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, and they were moving toward me. I swung the flashlight beam toward the sound. The light hit the shifting curtains of fog, but I couldn't see anything solid. The footsteps stopped. Then, out of the darkness, a voice spoke. It didn't come from the radio. It came from the air, from the space between the dead trees, high up, as if whoever was speaking was standing 9 or 10 feet tall. "Samuel Vance? My name is Tom Albright. I'm a park ranger," the voice said. It was my voice again, but it was wrong. The words were stitched together awkwardly, with unnatural pauses between them, like someone trying to play phrases from a soundboard. The pitch was exactly mine, but the emotion was completely gone. It sounded dead, mechanical, imitation human. "If you can hear me, call out," the voice continued, repeating the exact words I had shouted into the clearing 4 hours ago. "Stop it," I shouted, my finger tightening on the trigger of my gun. "Show yourself. Get the hell out of here." The response was immediate, and it made my stomach drop. The thing in the fog didn't shout back. Instead, it let out a sound that I can only describe as a wet, clicking rattle, a deep, guttural vibration that felt less like a sound and more like a physical pressure against my chest. It sounded like a massive animal trying to clear its throat, or the sound of heavy gears grinding together inside a leather bag. Then, it began to move again, but it wasn't walking anymore. The sound of the footsteps accelerated instantly into a heavy, thudding run, the moss tearing and the brush snapping as something immense circled the perimeter of the clearing, just out of sight behind the wall of fog. The speed was impossible for a human in that terrain. It moved with the fluid, terrifying velocity of a predatory cat. But the impact of its weight on the ground shook the earth beneath my feet. I fired into the fog. The loud bang of the .40 caliber round was deafening in the quiet clearing. The muzzle flash momentarily blinding me. I didn't care what the regulations said about discharging a firearm in a national park. I was terrified. The bullet tore through the mist and thudded into a distant tree trunk. The running stopped instantly. The silence returned, heavier and more oppressive than before. The smoke from my gunshot drifted lazily through the white beam of my flashlight, smelling of sulfur and burnt powder. I stood there for what felt like hours, my gun raised, my eyes straining against the dark, my ears listening for the slightest rustle of a leaf. Nothing moved. The thing, whatever it was, had vanished back into the trackless timber as quickly as it had come. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I retreated into my tent, pulled the orange pack inside with me, and sat with my back against the center pole, my pistol resting on my knee and my flashlight trained on the zipper. I kept the satellite messenger in my hand. It had finally connected, showing a single bar of service. I sent 3 words to dispatch: emergency. Need extraction. When the first pale gray light of dawn began to filter through the canopy, the fog finally started to lift, clinging in ragged patches to the tops of the ferns. I didn't wait for a reply from headquarters. I packed my gear with frantic, clumsy movements, leaving the tent stakes in the ground and stuffing the nylon into my pack in a chaotic ball. I was determined to get back down the trail, back to the river, back to the world where things made sense. As I swung my pack onto my shoulders, I cast one last look around the clearing. In the faint morning light, I saw something I had missed in the dark. On the far side of the clearing, near the spot where the splintered brush led up the ridge, my radio was sitting on top of a decaying stump. It had been placed there deliberately, exactly in the center of the wood. The long plastic antenna had been snapped off and driven straight down through the speaker grill, pinning the device to the wood like a dead insect. I didn't go near it. I turned and started down the trail at a brisk, near-jogging pace. The hike back down the Bogachiel drainage was a blur of exhaustion and panic. Every time a branch creaked in the wind, every time a small stone rolled down the bank, I spun around, my hand flying to my holster. The forest felt different now. The beauty of the massive trees and the lush green moss was gone, replaced by a suffocating sense of malice. I felt like I was walking down a long, narrow corridor where every window was occupied by something watching me. By noon, I reached the junction where the primitive track rejoined the main Ho River Trail. The sight of the wider, maintained path and the reassuring roar of the river brought a momentary surge of relief, but it was short-lived. Standing at the junction, leaning against a trail sign, was Ranger Elena Martinez. Elena was a seasoned protection ranger, a 5-year veteran of the park who had worked law enforcement in the desert Southwest before coming to Washington. She was a tough, no-nonsense woman with sharp brown eyes and a cynical sense of humor. Seeing her uniform, the green trousers, the gray shirt, the gold badge, felt like waking up from a nightmare. "Tom," she called out as I approached. She stepped toward me, her face lined with anxiety. "Jesus, you look like hell. We got your satellite message at dawn. What happened out there?" I stopped a few feet from her, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The weight of my pack was killing my shoulders, but I didn't take it off. "Elena," I stammered, my voice rough. "We need to get a full team up here. Something was out there last night. It found Vance's pack, but it wasn't Vance." Elena frowned, her eyes scanning my face, taking in my bloodshot eyes and my trembling hands. "What do you mean it wasn't Vance? Did you find a body?" "No," I said, shaking my head. "No body, just his gear. It was laid out on a log. And then, something took my radio. It was using my voice, Elena. It was repeating things I said hours before. It was mimicking me." Elena's expression hardened. She didn't laugh and she didn't look at me like I was crazy. Instead, a strange, guarded look passed over her features. A look that told me she had heard something like this before, even if she had never admitted it. "Tom, listen to me," she said, her voice dropping to a low, quiet tone. "We need to get you back to the station. Ben is putting together a full search and rescue team, but the weather is turning bad again." The High Divide crew had to turn back. They ran into a massive washout near the ridge. "Did they hear anything?" I asked, stepping closer to her. "Did they hear the whistles?" Elena stared at me for a long moment. "They didn't hear any whistles, Tom, but they found something else. They found Vance's boots. Both of them. About 3 miles up from where you were. They were sitting on a rock by the trail. Just the boots tied together by the laces, completely dry inside despite the rain. A cold dread settled deep into my stomach. The display. The neat arrangements. We need to go, I said, my voice barely a whisper. We need to get out of this valley right now. Yeah, Elena agreed, turning back toward the direction of the trailhead. Let's move. I'll carry your extra kit if you need. We started down the main trail together, moving at a fast, steady clip. The river was on our right now, a gray, churning torrent that seemed to be rising by the hour. The rain had started again, a cold, soft patter against the canopy that gradually grew heavier until it was a steady roar against our hoods. For the first mile, we didn't speak. The silence between us was tense, filled with the things we weren't saying. I kept my eyes fixed on the trail ahead, watching the muddy path for any more of those large, oblong depressions. But the high traffic on the main trail had turned the ground into a uniform slurry of gray mud. Then Elena spoke. Her voice came from behind me, muffled slightly by the rain and the hood of her jacket. Tom, do you remember that old guy who used to work the fire lookout up on Mount Tom? The one who retired back in '95? Marcus Vance? I didn't turn around. I just kept walking. No, that was before my time. Why?
He was the uncle of the kid who's missing, Elena said.
Her voice sounded strange, a bit flat, as if she were reading from a report. Samuel Vance is his nephew. Marcus used to tell stories about the upper Bogachel. He said the old loggers in the 20s wouldn't go into certain valleys because the trees would echo before you even spoke. He said there was something in the timber that didn't like new sounds. It would copy them until it got them right, and then it would use them to bring people in. I stopped in my tracks. A sudden violent shudder went through my body. Elena, I said, my voice shaking. Why are you telling me this now? There was no answer. I turned around slowly, my heart pounding against my ribs. The trail behind me was empty. Elena wasn't there. The muddy path stretched back into the gray mist, winding between the giant trunks of the red cedars, completely deserted. There were no footsteps behind me. No sound of anyone moving through the brush. The only thing behind me was the falling rain and the dark forest. Elena, I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. Elena, where are you? Nothing. No shout, no movement. I pulled out my satellite messenger from my pocket, my hands shaking so violently I nearly dropped it into the mud. I looked at the screen. There was a message that had come through 5 minutes ago, a reply from Ben Harris at headquarters. I opened it. The text read, "Copy your emergency. Hold position if safe. Ranger Martinez is en route to your location from the trailhead now. ETA 2 hours. She left the station at 11:30. I looked at my watch. It was 12:15. If Elena had left the trailhead at 11:30, she couldn't possibly have reached the Bogachiel Junction by noon. It was an 8-mile hike. The woman I had been talking to, the person who had been walking behind me, wasn't Elena Martinez. A wave of dizziness washed over me. So intense I had to drop to my knees in the mud, clutching the trunk of a young hemlock to keep from falling. My chest felt tight, my lungs unable to draw enough air. It had been right next to me. It had walked with me, used her face, her uniform, her voice. It had known her name, known about the missing hiker's uncle, known everything. Then, from the ridge directly above me, through the thick curtain of hemlock branches came a sound. It was Elena's voice, but it wasn't the voice of the woman who had been walking with me. It was a panicked, terrified scream, the sound of a woman screaming for her life from somewhere deep in the trackless timber. Tom! Help me. Oh God, Tom, it's got my legs. Tom! The scream was horrific, filled with a raw, agonizing terror that made my instincts scream at me to run up the slope and save her. I stood up, my hand on my gun, my eyes locked on the steep, brush-choked ridge above. I took a step toward the slope, my boot sinking into the mud. Then the scream cut off abruptly. Not like a person losing consciousness, but like a tape being stopped in the middle of a word. A second later, the scream started again. Tom! Help me. Oh God, Tom, it's got my legs. Tom! It was the exact same audio loop. The exact same rise in pitch on the word God. The exact same break in the voice on the final Tom. It was played back with the same terrifying, mechanical precision as the whistles from the night before. I didn't run up the hill. I turned and I ran down the trail. I didn't look back. I didn't care about my pack. I didn't care about my dignity. I didn't care about the regulations. I ran with a wild, animalistic fury, my boots slamming into the rocks and the mud, my lungs burning like fire. The heavy pack shifted violently on my back, bruising my hips, but I didn't stop to adjust it. Every time I rounded a bend, I expected to see that massive, oblong shape standing in the middle of the path, or to hear my own voice calling out to me from the bushes. The forest around me seemed to join in the pursuit. The wind had risen to a gale, tearing through the canopy and causing the giant trees to sway violently, their branches thrashing against the sky like angry arms. The sound of the river was a deafening, chaotic roar that seemed to follow me, rising up from the canyon to fill the air with a wall of white noise. As I ran, the voices followed me. They didn't come from one place. They came from the left, from the right, from the trees above, from the ground beneath my feet. It was a chorus of mimicry. I heard my own voice saying, "Station WX, do you copy?" I heard the fake Elena screaming about her legs. I heard the long, low, sliding human whistle, and then a new voice joined in. A young man's voice, high and thin, filled with a quiet, weeping desperation. "Please," the new voice sobbed, the words repeating over and over in a tight 3-second loop. "Please, I just want to go home. Please, I just want to go home." It was Samuel Vance. I shoved my fingers into my ears, trying to block out the sound, but the voices cut through the noise of the storm and my own ragged breathing with terrifying clarity. They weren't loud, but they had a strange, penetrating quality that felt like it was inside my own head, a vibration in the bones of my skull. I ran for 3 miles without stopping, my strength fueled entirely by absolute primal terror. My vision narrowed to the small patch of mud directly in front of my feet. My mind focused on a single, desperate thought: reach the park boundary. Around 1 o'clock, I burst through a thick patch of vine maple and hit the gravel road that leads to the main Ho Visitor Center. The sight of the wide gray gravel and the wooden sign marking the entrance to the park felt like crossing an invisible border. The moment my boots touched the gravel, the voices stopped. The wind dropped instantly. The roaring of the river receded back into the canyon, and the forest behind me fell into that heavy, suffocating silence once again. I collapsed onto the gravel, my legs giving out completely. I lay there in the rain, my face pressed against the wet stones, weeping openly from exhaustion and fear. My uniform was torn. My hands were covered in dark mud and blood from where I had scraped them against the brush, and my mind was fractured into 1,000 jagged pieces. 20 minutes later, a green Park Service truck came rattling down the gravel road. It slammed to a halt next to me and the door flew open. Ben Harris climbed out, his face pale with concern, followed by the real Elena Martinez. When I saw her real face, the natural movement of her eyes, the way she ran toward me with genuine human panic, I couldn't speak. I just pointed back into the woods, my body shaking so violently that Ben had to wrap a heavy wool blanket around my shoulders and drag me into the passenger seat of the truck. I never went back into the backcountry. I resigned from the National Park Service 3 days later, refusing to give a formal statement beyond a brief, handwritten note stating that I had suffered a psychological breakdown due to extreme exhaustion and environmental stress during the search. The department accepted it without question. They didn't want to dig any deeper. They knew what the alternative was. The search for Samuel Vance lasted for another 2 weeks. They brought in K-9 units, specialized mountain rescue teams, and FLIR-equipped drones once the weather cleared. They never found a single trace of him. No clothing, no gear, no body. The orange backpack I had brought down was the only evidence he had ever been in the valley. The official case file remains open, listed as a disappearance due to suspected hypothermia and accidental drowning in the Bogachiel River. But I know what happened to him. I know he didn't drown. I live in Arizona now, in the high desert where the trees are short, the sun is bright, and you can see for miles in every direction. There is no moss here, no damp earth, no deep valleys where the shadows never lift. I work as a security guard for a gated community, a simple, mindless job that keeps me in the light. But every now and then, when the wind blows hard from the north, or when the air gets unusually quiet before a summer thunderstorm, I'll be sitting in my watch box and the security radio on my desk will click open. There won't be any static, just the sound of the squelch breaking. And then, out of the small plastic speaker, a voice will speak. Sometimes it's Samuel Vance, weeping about wanting to go home. Sometimes it's Elena, screaming about her legs, but most of the time it's my own voice, flat and mechanical, coming from somewhere very far away, repeating the same words over and over again into the empty air. Station WX, this is Ranger Albright. Do you copy? Station WX, this is Ranger Albright. Do you copy? And the worst part, the part that keeps me awake until the sun comes up, is that every time the radio clicks open, the voice sounds a little more perfect. It's learning, and I know that somewhere, deep in the dark timber of the Olympic Peninsula, it's still waiting for me to answer. My name is Silas Vance. I am 36 years old, and for 7 years I worked as a backcountry law enforcement ranger for the National Park Service in the state of Washington. The events I am finally forcing myself to write down occurred in the late autumn of 2019, specifically during the last 2 weeks of October, just as the seasonal rains began to turn the high country into a sodden, impenetrable labyrinth. I have never spoken about this to the press, nor to the family of the young man involved, and certainly not to the regional supervisors who signed off on my early, unceremonious retirement. When you spend enough time out in the deep timber, you learn that there is a distinct line between what the public needs to know to feel safe and what actually exists just beyond the tree line. I'm writing this now because the silence has become a physical weight in my chest, and because every time the wind coming off the Pacific rattles the window panes of my cabin in Aberdeen, I smell the wet, decaying cedar of the Hoh River Valley, and I am right back on that ridge listening to a voice that shouldn't have been there. To understand what happened, you have to understand the Olympic Peninsula. People see the photographs online, the emerald moss draping from ancient big-leaf maples, the prehistoric ferns, the majestic sweep of the Olympic Mountains, and they think of it as a fairy tale kingdom. They do not understand the sheer crushing scale of the vertical topography or the absolute density of the old-growth forest. Once you step off the maintained trails, you are in a landscape that hasn't changed since the retreat of the glaciers. The canopy is so thick that it creates its own twilight even at noon, and the forest floor is a chaotic jumble of fallen nurse logs some 12 feet high, covered in layers of decaying organic matter that can collapse beneath your feet like a trapdoor, dropping you into hidden caverns of roots and shadows. If you break a leg out there, and your radio can't punch through the terrain to reach a repeater, you are as good as on another planet. My specific beat was the backcountry sector stretching between the Bogachil River Trail and the high, trackless ridges that separate the Hoh and the Queets River systems. It is an area notorious for its rainfall and its isolation. By mid-October, the summer tourists are long gone. The concession stands are boarded up, the main gates are locked at dusk, and the only people left in the park are a few hardcore mountaineers, the occasional poacher, and the rangers tasked with making sure the wilderness doesn't swallow them whole. It began on a Tuesday morning. I was at the Hoh Rainforest Ranger Station, cleaning the mud off my Danner boots and drinking a cup of stale black coffee, when the station landline rang. It was Donna, the regional dispatcher over in Port Angeles. Her voice had that specific, tightly controlled cadence that always meant a missing person report had just crossed her desk. A 24-year-old software engineer named Julian Finch from Seattle had failed to return from a solo 5-day trek. He had registered for a wilderness permit to hike the Hoh River Trail up to the Blue Glacier, but his vehicle, a clean, silver Subaru Outback, had been found parked at the trailhead 3 days after his permit expired. His family hadn't heard from him in a week. In our line of work, a missing person report usually follows a predictable script. Most of the time, they simply miscalculated their pace, took a wrong turn at a washed-out switchback, or decided to camp out an extra night because the weather was nice. But October in the Olympics is not a time for casual delays. A massive low-pressure system was rolling in off the Pacific, promising 3 inches of rain and freezing temperatures in the upper elevations. If Julian Finch was still out there, sitting in a wet sleeping bag with hypothermia setting in, his window for survival was closing with every tick of the clock. I gathered my gear, my standard issue 24-hour pack, a Garmin InReach satellite communicator, a topographical map of the Mount Olympus quadrangle, a heavy-duty flashlight, and my Sig Sauer .40 caliber service pistol. Because of the weather and the shortage of personnel late in the season, I was the first unit deployed to do a rapid sweep search of the lower trail before a full search and rescue team could be assembled the following morning. I remember the smell of the air as I stepped out of the station. It was heavy, metallic, saturated with the scent of ozone and rotting vegetation. The sky was a uniform, bruised gray, and a fine, cold drizzle was already drifting down through the canopy, turning the moss into sodden green sponges. The first 6 miles of the Hoh River Trail are relatively flat, winding through monumental stands of Sitka spruce and Douglas fir. I moved at a brisk pace, my eyes scanning the mud for the distinct tread of a modern hiking boot. Julian's registration form noted he was wearing Salomon trail runners with a specific chevron pattern. For the first few miles, the trail was a mess of overlapping tracks from weekend day hikers. But as I pushed past the 5-mile island camp, the signs thinned out until there was only one set of fresh tracks heading east, deeper into the interior. They were Salomon chevrons, crisp and deep in the dark mire, accompanied by the twin circular punctures of trekking poles. He was moving fast, his stride long and even. By 2 in the afternoon, I had reached the Olympic National Park boundary, where the trail begins its steep, punishing ascent toward the high divide. The rain had intensified, changing from a drizzle to a steady, drumming downpour that blurred the green walls of the valley into a shifting smudge. The wind was picking up, groaning through the upper branches of the ancient trees, causing them to creak and sway like the masts of old ships. I stopped by a massive boulder near the riverbank to check my map and take a swallow of water. The Hoh River, usually a clear glacial blue, had turned into a muddy, raging torrent, choked with gray silt and tumbling logs that growled like distant thunder as they smashed against the rocks. It was here that the tracks did something unusual. The Salomon prints turned abruptly off the established trail, leading straight down into the dense brush toward the riverbank. There was no campsite here, no scenic viewpoint, nothing but a wall of salmonberry bushes and devil's club, a wicked, thorny plant that every local hiker knows to avoid. I pushed through the brush, the thorns tearing at my rain shell, following the crushed ferns and broken twigs. I found Julian's trekking poles first. They were plunged upright into the deep moss near the river's edge, standing perfectly parallel to one another, about 2 feet apart. It looked deliberate, like a pair of grave markers. A few feet beyond them, his tracks vanished into a gravel bar that was now partially submerged by the rising river. I stood there for a long time, the rain pelting the hood of my jacket, looking at those poles. It didn't make sense. If a hiker wanted to ford the river or get closer to the water, they would use their poles for stability. They wouldn't plant them neatly in the moss and walk away. I pulled my radio from my chest harness and keyed the mic. "Hoh Station, this is Ranger Vance, do you copy?" Static crackled in my earpiece, a harsh white noise that seemed to rise and fall with the wind. I waited, then tried again. "Hoh Station, this is Unit 4. I'm at mile marker 9 near the river bend. Found the subject's trekking poles abandoned by the water. No sign of the subject. Moving downriver to check the gravel bars. Over." Through the static, a voice broke through, but it was heavily distorted, the words stretching and warping as if underwater. "Advance, copy. Weather closing, advise, return." "Station, you're breaking up," I said, squinting through the rain. "I'm going to push a half-mile downstream along the bank before the light fails. If I don't find anything, I'll bivvy down at the Elk Creek shelter for the night. Inform SAR teams to look toward the river corridor tomorrow morning." There was another burst of static, and then the radio went completely dead. Not even the hiss of an open channel. I checked the battery indicator. It was full. I shook the unit, keyed it again, but it was inert. A cold prickle of unease rippled across my neck. In these deep valleys, radio blackouts are common due to the iron-rich basalt of the mountains. But the suddenness of it felt unnatural, like a line being cut. I turned my back on the trail and began to make my way along the river corridor. The going was brutal. The bank was a graveyard of fallen timber, slick with algae and river slime. Every step required absolute concentration. The darkness was bleeding into the forest early, the heavy storm clouds squeezing out what little daylight remained. The air grew perceptibly colder, my breath beginning to bloom in white plumes before me. After about 20 minutes of scrambling over slick logs, I smelled something that didn't belong in a wet forest. It wasn't the clean smell of pine or the sour smell of decay. It was a sharp, acrid scent like burnt hair and old tallow. It was faint but distinct, hanging in the damp pockets of air between the giant spruces. I slowed my pace, my hand instinctively dropping to the butt of my Sig Sauer. We have black bears on the peninsula, and we have cougars. but neither smells like a grease fire. The terrain here opened up into a small, horseshoe-shaped glade where the river had changed course decades ago, leaving behind a flat expanse of gray river cobblestones, surrounded by a dense wall of western red cedar. The trees here were different. Old, stunted, their branches twisted into grotesque weeping shapes that hung low to the ground. In the center of the glade, something was standing. My chest tightened. I stopped behind the root wad of a fallen cedar, peering through the roots. The shape was tall, easily 7 feet and completely motionless. As my eyes adjusted to the deepening gloom, the shape resolved into something that made my stomach turn. It wasn't an animal and it wasn't a person. It was a tower of woven willow branches and dried river reeds constructed into a rough humanoid silhouette. It was crude but complex, the branches woven together with a terrifying precision, tapering up to a narrow, pointed head. Around its base, arranged in a perfect, unbroken circle, were dozens of small white stones, each about the size of a fist. I stepped out from behind the root wad, my boots crunching softly on the gravel. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding incredibly small against the roar of the river. "Park Service. Anyone out here?" The forest offered no response. The wind had dropped entirely within the glade, creating a pocket of absolute stifling stillness. The only sound was the distant, dull thump of the river. I approached the structure slowly. As I got closer, the smell of burnt hair grew stronger, emanating directly from the woven reeds. I noticed something else. Tucked into the chest section of the branch man was a small, bright blue object. I reached out with a gloved hand and pulled it free. It was a waterproof match case made of high-visibility orange plastic. Stenciled onto the side in black marker were the initials JF. My heart gave a heavy, irregular thud. Julian had been here, but why would a missing, hypothermic hiker spend hours weaving a 7-foot effigy out of river reeds instead of building a shelter or a signal fire? The complexity of the weave would have taken hours, requiring dry hands and steady nerves. It didn't track with the behavior of someone lost and panicking. Then, from the deep timber at the edge of the glade, I heard the sound. It was a sharp, rhythmic clack, clack, clack. It sounded exactly like 2 heavy pieces of hardwood being struck together with immense force. The sound echoed through the valley, sharp as a rifle shot. I spun around, my flashlight instantly coming up, the beam cutting a bright path through the misty darkness. The light caught nothing but the gray trunks of the cedars and the long dripping curtains of moss. "Who's there?" I shouted, my hand unholstering my pistol now. "Identify yourself!" The clicking stopped. For 3 seconds there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then from a different direction entirely, maybe 50 yards to my left, up on the steep hillside, the sound repeated. Clack, clack, clack. It was faster this time. Louder, followed by a low vibrating hum that I didn't just hear. I felt it in my teeth. It was the sound a large animal makes when it's warning you off its territory. But it had a strange resonant quality, like a hollow wooden pipe being blown into. I didn't wait around. The light was almost entirely gone, and every instinct I had developed over a decade in the wilderness was screaming at me to get out of that clearing. I pocketed the match case, kept my pistol drawn, and began to back away from the woven structure. Keeping my flashlight trained on the dark tree line, I decided against trying to find my way back to the main trail in the dark. The terrain was too hazardous, and the rising river was already flooding the low-lying gravel bars I had used to get in. My best bet was the Elk Creek shelter, a 3-sided log lean-to built by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in the 1930s, located about a quarter-mile up the ridge. It was a sturdy structure, built into the lee of a massive rock outcrop, designed to give backcountry travelers a place to survive the worst of the coastal storms. As I climbed the ridge, the forest changed. The open glade gave way to a dense secondary growth of hemlock and fir, where the trees grew so close together that the branches interlaced, creating a solid wall of blackness. My flashlight beam seemed to be swallowed by the dark, wet needles, reflecting only the millions of tiny raindrops suspended in the air. The ascent was steep, and the ground was dangerously slick. Several times my boots slipped on the wet clay, sending me to my knees, my hands sinking into the cold, rotten leaves. And the whole time I climbed, I felt the unmistakable sensation of being followed. It wasn't the sound of footsteps, nothing was crashing through the brush behind me. but rather a series of subtle rhythmic shifts in the ambient sound of the woods. Every time I stopped to catch my breath, the forest around me would take an extra second to settle, as if something large was slowing its pace to match mine, stopping just out of sight behind the next trunk. I reached the Elk Creek shelter at approximately 5:30. The sight of the heavy hand-hewn cedar logs was an immense relief. The shelter was open on one side, facing away from the prevailing wind, with a dirt floor and a rough stone fireplace at the back. I scrambled inside, dropping my heavy pack onto the wooden sleeping platform. The first thing I did was try the radio again. Still dead. The screen wouldn't even illuminate. I pulled out my Garmin InReach, but the overhead canopy was too thick and the storm clouds too dense. The little device kept flashing its searching for satellites icon, unable to punch through to the sky. I was completely isolated. I used my flashlight to scan the interior of the shelter. It was clean, mostly empty except for a few dry pine needles and an old rusted tin can left behind by some long-dead hiker. But as I swept the beam across the back wall, where the cedar logs met the stone chimney, I froze. Scratched into the dark wood of the log, about 5 feet up, were dozens of small vertical marks. They weren't tally marks. They were symbols, rough, angular shapes that looked like broken twigs arranged into geometric patterns. And right below them, carved deep into the wood with what must have been a dull pocket knife, was a single word. Listen. The carving was fresh. The wood inside the cuts was bright and pale, showing no sign of the weathering or graying that happens within days in this damp climate. Small curls of cedar shave still clung to the edges of the letters. Julian had been here too. He had sat in this exact shelter, perhaps 24 hours before me, carving warnings into the walls. I sat down on the platform, my back against the log wall, my pistol resting on my knee. The rain was now a deafening roar on the cedar shake roof, a relentless drumming cadence that filled the night. The temperature was dropping fast. I could see the thick steam of my breath with every exhalation. I wanted to build a fire. There was a small pile of dry wood left in the corner of the shelter, but an overwhelming sense of caution stopped me. A fire would be a beacon. It would draw the eye of whatever was out there in the dark, and right now the dark was the only thing keeping me hidden. Hours passed. I checked my watch by the dim glow of my flashlight. It was 11:42. The storm showed no signs of abating. The wind was shrieking through the high ridges above, a wild, predatory sound that sounded like a chorus of distant voices. I was exhausted, the physical exertion of the day catching up to me. But every time my eyelids grew heavy, a sudden spike of adrenaline would snap me awake. Then, during a brief lull in the wind, I heard it. It wasn't the wood knocking this time. It was a voice. It was distant, coming from the deep ravine below the shelter, muffled by the sound of the rain, but unmistakable in its cadence. It was a man's voice, high and frantic, calling out a single word over and over again. Help. Help. Hello. Help. My body reacted before my brain did. I stood up, my flashlight in one hand, my pistol in the other, stepping to the edge of the shelter's open front. The sound was coming from the direction of the river glade where I had found the effigy. Julian, I called out into the dark, throwing my voice as hard as I could against the storm. Julian, is that you?
Stay where you are.
I have a light. The voice stopped instantly. I waited, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The silence stretched out, long and suffocating. The rain continued to fall, but the voice did not return. I stood at the lip of the shelter for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, my flashlight beam cutting through the downpour, searching the black wall of trees. Nothing moved. I was just about to step back inside when the voice came again, but this time it wasn't down in the ravine. It was closer. Much closer. It was right at the edge of the clearing, perhaps 30 yards away, hidden in the shadow of a massive spruce tree. Help. Help. Hello. Help. The cadence hadn't changed. The pitch hadn't changed. It was exactly the same volume, the same frantic tone, but the physical location of the sound had shifted a quarter mile in the span of a few seconds. And as I listened to it repeat the words, a cold, sickening realization began to settle in my gut. There was no emotion in the voice. When a human being is lost in the woods, cold and terrified, their voice cracks. It has variation, inflection, a desperate rhythm dictated by their breathing and their panic. This voice didn't have that. It sounded like a recording played on a loop. The pause between hello and help was exactly the same every single time. It was a perfect flat mimicry of a human voice, reproduced with mechanical accuracy but entirely devoid of human life. "Julian," I said, my voice dropping to a whisper, my knuckles turning white around the grip of my gun. "That's not you." The voice stopped mid-word. The syllable he hung in the air for a second, then snapped off. Then came the knocking. Clack, clack, clack. It came from the tree right next to the shelter. Then from the roof above me, clack, 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 then from the rocks behind the chimney. The sound was moving around the structure with impossible speed, a frantic, circling barrage of wooden strikes that seemed to shake the very logs of the cabin. I retreated to the back corner of the shelter, dropping to one knee, pointing my pistol at the open front. I pulled my flashlight back, holding it against my chest, minimizing my profile. The knocking grew louder, more erratic, until it sounded like a dozen people were standing around the shelter, smashing clubs against the walls. The smell of burnt hair and old tallow flooded the cabin, thick and suffocating, making my eyes water and my throat constrict. Through the open front of the shelter, I saw the fog begin to roll in. It wasn't the normal wispy mist of the rainforest. It was a dense, milky white vapor that crawled along the ground like a liquid, spilling over the log threshold and filling the floor of the cabin. In the faint, ambient light of the storm, I saw something break the line of the fog. It was a hand. Or rather, something shaped like a hand, but entirely wrong. It reached around the corner of the heavy log entryway, gripping the bark. It was long. The fingers were easily 8 or 9 inches apiece, thin as willow reeds, covered in a tight grayish-white skin that looked like the belly of a dead fish. There were no fingernails, just sharp-pointed tips of exposed bone. The fingers twitched, scratching against the rough cedar bark with a dry, clicking sound. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. My training, my logic, my understanding of the natural world, everything vanished, replaced by a primal, evolutionary terror that told me I was looking at something that had existed long before man ever walked these woods. The hand was followed by another. A second set of long reed-like fingers gripped the opposite side of the entryway. Something was pulling itself up from the steep slope below the shelter, using the logs for leverage. The head appeared next. It rose slowly out of the fog. It wasn't a face. It was a long, narrow skull, completely hairless, with skin the color of river clay stretched so tightly over the bone that the white of the cranium showed through. It had no nose, just 2 vertical slits between its eyes. And its eyes. They weren't the eyes of a mammal. They were large, perfectly round, and completely black, reflecting the dim gray light of the storm like pools of stagnant water. It had no eyelids. The black globes just stared into the darkness of the shelter, shifting slightly from side to side. The mouth was a wide, horizontal gash that stretched from one side of the skull to the other. It was slightly open, and through the gap, I could see rows of small, needle-like teeth yellowed and crowded together like the teeth of a deep-sea fish. It didn't look at me. It didn't seem to see me in the dark corner. Instead, it tilted its head to the side, its long gray neck stretching with a sickening, wet clicking sound as if it were listening. Then, its chest expanded, and from that wide, yellow-toothed mouth, my own voice came out. "Host station, this is Unit 4. I'm at mile marker 9 near the river bend. Found the subject's trekking poles." The playback was perfect. It had the exact scratchy metallic timbre of my radio transmission from hours before. It even included the sound of the wind and the faint click of the mic button at the end. The creature stood there, its fingers twitching against the wood, repeating my own words back into the empty cabin. I knew then, with an absolute terrifying certainty, that if I stayed in that corner I would die, not because the creature would tear me apart, though it looked more than capable of it, but because there was an active, malevolent intelligence working to hollow out my mind, to replace my reality with its own looping echoes. I didn't think about my target. I didn't think about park regulations. I brought my Sig Sauer up, aligned the night sights with the center of that gray, clay-colored skull, and squeezed the trigger 3 times. The reports of the .40 caliber rounds were deafening inside the log shelter, the muzzle flashes illuminating the space in brilliant blue-white strobes. The creature didn't scream. It didn't bleed. The impact of the heavy bullets tore chunks of gray, fibrous material out of its head and neck, material that looked less like flesh and more like compressed, wet peat moss. The force of the shots knocked the creature backward off the log threshold, and it tumbled down the steep, rocky slope into the darkness of the ravine. I didn't wait to see if it would get up. I grabbed my pack by the strap, scrambled over the threshold, and ran. I didn't follow the trail. I didn't care about the cliffs or the river or the midnight darkness. I simply ran down the ridge away from the shelter, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly off the trees as I crashed through the brush. The branches tore at my face, ripping my skin, my feet slipping and sliding over the wet rocks. Behind me, the forest went completely insane. The knocking started again, but it wasn't just one or two trees now. It was hundreds of them. A massive, rolling barrage of wood strikes that seemed to follow me down the mountain, moving through the canopy like a wave. And through the noise of the knocking, a dozen different voices began to call out from the dark. I heard Julian's voice. Help. Hello. Help. I heard my own voice. Ho station. This is Unit 4. I heard Donna's voice from dispatch. Vance, copy. Weather closing. And I heard other voices, voices of old men, of women, of children, all of them repeating fragments of phrases, distress calls and casual conversations, overlapping one another until the night was filled with a horrific, discordant choir of the missing. I ran until my lungs felt like they were filled with broken glass, until my knees buckled and I fell down a long, muddy embankment, crashing into the shallow water of a tributary creek. I scrambled into a small space beneath a massive, overhanging root wad of a living Douglas fir, pulling my knees to my chest, my gun pointed outward into the dark. I stayed there for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I listened to the voices circle the hill above me, their calls growing fainter as the hours wore on, until finally, around 4 a.m, the rain slowed to a drizzle and the woods fell into that absolute, heavy silence that always precedes the dawn. When the first light of morning filtered through the canopy, a pale, watery gray, I crawled out from under the roots. I was covered in mud. My clothes were soaked through and my face was mapped with bloody scratches. My radio was still dead, but my Garmin inReach finally found a signal through a break in the trees. I sent a simple text message to the station: emergency, need assistance. Mile 7 Bogachil Divide. 2 hours later, a flight crew from the Coast Guard spotted my signal flare and hoisted me out of the timber via helicopter. They found Julian Finch's body 3 days later. He wasn't down by the river and he hadn't fallen from a cliff. They found him 5 miles north of my position, deep in an unmapped valley that had no trails. He was sitting at the base of a massive cedar tree, his arms neatly folded in his lap. The official report stated he died of hypothermia brought on by exposure to the elements. The report omitted the fact that his boots had been removed and placed neatly next to him, filled to the brim with small white river stones. It also omitted the fact that his tongue had been cleanly removed, showing no signs of predator activity or decay. I resigned from the National Park Service the following Monday. I didn't give a 2-week notice and I didn't wait for my pension to fully vest. I packed my belongings into the back of my truck and drove away from the mountains, settling in a small, flat coastal town where the trees are short and the horizons are wide. I try not to think about what I saw. I try to tell myself that it was a hallucination, brought on by the isolation, the lack of sleep, and the carbon monoxide from the old chimney in the shelter. But there are things I cannot explain away. A month ago, I received a package in the mail. There was no return address, just a postmark from Forks, Washington. Inside the box was my old service radio, the one I had left behind in the Elk Creek shelter during my frantic flight. It was clean, the mud wiped away, the battery casing intact. I didn't want to touch it, but a strange, compulsive curiosity overcame me. I pressed the power button. The screen illuminated immediately, showing a full battery charge. I turned the volume knob up, expecting the hiss of static. There was no static. Instead, a voice came out of the small speaker. It was my own voice, clear and distinct, recorded with perfect fidelity. Ho station. This is Unit 4. I'm at mile marker 9, near the river bend. The recording played through to the end, then clicked. A second of silence followed. Then the recording started again. It has been playing on a loop ever since. I have removed the battery. I have smashed the casing with a hammer. I have thrown the pieces into the back of my closet, but every night, when the wind dies down and the house grows quiet, I can still hear it through the walls, my own voice calling out into the dark, waiting for an answer that I pray never comes. In the late autumn of 2016, Standard Park Service incident reports didn't have a checkbox for what happened along the upper drainage of the Bogachil River, and as far as the United States Department of the Interior is concerned, my resignation 4 months later was simply recorded as personal burnout. My name is Daniel Vance. I was 32 years old at the time, working as a permanent protection park ranger in the state of Washington, stationed primarily within the western sector of Olympic National Park. I am telling this now because the silence in my current home in eastern Oregon is never quite complete, and whenever the autumn rain hits the glass, I find myself checking the deadbolts twice, listening for the sound of my own voice coming from the tree line. To understand what happened out there, you have to understand what the Olympic Peninsula actually is. People see the glossy photographs in the travel brochures, the vibrant green carpets of club moss hanging from ancient big-leaf maples, the mist drifting off the Pacific Ocean, the pristine glacial rivers flowing down from Mount Olympus. They call it a wonderland, but when you wear the green and gray uniform and carry 20 pounds of law enforcement gear on your hip, you view that country differently. The Hoh and Bogachil valleys contain some of the dense old-growth temperate rainforest in North America. In those valleys, trees like western red cedar and Sitka spruce don't just grow tall, they grow ancient, reaching heights of over 200 feet with bases as wide as a two-car garage. Beneath that massive canopy, the forest exists in a perpetual twilight. The ground is a deep, spongy mattress of decaying nurse logs, ferns as tall as a man's chest, and rotting timber that has been piling up since the last ice age. It is a land of endless water, over 140 inches of rainfall a year, and when you walk 5 miles off the maintained trails, you are in a landscape that actively swallows sound, light, and human history. It was Tuesday, October 25th, when the report came through the dispatch terminal at the park headquarters in Port Angeles. I had spent the early morning in my small ranger cabin near Lake Crescent, drinking bitter diner coffee and filling out mundane timber theft patrol logs. Outside, a heavy Pacific squall was blowing in off the Strait of Juan de Fuca, driving a sheet of cold rain against the firs. The call was a welfare check that had slowly morphed into an overdue backcountry search. A 41-year-old field researcher and independent bioacoustician named Marcus Thorne had entered the Bogachil wilderness 6 days earlier. Thorne was a Seattle resident who had secured a limited research permit to record avian and ecological soundscapes in undisturbed old-growth stands. He was scheduled to check in with his wife by satellite messenger on the evening of October 23rd. No signal had been sent. His vehicle, a dark green Subaru Outback, was still parked at the remote trailhead at the end of Undy Road, past the park boundary. My supervisor assigned me to lead the initial hasty search. Because of the rugged terrain and the forecasted storm, I was paired with Warren Wren Hayes. Wren was 56 years old, a 30-year veteran of the National Park Service, who had spent his entire career in the Pacific Northwest. He was a broad-shouldered, quiet man with graying stubble and deep crow's feet around his eyes from decades of squinting through rain and high-altitude glare. Wren knew every game trail, abandoned CCC shelter and drainage ditch between Nia Bay and the Kinole Valley. He was not a man given to imagination or theatrical worry. When Wren picked up his pack, he checked his radio battery, slipped a box of shotgun slugs into his vest pocket, and said only, "Rain's coming down hard up top. We better move before the creeks blow out." We took my department-issued Ford F-350 patrol truck down Highway 101, turning off onto the gravel logging roads that weave through the state timberlands toward the national park boundary. The rain was continuous, a steady slate-gray sheet that rattled against the aluminum hood and set the windshield wipers pounding in a rhythmic, monotonous slap. The dirt road narrowed, pinched by towering hemlocks and massive Douglas firs whose lower branches dripped with sodden moss. We found Thorne's Subaru parked in the small turnaround loop at the end of the road. The vehicle was cold, covered in a slick layer of fallen yellow maple leaves and pine needles. I walked around the perimeter with a heavy flashlight while Wren checked the vehicle's identification number against our dispatch paperwork. "Engine's ice cold," I said, shining my light through the wet driver's side window. "Looks like it's been sitting since he parked it. Gear inside is clean." He took his backcountry kit, left his street clothes, and an extra duffel. Wren pulled out a heavy steel pry tool from his rig, but after checking the door handles, found the rear hatch unlocked. He lifted the tailgate, the smell of damp carpet and stale coffee wafting out into the chilly mountain air. On the rubber floor mat sat an empty thermos, a half-eaten box of energy bars, and a yellow legal pad filled with handwritten field notes. Wren picked up the pad, turning the pages carefully with his gloved hands while I held the light over his shoulder. The early entries were standard field notations, coordinates for microphone placements, wind speeds, ambient temperature readings, and species identification notes for varied thrushes and Pacific wrens. But as the dates progressed toward October 21st, the writing transformed from a neat cursive into a jagged, hurried scrawl. "Look at this," Wren muttered, tapping his thumb against the paper. I leaned in close. The entry for October 22nd read, "Acoustic drop observed again in Sector 4. Not wind shadow. Barometric pressure steady, but localized ambient noise dropped by over 24 decibels in under 3 seconds. No bird calls. No wind in the upper canopy. Total acoustic dead zone approximately 80 yards wide. It doesn't move with the wind. It stays in place like a hole in the air." Below that, dated October 23rd at 3:15 a.m., was a single line, written so hard the pen had torn through the yellow paper. "It isn't a dead zone. It's absorbing the sound." It played my own throat back to me from the draw. Wren closed the notepad and slid it into a zip-top plastic bag, placing it securely inside his waterproof jacket. He didn't say anything, but his jaw tightened. He looked past the Subaru into the black wall of timber, where the maintained trail vanished beneath a tunnel of dripping sword ferns. "Grab the 24-hour packs," Wren said, his voice flat and practical. "We'll trek up to his registered camp at the 8-mile marker. If he's injured or pinned down by a fallen snag, he'll be near his rig line." We geared up in silence. Standard NPS protocol for backcountry search and rescue requires heavy yellow rain jackets, high-visibility pack covers, radio harnesses, first aid kits, map cases, and emergency survival bivouacs. I hooked a heavy-duty portable radio to my chest harness, checked the battery indicator, and performed a quick radio check with dispatch. "Port Angeles. Ranger Vance. En route on foot from Bogachiel Trailhead. Heading east toward River Mile 8. Comms may be intermittent due to canopy and topography. Over." "Copy," Vance, the crackling voice, replied through the speaker. "Next check-in scheduled for 1800 hours. Be advised, atmospheric flood warning in effect for eastern Clallam County through tomorrow afternoon. Watch the river levels." "Copy that. Out." We stepped off the gravel and onto the soil of the trail. Instantly, the modern world vanished. The canopy above was so thick that the rain didn't fall in individual drops. It condensed on the high needles and fell in heavy, deliberate plops that struck our hood fabric like small pebbles. The smell was overpowering, a rich, thick mixture of wet slate, ozone, rotting vegetation, and the bitter scent of wet cedar bark. For the first 4 miles, the trail followed the lower contours of the riverbank. The Bogachiel River was to our left, a wide, milk-green torrent swollen with glacial runoff and silt, churning violently over gray boulders. The sound of the river was a constant, low roar that vibrated through the soles of our rubber-soled boots. As we pushed deeper into the old growth, the trail grew fainter, choked by sprawling ferns and massive fallen timber that required us to scramble over slippery bark 6 feet above the forest floor. Wren led the way, his eyes methodically scanning the muddy trail for boot prints. "He's wearing Vibram soles," Wren noted, stopping near a wet patch of mud between two massive hemlock roots. He pointed down with his trekking pole. Size 10 or 11. Deep lug pattern. Heading east. Impressions are deep, which means he was carrying a full pack. These tracks are maybe 2 days old. Rain's washed out the edges, but they're his. We kept moving. The twilight of the forest began to deepen as 4 o'clock approached. In the Pacific Northwest autumn, night doesn't fall slowly. It drops like a heavy, sodden blanket over the mountains, smothered by the perpetual cloud deck overhead. By 5:30, we were roughly 7 miles from the trailhead. The air had turned bitterly cold, dropping down toward the mid-30s, and our breath rose in thick plumes of white vapor beneath our headlamps. We turned off our lights periodically to save battery, relying on the pale, ghostly gray light that still filtered through the high treetops. That was when we saw the first physical anomaly on the trail. We were crossing a narrow bench above a dry creek bed when Wren suddenly stopped, lifting his hand. I froze behind him, my hand instinctively resting on the butt of my sidearm. "What do you have?" I asked in a low voice. Wren didn't answer right away. He stepped off the faint path and approached a massive western red cedar that stood at the edge of the embankment. The tree was easily 8 feet in diameter, its red-brown bark deeply furrowed by centuries of growth. "Look at the blaze," Wren said. In national parks, trail crews sometimes mark wilderness corridors with subtle cuts in the bark or painted markers, but this wasn't a standard Park Service blaze. Starting about 7 feet up the trunk of the cedar and extending upward toward the canopy, long, hair-thin slivers of the tree's outer bark had been carefully peeled away. They hadn't been chopped with an axe or gouged by a bear's claws. The wood had been lifted outward in long, continuous ribbon-like strips, dangling upside down against the grain like peeled skin. I reached out with a gloved finger and touched one of the hanging strips. The wood underneath was fresh, pale yellow and sticky with fresh resin. "A bear didn't do this," I murmured. Bears claw horizontally or scratch downwards to mark territory. This was pulled upward. And look how thin these ribbons are. It's like someone used a razor blade to pull the wood fiber out. "Look at the height," Wren added, pointing his flashlight higher up the trunk. The peeled strips continued upward, past 8 feet, past 10 feet, past 12 feet, disappearing into the dark moss hanging from the upper boughs. No human standing on the steep slope could have reached that high without an extension ladder. Maybe a windfall branch swept down it during a blowdown? I suggested, though even as I said it, I knew how weak the explanation sounded. The bark surrounding the peeled strips was entirely unmarred. There were no impact marks, no snapped twigs on the surrounding brush. Wren shook his head. "Let's keep moving. We're close to Thorne's mapped campsite." 10 minutes later, we broke through a dense thicket of salmonberry bushes and stepped into a small, flat clearing situated on a terrace 20 feet above the river. "Target sighted," I said, shining my flashlight beam across the glade. Marcus Thorne's campsite was set up in the middle of the clearing. His green 3-season dome tent stood anchored between 2 young fir trees. The rainfly was taut, pinned down securely with heavy aluminum stakes. A silver reflective tarp was slung neatly over a low branch to create a dry porch area above the tent door. "Mr. Thorne," Wren called out, his voice booming across the clearing, swallowed almost instantly by the vastness of the surrounding woods. "National Park Service search and rescue. Is anyone in the tent?" Silence. Only the heavy, rhythmic dripping of the trees and the distant, muffled rumble of the Bogachil River. We approached the tent cautiously. My heart was pounding against my ribs with an old, familiar instinct that had nothing to do with training manuals. Something about the scene felt unnatural. The campsite was entirely too tidy. There were no loose items, no scattered food wrappers, no gear bags resting under the tarp. Everything was put away. "I'm going to open the fly," I said, crouching near the tent door. I unzipped the outer rainfly. The zipper made a loud, sharp tearing sound in the heavy quiet. I pulled the fabric back and shined my flashlight inside the main tent compartment. "Empty," I called out. The inside of the tent was dry and meticulously organized. A foam sleeping pad was laid out on the floor, topped by an unrolled winter sleeping bag. On top of the sleeping bag rested an open notebook, a headlamp with its lens face down, and a compact digital audio recorder, a high-end sound devices field unit connected to 2 external boundary microphones that had been routed outside through the tent's cable port. He didn't abandon this camp in a hurry, Ren said, kneeling beside me to examine the interior. His sleeping bag is dry. His warm fleece layer is sitting right there folded on his pack. Ren, I said, pointing down at the ground outside the tent entrance. Look at the guy lines. When you pitch a tent in heavy rain, you stake the guy lines far out to keep the rain fly away from the inner tent body. Thorn had done that, but the heavy paracord lines were no longer tied to the stakes. The knots had been deliberately, intricately untied. The cords were laid out flat on the muddy ground in perfectly straight parallel lines, pointing radially away from the tent like spokes on a wheel. Beside the tent door sat Thorn's heavy leather hiking boots. They were standing upright in the mud, neatly placed side by side. Rainwater had collected inside them, filling them to the brim, but they hadn't been thrown down or kicked off in a rush. They were placed precisely, pointing toward the dark wall of timber at the eastern edge of the clearing. Why would a guy walk out of a warm tent in the middle of an Olympic Peninsula October rainstorm without his boots or his warm fleece? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Ren didn't answer immediately. He picked up the sound device's digital audio recorder from inside the tent. The unit's power display was dark, the lithium battery drained from days of continuous operation in the cold. He left his recording gear running, Ren said, turning the metallic box over in his hands. He brought extra battery packs. There's an external port right here. Ren reached into his own field pack, pulling out a heavy portable power bank and a multi-adapter cable. He plugged the cord into the field recorder. The small LED screen flickered to life, glowing a cool pale blue against the dark of the tent. It's got a playback speaker built into the casing, Ren noted. Let's see what he was listening to. We sat back on our heels inside the vestibule of the tent, shielded from the steady drizzle. The small blue screen showed a file list containing dozens of audio tracks labeled by date and time. Ren scrolled down to the final recorded file. It was dated October 23rd, time-stamped at 2:48 a.m. The file length was nearly 40 minutes long. Ren hit the play button. The small speaker produced a faint hiss of tape noise, followed by the rich, multi-layered sound of a rainforest at night. You could hear the constant, gentle drumming of rain on the nylon tent fly, the distant, muffled rushing of the Bogachiel River, and the occasional creak of high tree trunks swaying in the upper atmosphere wind. For the first 4 minutes, nothing changed. It was just ambient forest noise. Then, at the 4:12 mark, something happened on the recording that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The rain sound didn't fade out. It didn't stop because the weather changed. It was snapped off, instantly, cleanly, as if an engineer in a studio had dragged a master volume slider from 100 down to 0 in a fraction of a second. On the recording, the sudden absence of sound was so violent it felt like a physical impact. The rain was gone. The river sound was gone. The rustle of the wind vanished completely. The audio file was filled with a thick, dead silence so absolute you could hear the faint electronic hum of the recorder's internal preamps. A few seconds later, Thorn's voice came through the speaker. He was speaking in a quiet, frantic whisper, his mouth clearly inches from the internal microphone. It's 2:52 a.m., Thorn whispered on the tape. His breathing was fast, shallow, and ragged. The ambient noise floor just dropped to absolute 0. My decibel meter is reading nothing. I can hear my own heartbeat in my ears. The rain is still hitting the tent fly. I can see the canvas flexing from the water drops, but there is no impact sound. None. It's moving through a vacuum. On the recording, there was a long pause. The sound of Thorn shivering was audible. It's standing near the eastern guy lines. Thorn's voice continued, dropping even lower. It didn't make a footstep coming in. But I can hear. I can hear the air moving around it. It smells like electric ozone and old pond silt. Another 10 seconds of dead silence stretched out through the small speaker. Ren and I sat frozen in the dripping glade, our headlamps illuminating the faint mist rising from our own clothing. Then, on the tape, a new sound emerged. It was not an animal sound. It was not a mechanical sound. It sounded like 2 dry wooden planks being rubbed together in a rhythmic, dragging cadence. Click-slide, click-slide, click-slide. The dragging sound moved around the perimeter of Thorn's tent. Then it stopped right outside the fabric door. A voice came through the recorder's speaker. "It's 2:52 a.m., the voice said. My heart jumped into my throat. The voice on the recording was Marcus Thorne's voice. It had the exact same timbre, the same slight Pacific Northwest accent, the same dry rasp, but the cadence was wrong. The words were spaced out with unnatural mechanical precision, every syllable spoken at the exact same volume and pitch without human cadence or breath. The ambient, noise, floor, just dropped. The voice outside the tent repeated, echoing Thorne's earlier words back to him word for word like a distorted playback. On the recording, we heard Thorne let out a choked, terrified sob. The sound of a sleeping bag rustling violently followed as he backed away toward the rear wall of the tent. "Who are you?" Thorne's recorded voice cried out from inside the tent. "What do you want?" The voice outside the tent didn't answer the question. Instead, it produced a long, high-pitched frequency, a clear, pure sine wave tone that vibrated through the small speaker, causing the audio to distort severely. Then came the sound of the tent zipper. It didn't unzip fast. It was pulled down millimeter by millimeter, a slow, agonizing metallic rasp that lasted for over 2 minutes. On the recording, Thorne didn't scream. He began to whisper a frantic, senseless sequence of numbers. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23. The recording abruptly cut to pure static, then ended. Wren reached out with a trembling hand and turned the recorder off. The pale blue light vanished. The glade around us was dead silent. I hadn't realized it while we were listening to the tape, but at some point during the playback, the natural background noise of our own environment had altered. I turned my head slowly, looking out into the pitch-black woods surrounding our position. The roar of the Bogachil River, the deafening, white noise rumble that had accompanied us for 8 miles, was gone. The heavy rain was still falling. I could feel the wet drops hitting the high-visibility fabric of my yellow hood. I could see the water splashing against the black, muddy soil between my boots. But there was no sound. The drops fell in total suffocating silence. "Wren," I said. My voice didn't carry. It didn't bounce off the giant cedar trunks or echo through the river terrace. The words felt heavy, thick, flat, falling out of my mouth and dropping straight to the ground like lead weights. Wren was standing up now, his hands gripped tightly around his heavy Remington 870 shotgun. His face was pale in the beam of my headlamp, his eyes wide and tracking something in the dark beyond the clearing. He didn't speak. He pointed his finger toward the eastern edge of the campsite. At the tree line, roughly 30 yards away, stood a giant western red cedar, the same tree species we had seen earlier with the strange, upward-peeled bark. Standing in the shadow of the cedar's buttressed roots was a shape. It was impossibly tall, easily 9 or 10 feet in height, but extraordinarily narrow, no wider than a dry fence post. In the pale beam of our flashlights, it didn't look like skin or fur. Its exterior was covered in long, vertical strips of dark, fiber-like material that resembled the rough, peeled bark of the cedar trees hanging down in damp, shivering ribbons that moved even though there was no wind. It had no visible face, no distinct eyes or mouth that I could define in the shifting mist, but it was watching us. I could feel a sudden, terrifying pressure behind my eyeballs, a sharp drop in barometric pressure that made my ears pop violently, like a plane dropping 10,000 feet in a sudden downdraft. My hand was glued to my sidearm, but my fingers felt numb, detached from my brain, useless inside my wet leather gloves. The figure didn't charge. It didn't roar. It shifted its position with a fluid, silent geometry that defied the heavy brush beneath it. It leaned sideways, farther than any living spine should allow, bending at a sharp 45-degree angle from the waist, its top half hovering motionless over a thicket of razor-sharp devil's club. Then, from the darkness surrounding that thin, bark-covered shape, a voice spoke into the dead air. "Port Angeles. Ranger Vance," the voice said. It was my own voice. It was my precise voice carrying the exact cadence, pitch, and flat radio static of the transmission I had made to dispatch hours earlier from the trailhead. En route on foot. From Bogachil Trailhead, heading east and over. The words didn't come from a mouth. They came from the air itself, radiating out from the trees surrounding the clearing, perfectly balanced from every direction at once so that my ears could not pinpoint the physical source of the sound. Wren raised his shotgun to his shoulder, his body shaking violently. "Get back!" Ren screamed at the woods.
Get the hell back!
His voice was thin, muffled, swallowed instantly by the unnatural vacuum that surrounded us. The tall shape in the trees didn't flinch at Ren's shout. It straightened up slowly, its long, bark-ribboned limbs folding back into the dark vertical lines of the cedar trunk. Then, the acoustic field snapped back. The return of the sound was like a physical shockwave. The roar of the flooding Bogachil River, the heavy drum of rain on the tent fly, the howl of the storm wind tearing through the high canopy. It all rushed back into our ears simultaneously with a deafening, terrifying roar that made me drop to one knee in the mud, clutching the sides of my head. When I looked back up toward the cedar tree, the clearing was empty. There was only the rain, the mud, and the swaying black branches of the old-growth timber stretching up into the weeping night sky. We did not spend the night at River Mile 8 protocol. Dictates that rangers in distress or facing unsafe conditions establish a secure bivouac and await daylight or reinforcements. But protocols are written by men sitting in warm, brightly lit offices in Washington, D.C., who have never felt the air go vacuum dead while their own voice is read back to them by something standing 10 feet tall in the timber. Ren and I packed Thorne's audio recorder into my watertight bag, abandoned his tent and gear, and began a desperate, nightmarish retreat back down the Bogachil Trail. The trek back was a blur of mud, blinding rain, and raw terror. The storm had reached its peak. The small, clear tributary creeks we had crossed so easily 6 hours earlier had transformed into waist-deep torrents of brown water choked with floating logs and debris. We walked side by side, our flashlights sweeping continuously from side to side, checking the canopy, the brush, and the towering dark trunks that pressed against the narrow path. Every few hundred yards I would feel that sudden, agonizing drop in ear pressure, a subtle warning that the air was thickening, and we would sprint through the dark until the sound of the river returned to our ears. We reached the trailhead F-350 at 3:40 a.m. Ren fell into the passenger seat, his clothes soaked through, his heavy hands trembling so violently he couldn't key the radio microphone. I threw the truck into gear, spun the tires in the deep gravel, and tore down the logging road away from the park boundary, never looking back in the rearview mirror. We reached the district station in Port Angeles by daybreak. What followed was a slow, bureaucratic disaster. We submitted our official logs. We submitted Thorne's field pad and the sound device's audio unit. But when the regional search commander listened to the digital file in the clean, dry conference room of the headquarters building, the file was corrupted. The track played for 4 minutes, the ambient forest sounds, the soft rain, and then devolved into a long, continuous burst of high-frequency white noise that the IT techs claimed was the result of a lithium battery failure in sub-freezing temperatures. They found no tall shapes in the woods. They found no torn cedar bark that couldn't be explained away by wildlife officers as an unusually high bear mark or territorial scraping by an elk herd. Full SAR operation was launched 2 days later when the storm front passed. Over 40 search personnel, 3 helicopter units from Coast Guard Air Station Port Angeles, and 2 specialized K-9 units swept the Bogachil wilderness for a week. They found Thorne's campsite exactly as we had left it. The scent dogs dragged their handlers straight to the edge of the clearing near the large cedar tree, and then refused to go any farther. The handlers reported that the dogs pressed themselves flat against the muddy earth, whining and defecating in fear, refusing every command to enter the dark draw to the east. Marcus Thorne was never found. He joined the long, silent list of people who have vanished without a trace inside the vast, green shadows of the American wilderness. Ren retired 3 weeks after the search was officially suspended. He moved out of Washington state entirely, buying a small parcel of dry desert land in southern Arizona, where there are no trees, no rain, and no canopy to filter the sun. He doesn't answer his phone anymore. I stayed on for 4 more months, but I was no longer fit for the uniform. Every time I was assigned to a backcountry patrol, every time the rain started falling and the forest fell quiet, I found myself stopping on the trail holding my breath, waiting for the ambient noise to drop. I left the Park Service in February 2017. I live in eastern Oregon now, in the dry, flat country where the sagebrush grows low to the red dirt, and you can see the horizon for 20 miles in every direction. It's a quiet life. I work for a commercial farm supply store. I don't go hiking. I don't camp. I don't own a rain jacket with a hood that covers my ears. But some nights, when a cold Pacific storm manages to push over the Cascade Mountains and the rain starts dripping off the tin roof of my porch, I sit near the window with the lights off. And every now and then, right before I fall asleep, the faint sound of the water hitting the glass will suddenly stop. The room will grow cold, my ears will pop from a sudden drop in pressure, and from the quiet dark of the driveway I will hear a voice, my own voice, calling out from the edge of the dry sagebrush, repeating words I haven't spoken in years. My name is David Miller Vance. I am 38 years old, and for 11 years I worked as a backcountry search and rescue park ranger for the United States National Park Service in the state of Washington. The events I am writing down here took place in the late summer and early autumn of 2016, specifically between the 28th of August and the 9th of September. I have kept these details out of official incident logs, out of missing persons reports, and out of the depositions I signed before hand-delivering my resignation to the superintendent's office in Port Angeles. I live now in a small, rented cedar shingle cottage on the outskirts of Hoquiam, close enough to the Pacific Ocean that the sound of the surf drowns out the rustle of the coastal forest behind my backyard. I keep my distance from the timberline now. I do not carry a VHF handheld radio anymore. I do not keep a receiver on my nightstand, and I turn off my television set the moment a program cuts to static. But late at night, when the coastal fog comes rolling off Gray's Harbor and thickens against my living room windows, I can still hear the quiet metallic click of a handheld transmitter opening a line, and I feel compelled to put all of this into words before my memory turns it into something I can convince myself was just a breakdown brought on by exhaustion and cold. To understand what happened out there, you have to understand the geography of the Olympic Peninsula, specifically the Queets River Valley. Most tourists who visit Olympic National Park go to the Hoh Rainforest or Lake Crescent. They stick to the paved loops, the visitor center boardwalks, and the well-maintained nature trails where the trees are tagged and the footbridges have sturdy handrails. The Queets is different. It sits on the southwestern flank of the Olympic Range, cut off from the main highway by miles of unpaved, potholed forestry roads that turn into slick, axle-deep mud the moment the seasonal downpours begin in late August. It is one of the wettest, most solitary temperate rainforests on the North American continent, receiving upwards of 140 inches of rainfall a year. The timber in the Queets isn't just old. It is ancient. We are talking about Sitka spruce and Douglas fir trees that were already 300 years old when the United States was founded, towering over 200 feet into the overcast sky, their trunks 6 to 8 feet thick at the base, draped in dense curtains of moss and hanging club lichen. The forest floor is a chaotic, impenetrable labyrinth of nurse logs, rotting giant trunks lying horizontal that have sprouted new trees along their spines, and massive, thick stands of devil's club, a plant whose thick stalks are covered in brittle, venomous spines that will puncture heavy canvas work pants and leave your skin inflamed for days. Back in 2016, I was stationed out of the Queets Ranger Station, a isolated, 2-room cedar cabin located at the end of the Upper Valley Road. My job was straightforward on paper. I maintained trail corridors, cleared blown-down timber with a crosscut saw, monitored backcountry river conditions, and led search and rescue sweeps whenever a hiker failed to check in at the registered trailhead board. It was quiet, physical work, and I preferred it that way. I lived alone in a small trailer near the station, spending my evenings cleaning my gear, reading topographic quadrangle maps and listening to the soft, steady patter of precipitation hitting the aluminum roof. My primary partner on backcountry sweeps was a man named Marcus Thorne. Marcus was 52 at the time, a veteran ranger who had spent nearly 3 decades in the Olympic interior. He was a broad-shouldered, quiet man born in Mason County, with silver-streaked hair, weather-beaten skin, and a voice that sounded like river gravel turning under heavy current. Marcus knew every drain, every unmapped timber chute, every old civilian conservation corps trail that had been abandoned back in the 1930s and reclaimed by the moss. He was not a man given to wild stories or romantic notions about the wilderness. To Marcus, the forest was simply an unyielding machine, a massive, indifferent environment that would kill you through hypothermia, foot rot, or a falling snag if you stopped paying attention to what you were doing for even 10 minutes. The season had been unusually quiet until the last week of August. The high country was just beginning to feel the first bite of early autumn with cold, heavy cloud banks hanging low over the peaks of Mount Tom and the Kilkelly Ridge. On the afternoon of Sunday, August 28th, dispatch at Port Angeles contacted our station over the secondary VHF channel. A gray Subaru Outback had been sitting in the dirt parking area at the end of the Queets River Trail for 4 days, past its registered wilderness permit departure date. The vehicle belonged to a 29-year-old man from Seattle named Julian Miller. According to the permit log, Miller was an amateur cartographer and experienced solo backpacker who had checked in for a 3-night trip to map historic trail blazes along the upper reaches of the Queets River, near its confluence with Pelton Creek. He was equipped with standard 3-season gear, a bright orange 2-person tent, a 0-degree synth-fill sleeping bag, a portable water filtration system, and enough freeze-dried rations for 4 days. He was overdue by nearly 96 hours. Vance Thorne, "We've got a family call-in on this Miller kid," Sarah Ellis, the lead dispatcher at Port Angeles, said through the crackling speaker of our base station. His sister called the regional office 2 hours ago. He missed his shift at a landscape architecture firm in Seattle this morning, and his phone is pinging dead on the last tower near Amanda Park. We need a ground hasty search initiated from the trailhead up to the Pelton Creek shelter. Understood? Sarah, Marcus replied, grabbing his weather-resistant grease pencil to mark the grid coordinates on our laminated desk map. What's his PLB status? Any emergency satellite beacon activated? Negative, Sarah's voice came back, accompanied by the faint rhythmic hiss of atmospheric static from the ridgetop repeater on Mount Vision. No signal from an in-reach or spot unit. He listed a handheld marine band radio receiver on his equipment manifest, but no transmitter code. Expect total radio shadow once you pass the second river ford. Copy that. Vance and I are packing 60-pound sweep kits. We'll establish a spike camp at the 6-mile marker near the old cable crossing, Marcus said. We'll report back at the 2100-hour mark via the high-frequency repeater on Huelsdonk Ridge. We loaded our internal frame backpacks with emergency medical supplies, 48 hours of operational rations, heavy tarps, thermal stretchers, flare kits, climbing rope, and our standard-issue Motorola XTS 2-way radios. I checked my belt holster, ensuring my 10mm Glock 20 was secured in its thumb brake holster, standard issue for bear safety in the dense brush, while Marcus racked his lever-action Ruger 44 Magnum rifle, slid it into its oiled leather scabbard, and strapped it to the side of his pack. We locked the station doors, stepped out into the steady, tepid drizzle, and walked past the trailhead sign into the dark, towering gloom of the rainforest. The first 3 miles along the Queets River Trail were easy, well-trodden ground. The trail hugged the northern bank of the glacial river, winding through massive stands of Sitka spruce and bigleaf maple, whose leaves were already turning a pale, sickly yellow at the edges. The sound of the river was our constant companion, a heavy, muffled roar of silt-laden gray water rushing over smooth river cobble. But as we crossed the boundary into the wilderness area at mile 4, the trail deteriorated rapidly. Decades of deferred maintenance had left the path overgrown with waist-high sword ferns, slippery slide alder, and fallen old-growth timber that required us to climb over 12-foot-high mossy trunks, wet with condensation. By 6 o'clock that evening, the daylight was fading fast. Under the dense 3-tiered canopy of the rainforest, dusk comes early and hard. The sky above the tree crowns was a pale, unbroken sheet of iron-gray fog, but down on the forest floor, the darkness was settling into the deep draws and mossy hollows with a palpable heavy weight. The air was cool, around 48 degrees Fahrenheit, and smelled overwhelmingly of wet earth, decaying cedar, and the sharp iron-like scent of wet river moss. We reached the vicinity of Pelton Creek around 7:30. The terrain here was rugged, cut through by steep, muddy bluffs where the river carved into the hillsides. Marcus stopped near a high gravel bar studded with massive driftwood logs, bleached spruce trunks piled up by spring floods like giant jackstraws. "Look here, Vance," Marcus said, pausing and pointing his trekking pole at the muddy rim of the main trail. I stepped closer, pulling my flashlight from my chest harness and shining its narrow beam onto the saturated soil. Pressed deep into the dark mud was a clear boot print, a Vibram lug pattern size 10 or 11, fresh enough that water hadn't completely filled the heel cup yet. Beside it, however, was something that made me frown. "He's stepping off the trail," I remarked, bending down to look closer. "Why would he step off into the Devil's Club? The trail clearance is clear for another quarter-mile up to the shelter." "He didn't just step off," Marcus said softly, his eyes scanning the impenetrable wall of brush that rose straight up the bluff to our left. "He lunged off. Look at the heel depth. He was leaning back like he was trying to dodge something or pulling himself up the bank by the fern roots." We called out Julian Miller's name into the gloom, using our loudest operational search voice, a deep, rhythmic chest call designed to carry through the thick timber. "Julian, National Park Service Search and Rescue. Julian!" We waited, listening. In the Pacific Northwest woods, when you stop talking, the silence doesn't just return. It presses in on your ears. The only sound was the steady, hypnotic drip, drip, drip of rainwater falling from the upper branches 80 feet above us, hitting our waterproof Gore-Tex hoods, and the low, muffled churn of the river 30 yards to our right. No echo came back. The timber absorbed our calls like a thick wool blanket thrown over a speaker. We pushed another 200 yards off the main trail, following broken fern fronds and scraped moss along a narrow elk trail that cut upward into the steep, unmapped drainage of Pelton Creek. The terrain grew punishingly steep. The mud was slick as grease, forcing us to haul ourselves up by grabbing young hemlock trunks and slick roots. At 20 minutes past 8, we found Julian Miller's campsite. It was located in a tiny, claustrophobic clearing between 4 massive, ancient red cedars whose root butts formed natural wooden walls 6 feet high. The setup was, at first glance, completely orderly. A bright orange 2-person backpacking tent was pitched on a flat bed of dry cedar needles. The guy lines were staked out tight. The rainfly was pulled taut, and a lightweight aluminum backpacking stove sat on a flat river stone near the tent vestibule, completely dry. "Julian," Marcus called again, stepping cautiously into the clearing, his right hand resting habitually on the grip of his slung rifle. "Julian, this is Park Service, SAR. We're coming into your camp." There was no answer. I stepped past Marcus, unzipped the front door of the tent, and clicked my flashlight to its highest beam setting, shining the light into the interior. "He's not here," I said. "Gear's all inside, though." The interior of the tent was pristine. A blue foam sleeping pad was laid out with an unrolled 0-degree sleeping bag on top. A yellow waterproof dry bag sat in the corner, containing his extra synthetic clothing layers, a half-empty bag of trail mix, 3 energy bars, and a neatly folded USGS topographical map of the Queets Quadrangle. On the map, a line had been drawn in red ballpoint pen tracking his route up the river. The line stopped abruptly at the mouth of the Pelton Creek drainage right where we were standing. Marcus leaned into the vestibule, his face pale in the stark white beam of my headlamp. "Look at his footwear, Vance." I looked down at the entrance of the tent. Sitting neatly in the small dry area beneath the vestibule fly were Julian Miller's hiking boots. They were high-end waterproof leather boots laced up to the ankle, thoroughly caked in dry mud. Beside them sat 2 pairs of thick wool socks rolled neatly into balls. Why the hell would he leave his boots? I muttered, leaning down to touch the leather. If he went out to take a leak at night, he'd at least slip his boots on or wear camp shoes. He didn't even have sandals in his pack. "Look at the direction they're facing," Marcus said. His voice had dropped to a low, tight whisper. The boots weren't pointing outward toward the trail, as if he had kicked them off while crawling into the tent. They were placed side by side, perfectly aligned, pointing directly at the back wall of the tent, facing straight into a thick, unbroken wall of virgin old-growth timber where the slope rose up into the dark, sheer cliffs of the ridge above. I stood up and swept my light beam around the perimeter of the camp. "Julian's phone is here," I said, picking up a small black smartphone that sat on a flat log next to the tent door. The battery was dead, but lying right next to the phone was a small silver handheld radio receiver, a portable multiband weather and shortwave radio unit. The radio was turned on. Its tiny LCD screen glowed with a faint dying orange backdrop. The dial was not set to any emergency band, NOAA weather channel, or standard park frequency. It was set to an empty, unassigned frequency, A dead channel that emitted nothing but a steady, high-pitched static hum, punctuated every 3 or 4 seconds by a subtle, mechanical-sounding click. "Turn that damn thing off," Marcus said, his eyes scanning the dark canopy overhead. I reached down and switched the dial to off. The sudden silence that followed felt absolute, almost physical, like air pressure dropping rapidly in a sealed chamber. "We set up our spike camp here," Marcus decided, dropping his heavy pack near the base of the largest cedar. "It's dark. The terrain above this bench is Class 4 climbing, and we're in a signal shadow. We couldn't get a gurney down this mudslide tonight if we found him broken-legged anyway. We'll mark the coordinates on the Garmin, pitch the tarp, and call dispatch at dawn when the inversion layer lifts." We pitched our emergency utility tarp between 2 hemlocks, securing the corners with paracord. We didn't build a fire. In the wet rainforest, building a fire out of saturated wood takes an hour of chopping and a quarter can of fire starter gel, and the smoke simply hangs under the damp foliage, burning your eyes and blinding your night vision. Instead, we ate cold meal bars in silence, sitting on our foam pads with our backs pressed against the rough bark of the giant cedar. By midnight, the drizzle had stopped, but the fog had settled into the trees like a thick, wet wool blanket. Visibility dropped to less than 10 feet. Even our high-lumen flashlights produced nothing but a blind, milky glare when clicked on. I couldn't sleep. The air was surprisingly warm for late August, but it felt stagnant, thick, wet, and heavy with the scent of damp moss and something else. Something faint that I couldn't quite place at first. It smelled like the stagnant water you find sitting at the bottom of an abandoned iron well, sour, metallic, and cold. Around 2:15 in the morning, I heard the first sound. It wasn't an animal noise. I've spent over a decade in the backcountry. I know the sharp nasal bark of an elk, the heavy, crashing, clumsy step of a black bear through the salmonberry bushes, the high-pitched, screaming whistle of a cougar in heat, and the rustle of raccoons in the underbrush. This was none of those. It was a metallic click. It sounded precisely like the click of a heavy plastic toggle switch being flipped on a radio unit. It came from the thick brush approximately 30 yards uphill from our tarp, high up on the muddy slope where no human could comfortably stand without holding onto a sapling. I sat up instantly, my thumb slipping the safety off my Glock. "Marcus," I whispered. "I heard it," Marcus replied instantly. He was already awake, sitting up with his Ruger rested across his knees. He hadn't turned on his flashlight. We sat in total darkness for 3 minutes listening. The forest around us was dead quiet. In an Olympic rainforest, even at night, there is usually a subtle background noise. A tree branch creaking under its own wet weight, water dripping from high needles onto ferns, the faint skittering of deer mice in the duff. But right then, everything had stopped. The air felt dead, flat, and completely motionless. Then came the voice. It was not a scream. It was not a cry for help. It was a sentence spoken in a flat, completely level, calm tone. The voice was unmistakably that of Sarah Ellis, our lead dispatcher at Port Angeles. "Vance, Thorne, we've got a family call in on this Miller kid," the voice said, coming from the dark, impenetrable timber 50 feet up the steep slope. The cadence was exact. The pitch was exact. It was the exact sentence Sarah had spoken to us over the VHF base station back at the ranger station 7 hours ago. Every inflection, every tiny pause between words was identical. But it didn't sound like it was coming from a person's mouth or a radio speaker. It sounded like it was being played back through a thick piece of wet leather, muffled, dry, and entirely devoid of any natural room echo or breath behind the words. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand straight up. A ice-cold spike of adrenaline shot straight down my spine into my legs. Marcus didn't move. I could hear his deep, measured breathing beside me in the dark. He raised his flashlight, clicked it on, and swept the high-intensity LED beam straight up the slope toward the sound. The white light cut through the thick fog, illuminating the slick, wet trunks of the Douglas firs and the giant, dripping fronds of the sword ferns. There was nothing there, just mud, wet wood, and fog drifting slowly through the branches. "Sarah?" I called out against every ounce of my professional training, my voice sounding thin and strained in the dark. "Dispatch, is that you?" There was a 3-second silence. Then from a different location, This time further to the left, near the edge of the steep Pelton Creek ravines. The voice answered again. But it wasn't Sarah's voice this time. It was my voice. "Dispatch, is that you?" it said. It was my exact voice, my exact Eastern Washington accent, repeating the 4 words I had just spoken 3 seconds prior. But the playback was wrong. The word "you" was stretched out just a fraction of a second too long, ending in a weird, flat, mechanical hiss that trailed off into the damp night air. "Shut up, Vance," Marcus hissed, catching my forearm with a grip so tight it pinched through my jacket. "Don't say another word to it. Don't answer it." "What the hell is that, Marcus?" I whispered, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. "Is somebody playing a joke with a directional speaker up there? Is that Miller? No human is playing a joke up on that bluff in pitch darkness at 2 in the morning, Marcus said. His voice wasn't scared. It was cold, hard and thick with an old deep bitterness I had never heard in him before. "Keep your light down. Watch the perimeter." We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We sat side by side under that nylon tarp, our flashlight beams sweeping the tree line every 5 minutes. The voice didn't speak again that night, but the silence remained absolute. No owls hooted, no wind moved the upper canopy, and the temperature dropped rapidly until our breath hung in dense, white plumes in front of our faces. When the gray, watery light of dawn finally filtered through the thick canopy at 6 in the morning, the fog hadn't lifted. It had merely shifted from dark black to a ghostly milky white. The forest looked drained of all color, rendered entirely in shades of slate gray, wet green, and black. We didn't pack up the spike camp. We left our heavy sleeping bags and tarps strapped to the cedar tree and took only our search packs, our weapons, and our radios. "We checked the upper ridge sweep first," Marcus said, racking around into his .44 Magnum with a sharp, heavy clack-clack that sounded unnervingly loud in the quiet woods. If Miller went up that bluff without boots, he didn't make it half a mile before slicing his feet to ribbons on the shale beds. We find him, we haul him down, and we get out of this drainage. We began climbing the steep bluff directly behind Julian Miller's campsite. The mud was brutal. Saturated by weeks of intermittent rain, it gave way under our boots, slipping 6 inches back for every foot we gained. We had to haul ourselves up by grabbing the thick, ropey trunks of mountain hemlocks and digging our fingers into the wet moss. About 200 feet above the camp, we broke onto a narrow, razor-backed ridge that separated the Pelton Creek drainage from an unnamed, unmapped gorge to the north. The timber here was even older, massive trees growing so close together that their roots merged into continuous, wooden shelves elevated above the damp earth. Marcus stopped near the base of a gigantic Sitka spruce, its trunk easily 9 feet in diameter. He reached out and touched the bark. "Vance, look at this." I scrambled up beside him, wiping sweat and mud from my forehead. The trunk of the spruce had been damaged. From a height of roughly 12 or 14 feet above the ground, far higher than any bear could reach, even standing on its hind legs, the thick, outer bark of the tree had been shredded. It hadn't been clawed or rubbed by elk antlers. It looked as if someone had taken a massive, 3-inch-wide chisel and peeled the bark downward in long, clean, deliberate ribbons, exposing the damp, white wood beneath. The exposed wood was still dripping sap, fresh and clear, but stuck in the fresh sap, 12 feet off the ground, were several thin strands of material. I reached up with the tip of my folding knife, hooked one of the strands, and pulled it down to eye level. It wasn't animal hair. It was a strand of bright orange synthetic fiber, the exact color and weight of the rainfly fabric from Julian Miller's tent down in the clearing. "He didn't bring his tent up here," I said, my mind trying and failing to construct a logical sequence of events. "We saw his tent down on the bench. It was pitched. The fly was intact. He didn't bring it up here," Marcus agreed. He wasn't looking at the bark. He was looking at the ground at the base of the spruce. The moss at the foot of the giant tree was completely undisturbed. In a forest where the moss layer is 3 inches deep and saturated with water, any heavy object, a man, a bear, an elk, leaves deep, long-lasting impressions. But here, directly beneath the shredded bark, the moss was smooth, green, and pristine. Whatever had reached 14 feet up that tree trunk had done so without putting its full weight on the ground. "We're turning back," Marcus said suddenly. I looked at him, astonished. "What?" "Marcus, we have an active SAR operation. Miller is out here somewhere barefoot. We haven't even swept the north side of the draw." "I said we're turning back, Vance," Marcus repeated. He turned his face toward me, And for the first time in the 6 years I had worked with him, I saw genuine, unadulterated fear in his eyes. It wasn't the panic of a novice lost in the woods. It was the cold, hollow terror of a man who has recognized an old, half-remembered nightmare. We go back to the river, we get to high ground where the Huelsdonk repeater clears, and we call in a full regional sweep with air support and dog teams from Fort Lewis. We aren't searching this ridge with 2 men. "Marcus, tell me what you think this is," I said, stepping in front of him on the narrow ridge path. "You've worked this park for 30 years. What peeling bark 14 feet up a spruce and playing back radio calls?" Marcus looked at me for a long, heavy moment. The fog was drifting between us, thick enough that his graying beard looked coated in tiny crystal beads of water. "In '94, Marcus said softly, his voice barely audible over the distant hum of the river below. "We lost a family of 3 up on the North Fork of the Quinault. A father, a mother, and an 8-year-old girl. They went out to collect mushrooms in early October. We found their camper van at the trailhead, keys on the dashboard, coffee still warm in the thermos." He paused, taking a slow, shaky breath. "We searched for 11 days. Hundreds of people. National Guard, track dogs, grid sweeps. On the 4th day, 3 of us were working a draw off Kimta Peak. We started hearing the little girl calling for her mother, clear as a bell, just down in the next ravine. We ran through the brush, dropping our packs, calling back to her. Every time we called, she answered, always just over the next knob, just 50 yards further into the timber." Marcus leaned in closer, his voice dropping even lower. We chased that voice for 2 miles through Devil's Club so thick it ripped our coats to shreds. When we finally broke out onto the shale slides at the head of the draw, we found the dogs. The handler had let 3 bloodhounds off their leads 10 minutes before us. The dogs were sitting in a circle under a dead hemlock. They weren't barking. They weren't trailing. They were just sitting there, bleeding from their ears, staring up into the dead branches. "What was in the branches?" I asked, my mouth going completely dry. "Nothing," Marcus said. "Nothing we could see." But the voice came out of the empty air right above those dogs' heads, using the mother's voice, calling the little girl's name. "We never found a belt buckle, a boot heel, or a bone from that family." The superintendent closed the file as an unexpected weather event and terrain loss. I signed the report, and I promised myself if I ever heard that mimic in the woods again, I'd turn my back and walk straight out to the pavement. Before I could answer, the VHF radio on my chest harness gave a sudden loud squelch. The static was violent, cutting through the heavy silence of the ridge like a buzzsaw. I jumped, my hand instantly smacking the volume knob down, but the signal was coming through at maximum strength, bypassing the squelch filter completely. Through the sharp, popping white noise of the speaker came a voice. "David. David, come down here." I fell. I broke my leg near the timber jam. It was Marcus's voice. It was loud, clear, and coming straight out of my radio speaker. It had the exact scratchy, raspy timbre of Marcus Thorne's voice when he was tired or winded. I looked at Marcus. He was standing right in front of me, 3 feet away. His hands were both clamped tightly around the stock of his Ruger rifle. His own radio was clicked to his left shoulder strap, its green receiving LED completely dark. "David, please. It's cold down here. Bring the stretcher," the radio repeated, the tone dripping with a realistic, convincing agony that made my blood run cold. "Turn it off," Marcus yelled, reaching out and grabbing my chest harness. "Turn the damn radio off." I fumbled with the top dial, my fingers slick with mud and sweat, and twisted the power switch to off. The radio didn't turn off. The green light remained dead, but the speaker continued to push out the voice louder now, distorted by a strange, metallic resonance that sounded like someone shouting into an empty steel oil drum. "David, he's not with you. Look behind you, David." Marcus didn't wait. He grabbed me by the shoulder of my jacket, pulled me around, and shoved me back down the slick, muddy slope toward the Pelton Creek camp. "Move," he roared. "Down to the river, go!" We scrambled down that ridge in a chaotic, desperate slide. We didn't care about foot placement. We didn't care about the sharp, stinging thorns of the Devil's Club that slashed across our palms and faces. We skidded down the wet earth, bouncing off hemlock trunks, sliding on our backs through the slick fern beds, motivated by a raw, primal terror that wiped out every piece of ranger training we had spent years acquiring. We hit the flat bench of the campsite at a full run. The orange tent was gone. Not torn down, not blown away by wind. The stakes were still driven securely into the ground. The guy lines were still tied to the wooden pegs, but the heavy nylon fabric of the tent and the rainfly had been stripped away completely, cut or torn precisely along the seam lines, leaving only the flexible aluminum poles standing in the mud like a polished, metallic ribcage. Julian Miller's boots were still there. They were sitting in the exact same spot in the dry dirt under the tree root, perfectly aligned, pointing north into the dark woods. "Don't stop." Marcus screamed from behind me, shoving me past the ruined tent site. "To the main trail. Keep moving toward the cable crossing." We sprinted through the dense timber along the bank of Pelton Creek. The fog had thickened into an impenetrable white wall, reducing our world to a tiny circle of muddy ground 5 feet in front of our boots. The giant trees loomed out of the mist like gray looming pillars, their high branches completely invisible in the gloom above. As we ran, the forest around us began to change. It wasn't a visual change. It was an acoustic one. The sound of our own boots stomping through the mud, the heavy rattling of our packs, the rasping sound of our breath. Everything sounded strange, deadened, as if we were running inside a room lined with thick foam padding. But at the same time, from the high canopy above us came a sound that made my chest tighten until I couldn't breathe. It was the sound of footsteps. They weren't on the ground. Something was moving through the high branches of the old-growth Douglas firs, 60 to 80 feet above our heads. Heavy, rhythmic, deliberate thuds, as if a 300-pound creature were stepping from one thick spruce limb to another, keeping pace with us as we ran through the brush below. Thump, thump, thump. It moved with an impossible, uncanny speed, sliding through the dense, tangled upper canopy without snapping a single dry twig or dropping a single cone to the forest floor. "Marcus," I screamed, looking up into the milky gray fog above us. "It's in the trees. It's right above us." "Don't look up," Marcus yelled, his voice cracking with exertion. "Look at your feet. Keep running." We reached the high bluff overlooking the main Queets River corridor 20 minutes later. The main river trail was just across the gorge, a 40-foot drop down a near vertical shale bluff to the gray, churning waters of the Queets River, followed by a 100-yard wade across a wide, shallow gravel bar to the north bank where the main trail led back to the ranger station. We scrambled down the shale slide, our boots dislodging showers of gray slate that clattered into the cold water below. I hit the gravel riverbed first, my knees buckling as my feet splashed into the knee-deep, freezing glacial runoff. I didn't care about the cold. I lunged into the current, using my heavy wooden-handled search staff to brace myself against the rushing water. Halfway across the gravel bar, I turned back to look for Marcus. He was 20 yards behind me, standing at the edge of the riverbank, where the deep forest met the open gravel bar. He had stopped. He was standing motionless in knee-deep water, his Ruger rifle held loosely in his right hand, his head tilted back at a sickening, unnatural angle, staring straight up into the high edge of the tree line. "Marcus!" I screamed over the roar of the river. "What are you doing?" "Get across." He didn't move. He didn't turn his head. His face was completely pale, his eyes wide, unblinking, and fixed on something high in the branches of an ancient Sitka spruce that leaned out over the water. "Marcus." I stumbled back through the swift current, grabbing his left shoulder and shaking him hard. "Marcus, move!" When he turned his head to look at me, his eyes were completely dilated, the pupils huge and black, swallowing the blue iris entirely. His lips were trembling, slick with cold river spray. "It's calling with my father's voice, David," Marcus whispered. His voice was soft, gentle, almost dreamy, entirely out of place against the roaring gray background of the river. "My father died in '78 in a logging mill accident in Aberdeen. It knows his nickname for me. It's using his exact voice. It's not your father," I yelled, slapping him across the face with my open hand. The sharp crack of my palm hitting his skin seemed to snap something inside him. He blinked violently, his pupils contracting back to normal size, and he gasped for air as if he had just been pulled up from under ice water. "Move." I dragged him by his jacket strap, hauling him through the shallow river channel until our boots hit the heavy, dry cobbles of the north bank. We didn't look back until we reached the abandoned CCC timber shelter 2 miles down the main trail. It was a small, three-sided log structure built out of heavy cedar logs back in the 1930s, perched on a high earthen bench safe from spring floods. We threw ourselves inside, pressing our backs against the thick log wall, our weapons raised and pointing out into the fog-choked trail. We sat there for 4 hours, unmoving, unspeaking as the afternoon slowly faded into night. The entity did not follow us out to the shelter. Or if it did, it stayed high in the deep timber, hidden behind the unbroken veil of gray fog and rain that began falling again around 3 in the afternoon. At 6 o'clock that evening, a 4-man secondary search team from the Lake Quinault station reached our position. They had been dispatched after we failed to check in at our scheduled 2100-hour radio window the previous night. They found us sitting on the dirt floor of that log shelter, soaking wet, shivering from early-stage hypothermia, with our weapons drawn and our radios smashed to pieces, on the dirt between our boots. I told the incident commander at Port Angeles that we had experienced a severe mountain weather inversion that caused spatial disorientation, radio frequency crosstalk from commercial marine vessels off the coast, and acute hypothermia-induced panic. I signed the official incident report. I sat in a warm room at the regional headquarters, drank black coffee, and listened to a mid-level administrator explain how unusual acoustic bounce-back in narrow mountain valleys could create distorted vocal echoes that sounded like human speech to exhausted. Rangers Marcus Thorne didn't sign the report. He didn't say a word to the superintendent, the press, or the investigators. He turned in his badge, his key cards, and his gear manifest that very night, packed his truck, and drove east across the Cascades to a small town in Idaho. I haven't spoken to him since. The body of Julian Miller was never recovered. The official National Park Service record classifies his case as an open missing person investigation, presumed drowned while attempting an unauthorized ford of Pelton Creek during adverse weather conditions. His family held a memorial service in Seattle 2 months later. I left the service in November of 2016. I moved down here to Hoquiam, away from the mountains, away from the dense timber, away from anything taller than a beach willow. I live a quiet life now. I work as an inventory manager for a coastal marine supply store down by the docks. I like the job. It's clean, simple, and predictable. I spend my days counting steel shackles, nylon mooring lines, and galvanized anchors. I deal with fishermen who speak in short, practical sentences about weather forecasts, tides, and diesel engine repairs. But I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't go camping. I don't go hunting. I don't even walk down the forested nature paths that run along the coastal bluffs near my house. And every now and then, when an autumn storm comes howling off the North Pacific and the fog grows thick against the windows of my cottage, I sit in my living room with all the lights turned on. I turn my television off. I put my phone in a metal box in the kitchen, and I sit in absolute quiet, listening to the rain hit the shingles. Because I know that out there, deep in the unmapped, trackless draws of the Queets, where the Sitka spruce grow 200 feet tall and the moss covers everything like a shroud, something is still standing in the high canopy. It doesn't have a name. It doesn't have a face on any map, and it is sitting quietly in the cold damp, waiting for someone to answer its call. I am 34 years old, and during the summer of 2017 I worked as a permanent backcountry law enforcement ranger for the National Park Service in the state of Washington. I am writing this because the official reports filed in the archives at the Port Angeles headquarters do not contain the truth, nor could they. If you look up the records for July of that year, you will find a standard, albeit tragic, missing persons case file under the name of Lucas Weber, a 26-year-old citizen of Freiburg, Germany. The file concludes with the standard bureaucratic designation, unresolved disappearance presumed deceased due to environmental exposure or misadventure in rugged terrain. But I know what happened to Lucas Weber, or at least I know the shape of the thing that took him, and I know why his body will never be found by any search and rescue dog or grid search team. I resigned from the National Park Service 3 weeks after the file was closed. I packed my belongings into the back of my Toyota Tacoma, drove out of the Pacific Northwest, and settled in the high arid desert of southeastern Oregon, where the trees are short, the visibility extends for miles, and the ground does not muffle the sound of your own footsteps. I needed to be somewhere dry. I needed to be somewhere where the silence didn't feel like it was listening to me. Before the summer of 2017, I had spent 5 years working in the desert parks, Joshua Tree and Death Valley. In those places, the danger is clean. It is a matter of heat, hydration, and direct sunlight. The landscape is open, exposed, and entirely honest about its capacity to kill you. If a hiker goes missing in the Mojave, you look for the heat exhaustion vectors. You check the standard paths down the washes, and you usually find them because the horizon belongs to everyone. But when I transferred to Olympic National Park, I entered a completely different world. The Hoh Rainforest District is one of the wettest places in North America, receiving up to 140 inches of precipitation a year. The canopy is formed by ancient Sitka spruces and western hemlocks that tower 200 feet above the valley floor, their branches choked with thick, hanging curtains of club moss and liverworts. The forest floor is an endless, chaotic jumble of decaying deadfall, sword ferns taller than a grown man, and thickets of devil's club with stems covered in venomous yellow spines. The most striking thing about the Hoh, however, isn't the greenness or the moisture. It is the absolute suffocating silence. The layers of moss and damp detritus absorb sound like a recording studio. A shout that would carry for miles across a canyon in Utah is smothered within 50 yards by the dense vegetation of the Olympic interior. When you walk off the maintained trails, you step into a vacuum, where the only sounds are the dripping of water from the upper canopy, the heavy thud of your own Vibram-soled boots on the rotting wood, and the occasional distant thrum of the Hoh River gray with glacial silt. It is a landscape that feels intensely old and entirely indifferent to human presence. You can walk 10 feet off the trail and disappear completely from view, swallowed by a wall of ferns and ancient timber. The disappearance of Lucas Weber began like dozens of other cases I had handled. On July 12, 2017, Weber checked in at the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center to obtain a wilderness permit. He was an experienced backpacker, according to his family, having spent time in the Alps and the Black Forest. His itinerary was ambitious but reasonable for someone in good physical condition. He intended to hike up the Hoh River Trail to the High Divide, traverse the ridge toward the Sol Duc Valley, and exit via the Sol Duc trailhead 4 days later. He was equipped with a high-quality internal frame pack, a bright yellow Arc'teryx rain shell, a solo tent, a bear-resistant food canister, and a standard topographic map. He was traveling alone. When he failed to check out at the Sol Duc station by the evening of July 16th, the automated alert system triggered. By the morning of July 17th, a formal search and rescue operation was underway. I was assigned to team leader Marcus Thorne, a veteran backcountry ranger who had lived on the Olympic Peninsula for nearly 30 years. Marcus was 56, with a face like weathered cedar and a quiet, deliberate way of speaking that immediately commanded respect. He knew the park's interior better than anyone alive, having spent decades tracking lost tourists, poachers, and elk herds through the trackless ridges of the Bailey Range. We held our initial briefing at the Port Angeles office at 6 in the morning. The incident commander laid out the green trails maps on the large conference table, marking the primary search zones with transparent red overlays. Because Weber had not been seen by any of the outbound hikers on the Sol Duc side, the probability was high that he had encountered trouble somewhere during the steep, high-elevation ascent near the headwaters of the Hoh River, or along the unmaintained social trails that branched off into the Bogachiel drainage. "The weather's turning against us," Marcus said, tapping his finger against the barometer reading on the wall chart. "The marine layer is rolling in from the Pacific tonight. We're going to lose visibility above 3,000 feet by dusk. If Weber is injured on the high ridge, he's looking at temperatures in the low 40s and zero visibility fog. Vance, you and I are taking the upper Bogachiel boundary sweep. It's rough country, heavy blowdowns, and very few people go back there. If he got turned around near the Hoh Lake Junction, he might have drifted down into the creek drainages." "Copy that," I replied, checking the seals on my pack. "Do we have any satellite phone pings or PLB signals?" "Nothing," the incident commander said. "He didn't carry a personal locator beacon, and cell service ends about 3 miles past the visitor center. You're on your own out there. Radio checks every 4 hours on the park repeater channel. Stay sharp." Marcus and I loaded our gear into a patrol rig and drove down Route 101, turning off onto the long, gravel logging roads that skirted the western boundary of the park near the Bogachiel River. We parked the truck at the end of an old, abandoned timber spur where the second-growth hemlocks gave way to the massive, moss-draped giants of the national park boundary. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of wet earth, decomposing cedar, and the sharp, clean smell of wild huckleberry. The sky was a uniform leaden gray, the clouds hanging low over the ridges like a wet wool blanket. We shouldered our packs. Mine weighed about 55 pounds, containing rescue gear, a bivy sack, extra rations, and my standard-issue Motorola APX radio, and stepped into the timber. For the first 4 hours, the work was purely physical. The Bogachiel Valley is a labyrinth of massive, fallen trees, some of them 6 or 7 feet in diameter, slick with wet moss and rotting from the inside out. We had to climb over them, slide under them, or force our way through dense thickets of salmonberry that tore at our Gore-Tex uniforms. Marcus moved with an eerie efficiency, his breathing steady, his eyes constantly scanning the forest floor for any sign of human passage. A broken twig, a scuff mark in the deep mud, a discarded energy bar wrapper. Every 20 minutes he would halt, raise a brass whistle to his lips and blow 3 sharp, piercing blasts, the universal distress signal. We would stand perfectly still for a full minute, listening to the sound die in the moss, waiting for an answer. Nothing ever came back but the dripping of water from the canopy. "It's too quiet today," Marcus remarked around noon as we sat on a damp cedar log to eat our rations. He opened a tin of sardines with a small pocket knife, his eyes fixed on the dense green wall before us. "Usually you get the winter wrens or the jays kicking up a fuss when someone walks through here. But there hasn't been a bird call since we crossed the boundary line." I looked around. He was right. The forest was entirely devoid of animal movement. There were no squirrels chattering in the Douglas firs, no tracks of black-tailed deer in the soft mud along the creek beds, no insects buzzing in the stagnant pools. The silence felt heavy, almost physical, pressing against my eardrums like the pressure change before a massive thunderstorm. "Maybe the marine layer is driving them down," I suggested, taking a swallow of water from my hydration bladder. Marcus chewed slowly, his gaze drifting upward into the gray mists that were beginning to filter through the upper branches of the spruces. "Maybe, but animals know when to make themselves scarce. They know when the woods aren't right." We finished our meal in silence and pushed deeper into the drainage. By 3 in the afternoon, we had reached the upper limit of the maintained search sector, a remote area known as the South Fork Transition. The terrain here became incredibly steep, broken by small rocky ravines where the spring snowmelt had carved deep channels into the clay soil. It was Marcus who found the first piece of evidence. He stopped abruptly near the base of a massive ancient Sitka spruce that must have been 800 years old. Its trunk was a massive wall of gray bark, and its lower branches, thick as the trunks of ordinary trees, extended horizontally over a deep, fern-choked ravine. "Vance," Marcus called out, his voice quiet but sharp. "Look up there." I stepped beside him and followed his gaze. High up in the branches of the spruce, approximately 30 feet above the forest floor, something bright yellow was caught in the moss. I unclipped my binoculars from my chest harness and focused on the object. It was a yellow rain jacket. It wasn't torn or shredded as if it had been carried up by a bear or blown by a storm. It was folded neatly, the sleeves tucked inward across the chest and the zipper pulled all the way to the top. It was draped precisely over a thick, mossy limb, perfectly balanced as if someone had placed it there with deliberate care. "Is that the Archaeopteryx?" I asked, a cold knot forming in my stomach. "Matches the description exactly," Marcus said. His expression was tight, his jaw set. "Get the climbing kit out of your pack. We need to get it down." "How did it get up there, Marcus?" I looked around the base of the tree. The bark was smooth, covered in thick patches of lungwort and delicate lichens. There were no climbable branches for the first 20 feet. The trunk was far too wide for a human to hug and climb without specialized gear. There were no ropes, no marks on the bark, no broken twigs beneath the tree. "We don't speculate until we have the evidence," Marcus said, though his voice lacked its usual authority. He was looking around the forest floor, his hand resting instinctively on the butt of his issue sidearm. I pulled the lightweight climbing harness and alpine rope from my pack, threw a weighted line over the lowest limb and secured it. Climbing that tree felt wrong. The wood felt unnaturally cold through my gloves, and the smell of the moss up there was different, less like decaying vegetation and more like stagnant river mud, heavy and metallic. When I reached the branch where the jacket sat, I secured myself to the trunk and reached out for the garment. The moment my fingers touched the yellow fabric, the absolute silence of the forest was broken by a sound that made me freeze. It was a whistle. It wasn't the sharp, metallic blast of Marcus's rescue whistle. It was a human whistle, two distinct notes, the first rising slightly, the second dropping into a long, drawn-out cadence. It sounded exactly like someone trying to get a dog's attention from just over the next ridge, but the quality of the sound was wrong. In the dense timber, sound should have been muffled, its direction obscured by the moss. This whistle, however, was perfectly clear, as if the person were standing 5 feet away from me in an empty room. Yet it felt incredibly distant at the same time, its echo vibrating through the wood of the tree trunk beneath my boots. "Marcus," I called out, looking down through the green gloom. "Did you hear that?" Marcus was standing at the base of the tree, his head turned toward the dark ravine to our left. "I heard it."
"Get the jacket and get down here now, Vance." I snatched the jacket off the branch.
It felt heavy, much heavier than a standard Gore-Tex shell should feel. When I pulled it close, I realized why. The interior pockets were filled to the brim with wet silt and small, smooth river stones, the kind you find at the bottom of deep, fast-moving mountain pools. I descended as quickly as safety allowed, my heart hammering against my ribs. When I reached the ground, I unzipped the jacket and dumped the contents onto a mossy log. The river stones clattered against the wood, glistening gray and black in the dim light. There was nothing else in the pockets, no identification, no keys, no phone. Just the silt and the stones. Why would he fill his jacket with rocks and put it 30 feet up a tree? I asked, looking at Marcus. Marcus didn't answer immediately. He was staring into the deep ravine where the ferns grew so thick they formed a solid, undulating carpet of green. The marine layer had finally arrived. The first wisps of white, cold fog were drifting down through the tree trunks, blurring the edges of the landscape and reducing our visibility to less than 50 yards. "He didn't," Marcus said quietly. He unclipped his radio from his shoulder. "Olympic Dispatch, this is Ranger Thorne on Sector 4. Over." The radio hissed with loud, rhythmic static. Sk-clack, sk. There was no response from the Port Angeles repeater. "Dispatch, this is Thorne. How do you copy?" He tried again, adjusting the frequency dial. The static remained constant, but beneath the white noise, there was a faint, rhythmic clicking sound, like someone tapping a fingernail against a plastic microphone casing. Tap, 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 tap. "The fog is blocking the signal from the ridge repeater," I said, trying to rationalize the interference. "We're too deep in the drainage. We need to establish a high camp," Marcus said, ignoring my comment. He reclipped the radio. "The weather's closed in, and we can't navigate this terrain in the dark with the marine layer this thick. There's an old patrol shelter about a mile up the ridge, the Upper Bogachil Shelter. It's a 3-sided log structure built back in the 30s. We'll spend the night there, log the evidence, and try for a radio link in the morning when the atmospheric conditions change." I looked at the yellow jacket and the pile of wet stones. The logic of the search said we should stay in the area where the evidence was found. But the reality of the Olympic backcountry is that if you get caught out in the open during a heavy marine fog without shelter, hypothermia will kill you before morning. "Lead the way," I said. The hike up to the shelter was a nightmare. The fog had become so dense that our headlamps reflected off the water droplets in the air, creating a wall of blinding white glare. We had to move by touch and instinct, following the faint indentation of an old, unmaintained boundary trail that hadn't been cleared since the 1970s. The air temperature dropped rapidly, falling into the low freezings, and the moisture settled on our clothes, turning everything into a cold, slick skin. Every few hundred yards, the whistle would repeat. It never grew closer, and it never grew further away. It remained at that exact same impossible volume, 2 clear human notes sliding through the fog. Each time it sounded, the hairs on my arms stood on end. It wasn't the sound of someone lost and looking for help. A lost person shouts. They scream. Their voice cracks with panic or exhaustion. This whistle was mechanical in its consistency. It had the exact same duration, the exact same pitch, the exact same interval every single time. "Don't listen to it, Ben," Marcus muttered ahead of me, his breath pluming in the cold air. He didn't use my first name often. He was usually strictly professional. Hearing him call me Ben made me realize how tense he actually was. "What is it, Marcus?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "You've been out here a long time. You know what's in these woods?" He stopped for a second, his shadow looming large and distorted in the fog before me. There are stories old-timers don't like to repeat to the seasonal rangers. Things the Coast Salish people warned the early settlers about. They talked about the things that live in the deep timber where the sun never hits the ground. They called them the mimics or the stick people. They said they don't have faces, but they have voices. They use the sound of a friend or a child or a regular whistle to draw you off the path. Once you step into the brush to find the sound, the forest changes behind you. You lose your bearings. You walk until your boots wear out, and then you just stop. That's just folklore, Marcus, I said, though my voice trembled. We're looking for a flesh-and-blood German tourist who probably had a psychological break or head trauma from a fall. I hope so, Marcus said, turning back into the fog. I really hope so. We reached the upper Bogachil shelter around 7 in the evening. It was a primitive structure. 3 walls of thick, hand-hewn cedar logs, a rotting shake roof, and an open front facing a small clearing surrounded by towering hemlocks. It was dark, damp, and smelled heavily of old wood smoke and mouse droppings, but it was dry. We dropped our packs onto the dirt floor. I immediately pulled out my camp stove and lit it, the blue hiss of the propane providing a small, comforting pocket of light and heat in the gloom. Marcus went to work securing the perimeter, pulling a heavy tarp across the open front of the shelter to keep out the swirling mist. As I was preparing 2 freeze-dried meals, my radio, which was sitting on a wooden bench near the back wall, suddenly crackled to life. Hello? The voice was faint, buried under a thick layer of static, but the accent was unmistakable. It was German. Marcus spun around, his eyes wide. I scrambled across the dirt floor and grabbed the radio, pressing the push-to-talk button. Lucas Weber, is that you? This is Ranger Vance with the National Park Service. State your location. Over. The radio hissed for a long moment. Then the voice came back. The pronunciation was clear, but the rhythm of the speech was completely flat, devoid of any human inflection, like a text-to-speech program reading words without understanding their meaning. Hello? Is someone there? The trail is very muddy. The permit is valid. It is getting dark early. Lucas, stay where you are, I shouted into the microphone. Are you injured? Can you see our headlamps? We are at the upper Bogachil shelter. The response was immediate, but it didn't address my question. It simply repeated the exact same phrases with the exact same flat mechanical cadence. The trail is very muddy. The permit is valid. It is getting dark early. Hello, is someone there? He's reading backlines, Marcus whispered, his hand gripping my shoulder. His grip was tight enough to bruise. Ben, listen to the words. Where did those lines come from? I froze. The permit is valid. The trail is very muddy. Those were the exact phrases a tourist would use when checking in at the visitor center. They weren't the words of a man freezing to death in a mountain ravine. He was repeating fragments of conversation he had recorded, or that something had recorded, when he first entered the park. Lucas, give us a landmark. I pressed, my fingers slick with sweat against the plastic radio casing. What do you see around you? The radio didn't emit static this time. Instead, we heard the sound of water dripping. A slow, rhythmic, heavy dripping sound, exactly like the sound of water falling from the canopy onto the roof of our shelter. And then the voice changed. It wasn't Lucas Weber's voice anymore. Ben, open up. I forgot the radio keys. Ben, it's Marcus. It's cold out here. The voice came from the radio, but it was Marcus's voice. It was his exact vocal timbre, his Pacific Northwest drawl, his specific way of pronouncing my first name. But Marcus was standing right next to me, his hand still on my shoulder, his face completely pale in the blue light of the camp stove. I dropped the radio. It hit the dirt floor, the speaker continuing to emit Marcus's voice in a rhythmic, terrifying loop. Ben, open up. I forgot the radio keys. Ben, it's Marcus. It's cold out here. Turn it off, Marcus hissed, his voice shaking. Turn it off, Vance. I reached down and twisted the volume knob until the radio went dead. The silence returned to the shelter, heavier and more terrifying than before. The only sound left was the hiss of the propane stove and the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of my own heart. Marcus, I whispered, looking at the heavy tarp that separated us from the fog outside. What is that? It's hunting, Marcus said. He pulled his Glock 22 from his holster, racked the slide, and checked the chamber. His movements were mechanical, driven by years of training, but his hands were trembling. It's been following us since we found the jacket. It knows we're here. We're armed, Marcus. We have shelter. We have cold weather gear. We just need to wait out the night. When the sun comes up, the fog will clear, and we can hike back to the rig. I was trying to convince myself more than him. The sun doesn't hit the floor of this drainage until noon. Ben, Marcus said, his eyes fixed on the tarp. And that thing doesn't care about guns. It doesn't have blood to spill. We sat on our sleeping pads, our backs pressed against the solid cedar logs of the back wall, facing the tarp. The camp stove burned down after an hour, its fuel exhausted, leaving us in the pitch darkness. We didn't dare turn on our headlamps. The light would only serve as a beacon through the cracks in the logs. We sat in the cold, the temperature now well below freezing, our breath rising in invisible plumes in the dark. Around midnight, the dripping sound outside stopped. The absolute silence returned, so profound that I could hear the faint click of Marcus's eyelids when he blinked. Then the smell arrived. It drifted through the edges of the tarp, filling the small space of the shelter. It was the smell of ancient, stagnant swamp water, river silt, and something else, something metallic and sharp, like the smell of copper coins left under a wet stone for a century. Then came the footsteps. They didn't sound like a man walking through the brush. They didn't sound like an elk or a bear. They were heavy, incredibly heavy, making the damp earth beneath the shelter vibrate slightly. But there was no sound of twigs snapping, no rustling of the sword ferns, no crunching of dead leaves. It was just the heavy rhythmic thud of something massive pressing into the moss, moving around the perimeter of the shelter. Thud. 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 It circled the cabin once, twice, 3 times. Each time it passed behind the back wall, the logs behind our heads creaked under a sudden immense weight, as if something incredibly large were leaning its body against the structure, listening to us breathe. Then it stopped directly in front of the tarp. For a long, agonizing minute, nothing happened. The smell grew thicker, making my stomach churn with nausea. I squeezed the grip of my issue sidearm so hard my fingers went numb. From the other side of the tarp, less than 3 feet away from my face, a voice spoke. It was my voice. It wasn't a mechanical recording this time. It was my voice, but it was speaking with the exact inflection and terror that I was feeling in that very moment. It was the sound of my own voice screaming in absolute agony and panic, a sound I had never made in my life, but one that I recognized instantly as my own. No, please. Stay back, Marcus, help me. It's changing the trees. I can't find the path, Marcus! The screaming was so loud, so perfectly real that I almost stood up to run. My brain completely short-circuiting at the sensory paradox of hearing myself die 3 feet away. But Marcus caught me by the jacket collar, throwing his weight over me and pinning me to the dirt floor. Don't move, he whispered into my ear, his voice barely a breath. Don't look at it. Don't answer it. The screaming outside continued for what felt like hours. It went through variations of my voice. Sometimes it was me as a young boy crying for my mother. Sometimes it was me as I sounded right then. Sometimes it was a distorted, slowed-down version that sounded like a dying animal trying to speak English. And then, abruptly, the screaming stopped. The voice shifted back to Lucas Weber, but it wasn't the flat, mechanical text-to-speech cadence from the radio anymore. It was the sound of a man weeping in the dark, his voice cracked with dehydration and sheer hopeless terror. He was speaking German, his words tumbling out in a frantic, desperate whisper. Ich kann die Sterne nicht sehen. Warum bewegen sich die Bäume? Bitte lassen Sie mich gehen. Ich habe meine Familie in Freiburg. Bitte, I didn't speak German, but I understood the emotion. The raw human agony of it was heartbreaking. It sounded so real, so completely genuine that for a split second, the ranger training took over. My instinct to save a lost person overrode the primal terror that had paralyzed me. Lucas? I shouted before Marcus could stop me. Lucas, we're inside. Get into the shelter. The moment the words left my mouth, the weeping stopped instantly. The silence that followed was total. Then the tarp began to move. It didn't rustle as if pushed by the wind. It began to stretch inward, the heavy green canvas distending toward us as if a massive, blunt object, a hand the size of a man's torso but without distinct fingers, were pressing against it from the outside. The rope holding the tarp taut creaked under the tension, the fibers groaning as they were pulled to their absolute limit. Marcus didn't hesitate. He raised his Glock and fired 3 rounds through the center of the stretching canvas. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle flashes were blinding in the pitch darkness, illuminating the interior of the shelter for a fraction of a second. In that split second of light, I saw the silhouette through the canvas. It wasn't a man. It wasn't a bear. It was a towering, irregular shape that extended all the way to the roofline of the shelter, its surface shifting and undulating like a column of dense smoke or a cluster of rotten vines woven together into a vertical mass. The gunshots inside the small log shelter were deafening, leaving our ears ringing with a high-pitched whine. The shape behind the tarp didn't flinch, didn't roar, and didn't fall. It simply withdrew. The canvas snapped back into place, swinging loosely in the cold mist. We heard the heavy thuds move away from the shelter, descending down the steep slope into the deep ravine where the yellow jacket had been found. They didn't hurry. They moved with a slow, deliberate cadence until the sound was swallowed completely by the moss. Neither Marcus nor I spoke for the rest of the night. We sat on the dirt floor, our weapons raised, our eyes fixed on the entrance until the gray, wet light of dawn finally began to filter through the cracks in the logs. The marine layer didn't clear with the morning sun. It remained thick, turning the forest into an ethereal, monochromatic world of gray and green. But the absolute silence was gone. Around 6 a.m, a solitary winter wren began to chirp in the branches of a nearby hemlock. It was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. "Pack your gear," Marcus said, his voice flat and hollow. He looked 10 years older than he had the day before. His eyes were bloodshot, surrounded by deep, dark circles. "We're hiking out. What about the search?" I asked, my voice shaking as I stuffed my sleeping bag into my pack. "What about Lucas?" Marcus looked at me, his gaze steady and entirely devoid of hope. "Lucas Weber was gone before we ever stepped into these woods, Ben. You know that now. We're going back to the rig. We're filing a standard environmental exposure report. And then we're letting the county sheriff handle the family notifications. We're done. We didn't use the boundary trail on the way back. We climbed up to the high ridge where the fog was slightly thinner and pushed through the alpine meadows until we hit the main Ho River Trail. We didn't talk during the 5-hour hike. Every time the wind whistled through the high basalt ridges, both of us would stop, our hands dropping toward our holsters, our eyes scanning the mist for a yellow jacket that shouldn't be there. We reached the visitor center by early afternoon. The incident commander was surprised to see us back so early. But when Marcus handed him the yellow jacket and reported the total loss of radio communications due to the microclimate inversion, the commander simply nodded. He assumed the weather had broken our nerve, as it often did with younger rangers. He didn't notice the way Marcus's hands shook when he signed the logbook, or the way I couldn't bring myself to look at the large topographic map on the wall. The search for Lucas. Weber was officially suspended 3 days later due to prolonged, adverse weather conditions and lack of actionable leads. The German consulate was notified. A brief article appeared in the local papers, and the forest simply closed over the event, as it had done 1,000 times before. I left the Park Service 2 weeks later. I didn't give a 2-week notice. I walked into the supervisor's office, laid my badge, my radio keys, and my issue sidearm on the desk, and told him I was done with law enforcement. He tried to argue, told me I had a bright career ahead of me, asked if it was the stress of the Weber case. I didn't answer him. I just walked out to my truck and started driving east. As I said, I live in southeastern Oregon now, in a small town called Christmas Valley. The landscape here is flat, sagebrush-covered sand, bounded by distant volcanic ridges. The annual rainfall is less than 10 inches. There are no spruces, no hemlocks, no curtains of club moss to absorb the sound of the world. When I walk out into the desert at night, the silence is clean. I can hear the wind coming from 5 miles away, and I can see the headlights of cars on the state highway from 20 miles out. But 3 nights ago, the weather did something unusual for this part of the state. A rare system rolled off the Cascades, bringing a dense, cold fog that settled over the valley floor, reducing visibility to almost nothing. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of water dripping from the eaves of my metal roof. A slow, rhythmic, heavy sound that immediately made my stomach tighten into a knot. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, my hand reaching for the flashlight on my nightstand. The desert was perfectly quiet except for that dripping. Then, from the gravel driveway outside my bedroom window, less than 10 feet away through the thin drywall, I heard a sound. It was a human whistle. 2 distinct notes, the first rising slightly, the second dropping into a long, drawn-out cadence. It was perfectly clear, as if the person were standing right next to my window in the freezing fog. And as I sat there, paralyzed in the dark, my cell phone, which was charging on the dresser across the room, suddenly lit up. The screen didn't show an incoming call or a text message. It simply hissed with a soft, rhythmic layer of static. And beneath the white noise, a faint, mechanical voice began to read back the lines of a conversation I had shared with an old friend in a damp log shelter, years ago and 1,000 miles away. I worked as a backcountry park ranger for the United States Forest Service in the state of Washington. The events I am about to write down took place in the autumn of 2018, primarily within the dense, unmaintained timber sectors of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest, tucked in the shadow of Mount Adams in the Indian Heaven Wilderness. I have kept these notes locked in a metal filing drawer in my home for nearly 8 years, hidden beneath stacks of old land surveys, tax returns, and property deeds. I'm writing this now not to seek publicity, validation, or belief, but because the silence of keeping it inside has become heavier than any consequence of sharing it. If you spend enough time in the timber, you come to realize that the wilderness is not an empty space waiting to be mapped. It is an ancient living system, and in certain forgotten corners of the Pacific Northwest, there are things woven into that system that do not belong to our understanding of the natural world. I was born in Yakima and grew up hiking the eastern slopes of the Cascades. By the time I finished my degree in forestry management at Washington State University, I knew I didn't want a job that kept me behind a desk or staring at spreadsheet timber yield projections. I wanted to be on the ground, out where the roads turned into gravel, the gravel turned into dirt, and the dirt dissolved into continuous, unbroken green. In 2007, I accepted a permanent position with the Forest Service based out of the Mount Adams Ranger District. My duties were varied but straightforward: maintaining backcountry trails, monitoring wildlife habitats, enforcing wilderness fire regulations, performing boundary checks, and assisting Skamania County search and rescue whenever a hunter, mushroom picker, or day hiker managed to lose their bearings in the brush. For the first 7 years of my career, I considered myself a pragmatic, hyper-rational man. I knew how to read a Silva compass down to the degree, how to orient a 7.5-minute USGS topographical map in a whiteout fog, how to track a wounded elk across granite scree, and how to treat hypothermia with an emergency bivvy and a Coleman stove. I knew that when people went missing in the Cascades, and people went missing every single year, it was almost always due to 3 mundane, unforgiving factors: sudden shifts in subalpine weather, panic leading to disorientation, and gravity. A wet boot slipping on a moss-slick timber blowdown could break a femur in a fraction of a second. And once an injured person fell into a steep, timbered draw-off trail, the canopy was often so thick that a search helicopter could fly 50 feet overhead and never spot a bright orange jacket. I had pulled bodies out of box canyons and retrieved frozen backpackers from snowdrifts. I knew the forest was indifferent, harsh, and dangerous, but I believed its dangers were entirely physical, governed by the cold laws of biology and meteorology. That belief began to unravel on Tuesday, October 9, 2018. The autumn of that year had come in cold and early. By the first week of October, the high country around Lemmy Rock and Cultus Mountain had already received its first dusting of wet, heavy snow, while the lower valleys were perpetually soaked in a dense, clinging drizzle. The air smelled of damp earth, bruised hemlock needles, decaying nurse logs, and wet slate. It was the kind of northwest weather that keeps most casual tourists away, leaving the backcountry vast, dark, and empty. I arrived at the ranger station in Trout Lake just before 6 in the morning. The air inside the office was stale, smelling of dried coffee grounds and old carpet. I hung my green Filson tin cloth jacket on the peg by the door, poured a cup of black coffee from the pot that my coworker, a veteran ranger named Dave Lawson, had brewed 20 minutes earlier, and sat down at my desk to check the overnight log. Dave was sitting across the room, leaning back in his swivel chair with a pair of reading glasses balanced on the bridge of his nose, scrolling through a computer monitor displaying regional weather radar. He was 56 years old, a gray-bearded man who had spent 30 years with the Forest Service and knew every creek bed and logging road from Mount St. Helens down to the Columbia River Gorge. Morning. Tom, Dave said without looking up from the screen. Radar shows another squall line coming off the coast around noon. We're looking at an inch of rain in the lower drainages and freezing slush above 4,000 feet. Just what we need, I said, setting my mug down. Any calls from dispatch overnight? One, Dave replied, taking off his glasses and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Skamania County Sheriff's Office passed along a welfare check request about an hour ago. A guy named Julian Thorne, 31 years old, out of Portland. His wife called when he didn't show up for work yesterday morning. He took off last Friday for a solo 3-day backpacking trip into the Indian Heaven area. Was supposed to hike the loop from Thomas Lake up toward Sawtooth Mountain and come out Sunday evening. His truck is still sitting at the Thomas Lake trailhead on Forest Road 24. Did he leave an itinerary in the register? I asked, reaching for a notepad. Yeah, Dave said, pulling a pink dispatch slip off his desk. Registered at the trailhead board on Friday afternoon. Listed his route as Thomas Lake to Blue Lake, then north along the Pacific Crest Trail toward Lemay Rock. Standard 3-day loop. But his wife said he was an experienced navigator. Had a GPS, proper winter gear, satellite messenger, the whole setup. Problem is, his Garmin InReach tracker stopped transmitting a signal at 2 p.m. on Saturday. No SOS trigger, no check-in, just stopped updating coordinates entirely. Battery died? Maybe, Dave said, standing up and stretching his back. Or maybe he dropped it in a creek. Sheriff wants us to run a preliminary drive-by. Check the vehicle, see if he made it back to the truck and drove off without updating his wife. Or if he's still parked up there. If the truck is still there, we initiate a light ground sweep before the weather turns nasty this afternoon. I nodded, tearing the top page off my pad. I'll head up to Thomas Lake now. Takes about 45 minutes to reach the trailhead on Road 24 with the washouts on the lower spur. Take the 4-wheel drive Ford, Dave advised, pointing toward the key rack on the wall. And take extra rain gear. If he's out there broken-legged near Lemay, it's going to be a miserable carryout. I grabbed the keys to the green and white Forest Service Ford F-250, gathered my pack and walked out into the chilly morning air. The fog lay low over the Trout Lake Valley, obscuring the base of Mount Adams so that the snow-covered peak seemed to float weightlessly against a bruised purple sky. I drove west out of town, following the narrow asphalt of Highway 141 before turning north onto Forest Service Road 24. As the road climbed into the mountain timber, the smooth pavement gave way to fractured asphalt, then to corrugated gravel pocked with deep, mud-filled potholes. The forest closed in tight around the truck. Massive Douglas firs, western hemlocks, and ancient red cedars rising over 150 feet into the mist, their sweeping branches dripping with long strands of moss. The rain started as a fine needle-like spray against the windshield, forcing me to turn the wipers on low. The steady rhythmic click of the blades was the only sound inside the cab. It took me nearly an hour to reach the Thomas Lake trailhead parking area. It was a wide gravel turnaround surrounded by dense brush and towering timber. As Dave had reported, there was a vehicle parked near the wooden trailhead kiosk. A gray Toyota Tacoma with Oregon license plates, its roof and windshield covered in a layer of fallen pine needles and wet cedar twigs. I pulled the Ford alongside the Tacoma, engaged the parking brake, and stepped out into the cold drizzle. The air was sharp and smelled heavily of damp earth and rotting vegetation. I walked around the Tacoma, taking out my notebook to write down the plate number. Through the misted glass, I peered into the cab. Everything looked tidy. A pair of dry street shoes sat in the passenger footwell, alongside an empty water bottle and a crumpled bag of trail mix. There were no signs of forced entry, no broken glass, and no notes left on the dashboard. I walked over to the wooden trailhead kiosk and opened the metal registration box. Inside was the logbook, a rainproof wire-bound ledger where hikers recorded their names, party size, planned routes, and expected return times. I flipped back through the wet pages to Friday's date. There was Julian Thorne's entry written in neat, clear print. Julian Thorne, one person, route Thomas Lake. Blue Lake, PCT North, Lemay Rock, return via Cultus. Ida returned Sun 10:07 p.m. I checked my watch. It was Tuesday morning, October 9th, past 8:30. He was nearly 2 full days overdue. I reached for the handheld Motorola radio strapped to my chest harness, keying the mic. District, this is Unit 3, Miller. Go ahead, Tom. Dave's voice came back through the speaker, clear but laced with subtle radio static. I'm at the Thomas Lake trailhead, I reported. Thorne's Tacoma is here. Unlocked, untouched. Logbook confirms he went in Friday afternoon. Route listed as Lemmy Rock Loop. I'm going to gear up, step onto the main trail, and check the first couple of miles up to Thomas Lake and the junction. See if I can spot any sign of him or pick up a footprint before this rain washes everything out. Copy that, Unit 3, Dave said. Maintain 30-minute radio checks. Sheriff is assembling a volunteer SAR team in Carson just in case we need to launch a full grid sweep. 10-4, I said. Out. I opened the tailgate of my truck, pulled my heavy 30-liter field pack onto my shoulders, strapped my Silva compass around my neck, checked my headlamp batteries, and picked up my heavy ash walking stick. I locked the truck, turned toward the trailhead, and stepped beneath the dark canopy of the forest. The Thomas Lake Trail starts with a gentle, steady incline, winding through thick stands of second-growth timber before entering the protected wilderness boundary where the old growth takes over. The ground beneath my boots was a soft, spongy carpet of damp duff, pine needles, and decaying moss. The rain was steady now, fat drops tapping against the hood of my rain jacket and splashing off the wide fronds of sword ferns lining the trail. For the first mile, everything felt completely routine. I kept my eyes scanning the ground, looking for the tread patterns of hiking boots in the mud, snapped branches along the trail corridor, or any dropped gear. Every few hundred yards I would stop, cup my hands around my mouth and shout into the woods, Julian Thorne. Forest Service! My voice sounded flat, swallowed up almost instantly by the dense vegetation and the heavy, moisture-laden air. The only response was the dull patter of rain on cedar boughs and the distant, hollow sigh of the wind moving through the upper canopy. About 2 miles in, the trail reaches the edge of Thomas Lake, a shallow, dark body of water surrounded by dense brush, tall sedges, and submerged logs. The water was still as glass, reflecting the low gray clouds like a dark mirror. I walked along the western shoreline toward the primitive backcountry campsites scattered among the trees. The first 2 sites were empty. At the third site, located on a small knoll overlooking the southern end of the lake, I found the first sign that someone had been there recently. Near a stone fire ring, someone had set up a small camp, but it had been abandoned in a strange, half-finished state. A lightweight, olive-green nylon tarp was strung between 2 hemlock trees, but one of the corner guy lines had snapped or been untied, leaving the material to flap uselessly in the damp breeze. Beneath the tarp sat a blue foam sleeping pad, soaked with rainwater, and a small backpacking stove attached to an unopened canister of fuel. A pair of muddy trail running shoes sat right in the middle of the sleeping pad, neatly lined up side by side, pointing north. I approached the site slowly, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. Julian? I called out, my voice lower this time. There was no answer. I stepped under the dripping tarp and knelt by the gear. I pulled a clear Ziploc bag out of a side pocket on the sleeping pad. Inside was a wet paper map, a local topographical printout, and a small leather-bound notebook. I opened the notebook. The pages were damp, the ink slightly smeared, but the writing was legible. The entries for Friday and early Saturday were normal. Notes on weather, trail distances, and bird sightings. But the entry for Saturday afternoon, the last entry in the book, was different. The handwriting had grown erratic, larger, pressed so hard into the paper that the pen point had torn through the fibers in several places. 15 p.m., the entry read. Heard knocking from the ridge above the lake, heavy wood on wood. Thought it was another hiker chopping firewood, but it shifted 300 yards in 5 seconds. No human moves that fast through this terrain. The birds stopped singing at noon. The woods are completely quiet now. Not even the wind. Below that, written in a jagged, trembling script across the bottom of the page, were 3 short sentences. It was sitting in the high branches of the Douglas fir outside my tent when I woke up. It didn't have a face. It whistled my name. I stared at the page, a sudden cold chill radiating down my spine. As a park ranger, you learn to deal with mental instability. You run into people living in the woods who are off their medication, people having manic episodes, or hikers suffering from severe dehydration and altitude sickness who write bizarre things in logbooks. But standing there in the cold, wet drizzle beside an abandoned campsite, reading those jagged words felt deeply wrong. I reached for my radio, pressing the push-to-talk button. "District, this is Unit 3. Static hissed through the speaker, long and unbroken. I adjusted the squelch dial and tried again. "District, this is Unit 3, Miller. Come in," nothing but a harsh white noise hum. I looked up at the thick canopy above me. The rain was coming down harder now, a steady, rhythmic deluge that darkened the forest until it felt like late twilight, even though my watch read 11:15 in the morning. I placed the notebook inside a waterproof pouch in my pack, intending to turn it over to the sheriff's department. Then I stood up and examined the surrounding ground. Julian's boots were sitting on the pad, but there were no footprints leading away from the campsite into the mud. I walked a slow circle around the tent pad, keeping my head down, searching for any sign of a struggle, dragged brush, or crushed vegetation. About 15 yards behind the site, where the ground sloped steeply up toward a rocky ridge covered in thick huckleberry bushes and ancient red cedar trees, I saw something strange. High up in the branches of a massive western red cedar, at least 18 or 20 feet off the ground, something bright was caught in the limbs. I walked to the base of the tree and looked up, shielding my eyes from the falling rain. It was a pair of wool socks and a high-end GPS unit. They weren't tangled in the lower foliage as if they had been thrown up there. They were neatly wedged into the tight fork of two branches high above human reach. The GPS unit was completely intact, its screen cracked, but there was no ladder, no climbing gear, and no broken lower branches beneath it. I stood at the base of that massive cedar, looking up into the dark, tangled canopy, and felt an unfamiliar, instinctual urge to leave. Every natural sensation in my body, the cold sweat on my lower back, the prickle of heat at the back of my neck, the sudden, sharp focus of my vision was telling me that I was not alone, and that I was being watched from somewhere above the tree line. I took a deep breath, forcing my professional training to overcome the creeping knot of panic in my chest. I couldn't just walk away. A man was missing, his gear was scattered, and it was my job to find him. "Julian," I shouted again, stepping back into the open near the lake shore. "Julian Thorne. Can you hear me?" The sound of my voice drifted across the dark, still water of Thomas Lake and bounced off the basalt cliffs on the far side. I waited, listening intently over the sound of the falling rain. Then, from high up on the timbered ridge to my left, a quarter-mile off any established trail, I heard it. Thump, thump, thump. It was a heavy, hollow sound, like a large hardwood club being struck with tremendous force against the trunk of a living cedar. The impact was so hard I could feel the low vibration in the soles of my leather boots. It echoed across the valley, sharp and rhythmic. Thump, thump. I froze. "Hello?" I called out, my hand instinctively dropping to the bear spray canister mounted on my belt harness. "Is someone up there? Need help?" There was a silence that lasted 3 or 4 seconds. The rain seemed to lessen slightly, the wind dropping to an absolute standstill. Then, from the exact direction of the wood knocking, a voice came floating down through the mist. It wasn't a roar, a scream, or an animal growl. It was a human voice, but it sounded flat, dry, and oddly devoid of natural inflection, like a recording played through a tiny broken speaker. "District. This is Unit 3, Miller," the voice called out, repeating the exact words and cadence I had spoken into my radio 20 minutes earlier at the trailhead. "District. This is Unit 3. My blood ran instantly cold. A shock of pure terror shot through my limbs, so sharp and visceral that my hands began to tremble. It was my own voice. It wasn't an echo. It was an exact, literal duplication of my voice, spoken back to me from the thick, impenetrable brush on the high ridge. "Who's up there?" I shouted, my voice cracking slightly. I unlatched the safety clip on my bear spray, drawing the canister with my right hand while keeping my left pinned to my walking stick. "This is the United States Forest Service. Identify yourself." No answer came. The forest remained completely, unnaturally quiet. No birds, no chipmunks, no breeze in the hemlock needles. Nothing except the slow drip, drip, drip of water falling from my hat brim onto my collar. I knew right then, with absolute terrifying clarity, that whatever was sitting up on that ridge was not a lost hiker, not a bear, and not a local hunter playing a sick joke. No human could have intercepted a low-frequency USFS tactical radio transmission without specialized monitoring equipment, and no human could have mimicked my specific vocal tone and pitch with such horrifying accuracy from 300 yards away in the thick brush. I stepped back away from the campsite, Keeping my eyes fixed on the dense timber of the ridge, I reached for my radio again, holding the button down firmly. "District, this is Miller," I said into the mic, my voice hushed and urgent. "Dave, if you copy this, I have a code red situation at Thomas Lake. I need assistance. Repeat, I need backup at Thomas Lake." The radio yielded nothing but flat, dead static. The repeater tower on Red Mountain was only 5 miles away, but it felt as though the air around me had become dense and heavy, absorbing the radio signal before it could travel 50 feet. I decided to fall back.
Standard emergency protocol for an unidentifiable threat in the backcountry is immediate retreat to a secure location. In this case, my truck.
I turned slowly, keeping my eyes scanning the surrounding trees, and began walking back along the trail toward the southern outlet of the lake. I walked fast, my stride long and hurried, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The trail wound through a tight thicket of young hemlock and vine maple, where the branches overlapped overhead to form a dark, wet tunnel. As I walked, I began to hear something following me off to my right, parallel to the trail. It was moving through the dense brush, but it wasn't crashing through it the way an elk or a black bear would. It was moving with an impossible, eerie fluidity, a soft, wet sliding sound punctuated by heavy, deliberate footfalls that pressed deep into the forest floor. Step, step, step. Every time I stopped, the movement stopped a split second later. Every time I accelerated my pace, the shadow in the brush matched my speed perfectly. It stayed precisely 40 or 50 yards off the trail, hidden behind the thick screens of sword ferns and moss-covered trunks, invisible to my eyes but constantly, aggressively present. I stopped near a large, fallen fir log that crossed the trail, turning to face the slope. "Show yourself," I yelled, raising my bear spray. Silence. Then, soft and clear, floating through the wet air from somewhere high up in the lower branches of a fir tree right above the brush, came a whistle. It was a beautiful, complex, two-tone whistle, rising sharply at the end, like a person calling a dog or signaling to a companion across a wide valley. It was melodious, bright, and completely alien in the dark, threatening stillness of the woods. A second later, another whistle answered it from 200 yards behind me, back toward the lake. Then a third far off to the west. They were communicating. Or one thing was moving between the trees with a speed that defied physical reality. Panic, real and unreasoning, threatened to break through my discipline. I dropped into a fast jog, my heavy boots splashing through mud puddles and clattering over slick tree roots. My breath came in ragged, burning gasps. The forest around me seemed to be closing in, the dark green trunks of the Douglas firs blurring together into an endless, inescapable wooden fence. As I ran, the topography began to feel subtly wrong. I had walked this specific section of the Thomas Lake Trail dozens of times over my 11 years as a ranger. I knew every turn, every small stream crossing, every granite outcrop. But as I sprinted down the path, the trail seemed to go on for far too long. The gentle downhill slope flattened out, then began to incline upward into a dark, narrow draw that I had never seen before. I stopped, gasping for air, clutching my Silva compass in my left hand. I looked down at the needle. The red magnetic needle was spinning erratically, wavering back and forth, settling for a moment on north, then drifting wildly toward the east before spinning in a slow, smooth circle. The local iron-rich basalt rock could sometimes cause minor compass deviations, but never like this. The ambient magnetic field was warping. I checked my handheld GPS unit. The liquid crystal screen was blank, frozen on the startup logo, flickering with strange horizontal bands of static. I was lost, not lost in the ordinary sense of taking a wrong turn at a trail junction, but lost in a way that made the familiar geography of the mountain feel shifted, folded and altered. The drizzle turned into a heavy, torrential downpour. The sky above the canopy darkened to a deep bruised charcoal gray, signaling the arrival of the afternoon squall line Dave had warned me about. The rain drummed furiously against the leaves, turning the trail beneath my feet into a rushing rivulet of brown mud. I stood there in the narrow, unfamiliar draw, surrounded by towering ancient trees that seemed to lean inward toward me, their upper branches interlocking to cut off what little light remained in the sky. Then came the sound again, not from the brush but from directly above my head. Thump. A heavy, rock-hard object struck the ground 6 inches from my right boot, splashing mud up onto my trousers. I flinched, jumping back and looking down. It was a smooth, round basalt riverstone the size of a grapefruit. It had been dropped or thrown straight down from the canopy above. I looked up into the darkness of the trees. High in the fork of a massive hemlock, roughly 40 feet above the ground, I saw it. It did not look like a monster from a movie. It did not have fur, red eyes, or sharp, dripping fangs. That would have been almost easier to comprehend. What I saw was a figure that was impossibly tall, thin, and pale, looking less like a living creature and more like the stripped, scorched trunk of a birch sapling. Its body was elongated, its limbs disproportionately long, folded back against itself like the legs of a praying mantis, so that it could wedge its frame into the tight crotch of the tree limbs. Its skin was a dull, wet slate gray, hairless and slick with rain, and its face, if it could be called a face, was a terrifying, smooth expanse of pale, leathery skin, completely devoid of a nose or ears. Where the eyes should have been, there were only 2 deep, dark, almond-shaped depressions like hollows carved into dry wood. Below them was a narrow, horizontal slit that vibrated subtly as the cold wind blew through the upper branches. It was looking down at me. Even without visible eyes, I could feel the intense, focused weight of its gaze pressing down on me like a physical weight. It didn't roar. It didn't make a threat display. It simply leaned its long, jointed head forward, the leathery slit on its face parting slightly. "Julian," it said. The voice came out of that featureless head, but it wasn't my voice this time. It was a different voice. Younger, higher in pitch, laced with a terrifying, breathless terror. It was Julian Thorne's voice. "Julian Thorne," it repeated, the words dragged out in a flat, monotone cadence as if the entity were practicing human speech, trying out the vowels and consonants like a child learning to read from a primer. "Help me, please. It's cold, I couldn't breathe." My chest felt as though it were clamped in an iron vise. The sheer unnatural wrongness of what I was looking at shattered my rational mind. Every instinct that had kept my ancestors alive through thousands of years of darkness screamed at me to turn and run. I didn't think about my job, my training, or the missing hiker. I didn't think about procedure or search protocols. I turned and ran into the brush. Blind to where I was going, driven purely by the primal, desperate urge to put distance between myself and that pale, terrible thing in the tree, I crashed through dense thickets of devil's club, the thorny stems tearing through my rain jacket and ripping into the skin of my palms. I stumbled over hidden nurse logs, fell down muddy embankments, and scrambled up slick, rocky scree slopes on my hands and knees. Behind me, the entity followed. It did not run through the underbrush. It moved through the high canopy, leaping or gliding from tree to tree with a soft, rhythmic swoosh, swoosh, swoosh of bending branches, like a giant bird moving through the storm. Every few seconds, it would drop a heavy stone or a broken branch into the brush near me, the heavy impacts cracking like gunshot in the dark woods. Step. Miller. Its voice drifted down from the darkness above, shifting between Julian's voice and my own, blending them together into a grotesque, overlapping duet. Unit 3. Help. Me. I ran until my legs felt like lead, until my lungs burned with every cold breath of rain-soaked air. The forest became an endless dark maze of gray trunks, dripping ferns, and black shadows. As the last traces of daylight drained from the sky, the storm reached its peak. The wind howled through the upper branches, bending the tops of the massive Douglas firs like blade tips, and the rain turned into a blinding, horizontal curtain of freezing water. I tripped over a concealed root and tumbled headlong down a steep, shale-covered ridge, rolling wildly through the wet brush until I crashed into the shallow, ice-cold waters of a small mountain creek at the bottom of the ravine. My head struck a submerged boulder with a dull, sickening crack. Stars burst across my vision, and for a long, terrifying moment everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on my back in 6 inches of rushing glacial water. My right shoulder was throbbing with a dull, sickening pain. My headlamp was gone, and my ash walking stick had been swept away by the current. The rain was drumming against my face, cold as needles. I forced myself up into a sitting position, gasping for air, teeth chattering violently from the sudden onset of shock and hypothermia. I was in a deep, narrow box canyon, walled in on both sides by sheer basalt rock faces covered in dripping moss. The creek ran down the center of the canyon, churning with brown, rain-swollen water. I looked up. High above the canyon rim, framed against the dark, stormy clouds, I could see the dark silhouettes of the hemlock trees bending in the gale. And there, standing right at the edge of the cliff, looking down into the ravine where I lay, was the pale, tall shape. It wasn't moving now. It just stood there in the pouring rain, 30 feet above me, its long, thin arms hanging. Straight down at its sides, its featureless head tilted slightly to one side, as if watching an insect squirming at the bottom of a trap. Then, it did something that haunts my dreams to this day. It raised one long, jointed arm, its pale fingers spreading wide against the dark sky, and began to whistle. It was not the bright two-tone signal I had heard earlier. It was a low, slow, haunting melody, a lullaby. It sounded like an old traditional tune, something soft and comforting but delivered with that flat, hollow, mechanical resonance that stripped it of all warmth. It whistled into the storm, the sound carrying clearly over the roar of the rushing creek and the thunder of the wind in the trees. I knew that if I stayed in that ravine, if I yielded to the freezing cold creeping into my limbs, or listened to that unnatural song for a moment longer, I would never leave that forest. Using every ounce of willpower I had left, I dragged myself out of the creek bed. I grabbed the wet roots protruding from the base of the canyon wall and began to crawl, step by agonizing step, down the length of the ravine, following the flow of the water. I didn't look back up at the cliff. I kept my chin pressed against my chest, my eyes locked on the white foam of the creek, repeating my own name over and over in my head like a mantra to drown out the haunting whistle that echoed off the rock walls above me. Thomas Vance Miller, Ranger, Mount Adams District. Thomas Vance Miller, Ranger. I walked through the dark, frozen canyon for what felt like hours. My feet were numb. My hands were bloodied and raw, and my vision was beginning to narrow into a tiny tunnel of white noise. Hypothermia was setting in, bringing with it a dangerous, seductive warmth that made me want to curl up under the lee of a mossy boulder and sleep. I fought it. I kicked my numb legs forward, dragging myself through the water, through the deep mud, through the cold darkness of the Pacific Northwest night. Sometime around 4 a.m, the steep basalt walls of the box canyon began to taper off, opening up into a wider, flatter valley floor filled with dense vine maple and willow thickets. The creek emptied into a wide, gravelly wash. I stumbled out of the brush and collapsed onto a flat, gravel logging road. I lay there in the mud and wet gravel, my body shaking uncontrollably, listening to the rain falling on the gravel. I looked up down the long, straight cut of the road. In the far distance, through the heavy fog, I saw 2 dim, yellow points of light moving slowly toward me. It was a commercial timber truck, a heavy, triple-axle Peterbilt hauling a load of cedar logs down off the upper ridges to the mill in Carson. I raised one muddy arm, waving it weakly in the glare of the approaching headlights. The air brakes hissed loudly as the heavy truck ground to a halt 20 feet away. The driver's side door swung open, and a man in a canvas jacket and a high-visibility vest jumped down into the mud, holding a heavy Maglite flashlight. "Jesus Christ, buddy," the driver shouted, running over to where I lay. "What happened to you? Are you all right?" I looked up at him, my lips so numb I could barely form the words. "Ranger," I croaked, my voice a dry, rasping whisper. "Forest? Service?" The driver pulled me up by my good arm, dragging me toward the warm, heated cab of his truck. He helped me into the passenger seat, threw a heavy wool blanket over my soaked shoulders, and handed me a thermos of hot coffee from the console. "Where'd you come from?" the driver asked, staring at my torn uniform and bloodied face with wide eyes. "District got an advisory out for a missing ranger 3 hours ago. SAR has been staging at Trout Lake all night. They said your truck was found abandoned at Thomas Lake." I swallowed a mouthful of the scalding coffee, feeling the heat spread slowly through my frozen chest. "How far are we from the lake?" I asked, my voice trembling. The driver looked at me strangely, shifting the gear stick into drive. "Thomas Lake?" he said, shaking his head. "Buddy, You're on Forest Service Road 2400 down in the Wind River drainage. You're nearly 14 miles south of Thomas Lake. You would have had to cross 2 mountain ridges and a river gorge to get here on foot in the dark. I leaned my head back against the vinyl headrest of the truck, closing my eyes as the heater blew hot air across my face. 14 miles. Through unbroken steep timber in total darkness in 4 hours. It was a physical impossibility. I spent 3 days in the hospital in Hood River, treated for severe hypothermia, a moderate concussion, 2 cracked ribs, and extensive deep lacerations on my hands and forearms. While I was in the hospital, 2 investigators from the Skamania County Sheriff's Department and an official from the Forest Service Regional Office in Portland came to interview me. I didn't tell them the truth. I knew how it would sound. If I told them about the pale, featureless entity in the high branches, the mimicked voices, the warping compasses, and the whistling, I would have been stripped of my credentials, subjected to a psychological evaluation, and quietly dismissed from service. Instead, I told them a story that fit their expectations. I told them I had located Julian Thorne's abandoned campsite at Thomas Lake, that I had stepped off the main trail to look for footprints, that a sudden, localized flash flood and rock slide had swept me down a steep ravine, causing me to strike my head, lose my gear, and wander disoriented through the storm until I hit the logging road. They accepted the story. It was logical. It fit the severe weather conditions of that night, and it explained my injuries. Search and rescue teams spent 2 weeks searching the timber around Indian Heaven and the Limy Rock Basin for Julian Thorne. They brought in cadaver dogs, infrared drones, and dozens of ground searchers. They never found him. No body, no pack, no clothing, no footprint was ever recovered. On October 23rd, the search was officially suspended due to heavy snowfall in the pass. Julian Thorne was listed as a missing person, presumed dead due to environmental exposure. I resigned from the United States Forest Service 3 weeks later. I packed up my apartment in Trout Lake, loaded my truck and moved east, away from the mountains, away from the dense, wet forests of the Coast Range and the Cascades. I bought a small brick house on the flat, open prairies of eastern Oregon, where the sky is vast, the ground is level, and you can see for 10 miles in every direction. I took a job as a land surveyor for a private civil engineering firm in Pendleton. I don't go into the timber anymore. I don't go camping, I don't go hunting, and I don't go hiking. When my friends invite me to spend a weekend at a cabin in the mountains, I make up an excuse and stay home. It has been 8 years since that rainy night in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. Most days I am able to live a normal life. I work, I pay my bills, I tend to my garden, and I keep my surroundings simple and predictable. But there are nights, especially in the autumn, when the wind comes blowing cold off the Columbia Plateau and rain taps against my bedroom window, when I lie awake in the dark, staring at the ceiling, because every once in a while, in the quiet hours between midnight and dawn, when the town is asleep and the wind drops to a sudden, absolute standstill, I will hear it from the edge of the open pasture behind my house. Thump, thump. A heavy, wood-on-wood strike echoing across the dry grass. And then, soft and low, carried on the midnight breeze, comes a faint melodious whistle, followed by my own voice, calling out from the dark, "District, this is Unit 3, Miller." I don't open the window. I don't look out into the yard. I lie still in the dark, pull the blankets tight around my shoulders, and wait for the sun to come up. My name is Arthur James Vance. I am 38 years old, and I work as a senior wilderness ranger for the United States Forest Service stationed in southeast Alaska. The events I am about to describe to you happened in the autumn of 2024, during a stretch of relentless, bone-chilling rain that seemed as though it would never wash away the shadows clinging to the edge of the Tongass National Forest. I have never spoken of this to anyone outside of the mandatory debriefings that went nowhere, and even then, I left out the parts that sounded too insane to believe, though every single word of it is true, gnawing at the back of my mind every time the wind howls through the cedar boughs outside my window. At the time, I was stationed out of the small ranger outpost near Thorne Bay on Prince of Wales Island. An isolated expanse of jagged mountains, muskeg bogs, and old-growth temperate rainforests where the trees grow so thick and ancient that the sunlight rarely touches the forest floor. It was late October, right at the tail end of the salmon run, when the dampness gets into your bones and stays there, turning every breath into a plume of white steam and making the joints in your hands ache with a dull, persistent throbbing. My partner for that patrol was Sarah Miller, a young, sharp-eyed wildlife technician from Portland, Oregon, who had transferred up north hoping to escape the claustrophobia of the lower 48, only to find herself swallowed by a wilderness so vast and indifferent it could swallow a town whole without leaving a ripple. We had set out on a routine 3-day backcountry sweep along the Carta River drainage, checking the condition of the bear-proof cache boxes, clearing downed Sitka spruce from the foot trails, and making sure the seasonal cabin near Salmon Lake was secured for the upcoming winter storms. The air smelled of decaying chum salmon, wet sphagnum moss, and the sharp, clean ozone of a low-hanging marine layer that rolled in off Clarence Strait every afternoon like a damp, gray wool blanket. For the first 2 days, everything was quiet with that heavy, oppressive silence that only an Alaskan rainforest can produce. You don't realize how loud modern life is until you are standing 5 miles from the nearest logging road, surrounded by ferns that reach your chest and trees that have stood for 8 centuries, where the only sound is the rhythmic drip of moisture falling from needle to needle, and the distant, sullen roar of white water cutting through granite gorges. Sarah and I didn't talk much while we walked. We didn't have to. We fell into that easy rhythm common to field partners, scanning the brush for black bear sign, checking our GPS units against the paper topographic maps, and keeping our eyes peeled for the telltale blue flagging tape marking our route. It was late in the afternoon on the second day when things shifted. Subtly at first in a way that didn't trigger immediate alarm but rather a faint, prickling unease at the base of the skull. We were crossing a broad bench of muskeg, a soggy, treeless expanse of spongy peat and stunted lodgepole pine, where the footing is treacherous and every step feels like walking on a waterbed filled with freezing mud. Across the clearing near the tree line where the dark wall of hemlock began, a flock of varied thrushes suddenly erupted into the air, their frantic, whistling chirps cutting through the heavy mist before dying away into an absolute, unnatural stillness. Sarah stopped abruptly, her heavy backpack shifting against her canvas coat with a dry rustle. She lifted a gloved hand and pointed toward the dense thicket of devil's club and blueberry bushes bordering the muskeg. "Did you see that?" she asked, her voice dropping to a low, cautious murmur. I paused, wiping a bead of cold rainwater from my eyelashes with the back of my fleece sleeve. "See what, a deer?" "No," she said, shaking her head slowly, her eyes fixed on the gray shadows beneath the drooping boughs of a giant western hemlock. Too low to the ground. And it moved wrong, like it was dragging something heavy or walking on all fours. I squinted through the drizzle, resting my hand instinctively on the canister of bear spray strapped to my hip, though something in the raw, unadorned silence of the forest told me that a cloud of capsaicin wasn't going to solve whatever was hiding out there. The Tongass is home to plenty of wildlife, Sitka black-tailed deer, wolves, black bears, and the occasional brown bear that managed to swim across from the mainland. But none of them move with that deliberate mocking stillness. Animals make noise. They snap twigs, they rustle brush, they breathe hard when they're watching you. This patch of woods was as dead and silent as a tomb. "Let's check it out," I said, though my boots felt suddenly weighted with lead as I stepped off the narrow trail and onto the spongy, yielding turf of the muskeg. We crossed the 50-yard expanse of open bog in silence, the mud sucking at the lug soles of our hiking boots with wet smacking sounds. When we reached the tree line, the ambient light dropped by half, swallowed by the dense canopy overhead. The smell changed instantly, shifting from the fresh muskeg air to something stagnant, heavy and faintly sweet, like the odor of rotting kelp left too long in the sun on a warm beach, even though we were miles from salt water. We found nothing in the immediate brush except for a scattering of fresh deer tracks pressed deep into the dark soil, and a few torn strips of gray lichen clinging to a rotted nurse log. But as I crouched to inspect the tracks, I noticed something strange about them. They were small deer prints, but they were clustered tightly together in a pattern that didn't look like an animal running or feeding. They looked as though something had been kneeling there, pressing its palms and knees into the moss, leaving hollows that deformed the surrounding hoofprints. "Look at this." Sarah, I whispered, pointing down with my gloved finger. She knelt beside me, her breath fogging in the chill air. She reached out, her fingers hovering an inch above the depression in the soil without touching it, a habit we all picked up in the backcountry to preserve potential evidence of illegal trapping or poaching. "That's not right," she murmured, her voice tight. "A bear would have claw marks. A human boot would have a heel strike. It's like a pair of hands." "Or something trying to look like hands," I replied, standing up slowly and scanning the dim, cathedral-like aisles of the forest where the tree trunks rose like iron pillars into the gray gloom. We spent another 20 minutes circling the area, finding no further sign, and eventually wrote it down as an odd anomaly caused by a feeding bear or a shifting wolf pack. But the easy camaraderie we had shared during the first day evaporated right there in the muskeg. The forest felt different now, not just wild and indifferent, but watchful. Every time a branch snapped under the weight of falling water, or a raven croaked from the top of a dead cedar snag, I caught myself glancing over my shoulder, my hand hovering near my sidearm. By dusk, we reached the Salmon Lake cabin, a sturdy, cedar-shingled structure built by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in the 1930s. It sat on a low gravel rise overlooking the northern end of the lake, its green metal roof streaked with rust and green moss. The cabin was a welcome sight. The wood stove inside was dry, and we had a cache of split spruce logs waiting for us in the lean-to outside. Working with a practiced, silent efficiency, Sarah got the cast iron stove roaring while I hauled water from the lake in a galvanized bucket, filtering it through our ceramic pump before setting it on the back of the stove to heat. The interior of the cabin warmed up quickly, smelling of dry cedar, wood smoke, and the stale, comforting scent of decades of passing Forest Service crews who had carved their initials and dates into the wooden beams overhead. We ate a quiet meal of freeze-dried beef stew and hardtack, sitting at the rough-hewn wooden table with a single battery-powered lantern casting a warm, yellow pool of light across our maps and equipment. Outside, the rain had picked up, turning from a steady drizzle into a relentless downpour that drummed a deafening rhythm against the metal roof and hissed as it struck the hot chimney pipe. Around 9 o'clock, while Sarah was busy washing our tin plates in a basin of warm water, we heard it. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't the heavy splash of a trout breaking the dark surface of the lake outside. It was a rhythmic, scraping sound against the thick wooden planks of the cabin's front porch, the distinct sound of bare skin or leathery palms sliding across rough-sawn cedar, followed by a soft, wet thud against the heavy oak door. Sarah froze, the tin plate slipping from her soapy fingers and clattering into the metal basin with a sharp ring that seemed to echo off the walls. She looked up at me, her eyes wide and colorless in the dim light of the lantern. "Arthur," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the roar of the rain. "Did you hear that?" I didn't answer. I stood up from the wooden bench so quietly that the joints didn't even creak, my eyes locked on the heavy iron latch of the front door. The cabin had no electricity, no phone, and no radio repeater strong enough to punch through the surrounding mountain ridges during a heavy storm. We were completely on our own, 12 miles of trackless rainforest and swamp away from the nearest gravel logging spur. I walked across the creaking floorboards, my heavy wool socks whispering against the pine planks, and stopped 2 feet from the door. The air inside the cabin suddenly felt thin, cold, and entirely devoid of the warmth the wood stove had been pumping out for the last 2 hours. A draft of damp, foul-smelling air, that same sickening scent of rotting kelp and stagnant river silt we had smelled in the muskeg, began to seep in through the narrow gaps around the doorframe. "Who's out there?" I called out, forcing my voice to sound steady, professional, and authoritative, though my heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. "This is United States Forest Service property. Identify yourself." The scraping sound stopped instantly. For 3 long, agonizing heartbeats, there was absolute silence save for the drumming of the rain on the roof. Then, a voice spoke from just outside the heavy oak door. It wasn't a roar, and it wasn't the guttural snarl of a predator. It was a voice thin, reedy, and unmistakably human, speaking in a flat, monotone whisper that seemed to carry right through the 3 inches of solid oak as if the door weren't even there. "Arthur," the voice said, "let me in. I'm freezing out here. My boots are full of water." The blood drained from my face so fast I thought I was going to faint. The voice hadn't just sounded human. It had sounded like Tom Henderson, the seasoned lead ranger out of the Klawak district whom I had known and worked with for 6 years. I could hear Tom's distinct nasal drawl, the slight hesitation in his vowels, the exact cadence of his speech. But it was impossible. Tom was stationed 40 miles to the south on Prince of Wales Island, managing a timber sale inspection, and even if he had somehow hiked out here in the dark through a torrential downpour without a vehicle, he wouldn't be standing outside our cabin door whispering in that hollow, detached way. "Tom," Sarah blurted out, taking a half step forward toward the door, her face a mask of sudden, bewildered relief. "Tom, is that you? What happened to your radio?" "Don't!" I snapped, my hand shooting out to grab her arm with a force that made her gasp. I pulled her back behind me, my eyes never leaving the iron latch. "That's not Tom. What are you talking about?" she whispered, her voice trembling with confusion and rising panic. "That's Tom. He needs help." "Tom is 40 miles south," I hissed back, keeping my eyes fixed on the door. And Tom wouldn't stand out there in the freezing rain asking to come in without knocking like a normal person. "Look at the bottom of the door." She looked down, her breath catching in her throat. Water was beginning to puddle rapidly across the pine floorboards beneath the threshold, but it wasn't rainwater running off a wet rain jacket. It was thick, dark, and filled with tiny fragments of river silt, pine needles, and strands of rotting green kelp. The kind of brackish muck you find only at the very bottom of a tidal estuary. Miles from the lake, outside, the voice spoke again. But this time it wasn't Tom Henderson's voice, it shifted, sliding smoothly from Tom's nasal drawl into a higher, softer register, the voice of my younger sister Clara, who lived 3,000 miles away in Ohio and had never set foot in Alaska in her life. "Arthur," Clara's voice whispered through the wood, sounding tired, scared, and heartbreakingly vulnerable. "Why won't you open the door? Are you mad at me? It's so dark out here in the woods." The sheer psychological cruelty of it hit me like a physical blow. The thing outside wasn't just mimicking a human. It was digging through my mind, pulling up voices and memories like a fisherman sorting through a tackle box, picking the one hook it knew would make me reach out and open the latch. "Go away," I shouted, the fear finally giving way to a cold, hard anger that surged up through my chest. I grabbed the heavy wooden bench we had been sitting on and jammed it firmly beneath the iron door handle as a makeshift brace. "We know you're not human. Get away from the cabin." For a moment, there was no sound at all. Then from the darkness of the porch came a low, wet sound, a wet, sucking chuckle, like an animal wallowing in deep mud, followed by a series of heavy, deliberate scratches that sounded less like fingernails and more like thick, blunt claws scoring deep grooves into the outer face of the oak door. Then came the movement around the rest of the cabin. We heard heavy, shuffling footsteps moving off the wooden porch and onto the gravel outside, circling the perimeter of the building with an unhurried, rhythmic cadence. The footsteps stopped beneath the small, high window on the back wall of the cabin, a window too small for a man to crawl through, but large enough for something else. Sarah had retreated to the corner near the wood stove, her hands pressed over her mouth, her eyes wide and staring in horror. She didn't say a word, but I could hear the sharp, shallow gasps of air she was pulling into her lungs. I reached up to the shelf above the wood stove and grabbed my heavy-duty Smith & Wesson .44 Magnum revolver. Sliding it out of its leather holster with a dry hiss of steel against lining, I spun the cylinder, checking the heavy brass rounds in the chambers, and clicked it shut with a solid, reassuring snap that sounded absurdly small against the roaring fury of the storm outside. "Arthur," Sarah whispered, her voice shaking uncontrollably. "What is it?" "What is that thing?" "It's an old story," I said, keeping my voice low and level as I stepped toward the small back window, my boots making no sound on the rough floorboards now. "The Tlingit people around here talk about them. They call them the Kushtaka, land otters. They say they're shapeshifters, tricksters that live along the rivers and the saltwater bays. They lure people out into the brush by taking the voice of someone you love, someone drowning or lost or crying for help. Once they get you to answer them, once you acknowledge them or step out into the dark to help them, they take you, they change you into one of them, or they leave your body broken in the brush where nobody will ever find you. That's a legend," Sarah said, her voice rising hysterically. "That's just a local ghost story people tell tourists around campfires." "Look at the door, Sarah," I said quietly, pointing with the barrel of the revolver toward the puddle of dark, silty river muck that was now slowly spreading across the center of the room. Does that look like a ghost story to you? She didn't answer. She couldn't. At that exact moment, a face appeared at the small back window. The glass was frosted over with a thick layer of condensation and ice, but through the clear patch where the heat from the room had melted a circle in the center, we saw it staring in at us. It wasn't human and it wasn't an otter. It was something caught in a horrifying, endless transition between the two. The face was broad, flat, and covered in short, dark, wet fur that matted against gray, leathery skin. The eyes were large, round, and possessed a glassy, amber-colored sheen devoid of any human intelligence or warmth, reflecting the yellow glow of our battery lantern like a pair of wet marbles. But what made my stomach turn over was the mouth. It was split too wide across the face, lined with small, flat, human-like teeth that were bared in a rigid, silent grin that stretched from ear to ear. It didn't blink. It just pressed its flat, wet nose against the glass, leaving a greasy, gray smudge of condensation, and let out a long, shuddering sigh that smelled of ancient mud, decaying fish, and deep, freezing ocean water. I raised the revolver, my hand steadying as the adrenaline surged through my veins, pushing the fear down into a cold, hard knot in my stomach. I didn't fire. Shooting at a piece of glass through a cabin wall in the middle of an Alaskan wilderness wouldn't accomplish a damn thing, except wasting ammunition and letting whatever was out there. No, we were losing our minds for what felt like hours, though it could only have been minutes. We stood there in the dim yellow light of the cabin, locked in a silent staring contest with the thing at the window. It didn't move, and neither did we. The rain pounded on the metal roof. The wood stove crackled as a log shifted inside, and the amber eyes stared through the glass with a patient, predatory hunger that belonged to something that had lived in these forests long before the first Russian fur traders ever sailed into Sitka Sound. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the head pulled back from the window. We heard a heavy splashing thud on the gravel outside, followed by the sound of wet, heavy footfalls splashing away from the cabin and fading rapidly into the dense, dark maze of the old-growth hemlock forest. We didn't sleep that night. We sat on the wooden benches beside the wood stove, keeping the fire fed with dry spruce logs, our eyes fixed on the door and the window until the first pale, gray light of dawn began to bleed through the canopy of the forest, turning the relentless rain into a fine, misty drizzle. When the sun finally climbed high enough behind the thick cloud cover to bring some semblance of day to the woods, we packed our gear with frantic, shaking hands, threw our packs over our shoulders, and didn't even bother locking the cabin door behind us. We hiked out 12 miles to the logging road without stopping once for a break, our boots pounding through the mud and muskeg as fast as our legs could carry us, our ears straining for any sound behind us in the brush. When we reached the truck parked at the end of the spur road, the radio crackled to life with the dispatcher's voice out of Thorn Bay, and the normal world rushed back in with all its bureaucratic noise and static. We filed our reports, of course, though we changed the details. We wrote that we had encountered an aggressive black bear that had tried to force its way into the cache and lingered around the structure until dawn. The supervisor bought it without a second thought. Bear encounters in the Tongass are as common as rain, and paperwork is paperwork. Sarah requested a transfer back to Oregon the following week and left the island on the very next ferry out of Ketchikan. I haven't spoken to her since, though I know she resigned from the Forest Service entirely about 6 months later and took a job working in an office park in Salem, far away from any trees taller than a telephone pole. I stayed. I'm still here, working out of the same district, driving the same gravel logging roads and walking the same damp, moss-covered trails beneath the ancient hemlocks. Most days, it's easy to convince myself that it was just a trick of the mind, exhaustion, carbon monoxide from the wood stove, a bad batch of freeze-dried food, or the classic cabin fever that gets into the head of anyone who spends too much time alone in the Alaskan bush. But I know the truth, and the woods know I know it. Last week, I was out on a solo patrol near the same drainage, checking a culvert that had clogged with debris during the autumn storms. It was late afternoon and the mist was beginning to roll in off the water, turning the tree trunks gray and indistinct. The woods were dead silent, that same heavy, suffocating silence I had felt outside the cabin door 2 years ago. And then, from down by the edge of the creek where the dark water rushed over the slippery stones, I heard a voice calling my name, clear, thin, and terribly familiar, asking me to come down and help pull something heavy out of the water. I didn't answer. I didn't look down. I just turned around, climbed back into my truck, and drove away without looking in the rearview mirror, listening to the sound of the rain drumming against the metal roof of the cab, knowing that whatever is out there in the dark green heart of the Tongass is still waiting, and it hasn't forgotten my voice. My name is Samuel Thomas Vance. I am 37 years old. I live in Washington State, and in the autumn of 2019, I was working as a permanent backcountry park ranger for the United States Forest Service. I spent 7 years stationed in the Wind River Ranger District of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest, an expansive, heavily timbered stretch of green that sweeps across the Cascade Range south of Mount St. Helens. My job was not romantic. It was mostly trail maintenance, wilderness permit enforcement, search and rescue operations, and long, lonely patrols through rugged country that hasn't changed much since the timber companies abandoned the lower drainages in the early 20th century. I am putting this down on paper now because I cannot keep it inside my head any longer. I need to record what happened on the north face of Observation Peak between October 12th and October 14th of that year, before my memory begins to blur it into something I can convince myself was just exhaustion or hypothermia. To understand the Gifford-Pinchot, you have to understand the dampness. It isn't just rain. It is an all-encompassing wetness that lives in the air from late September until June. The moss hangs off the big leaf maples in thick, dripping mats, and the forest floor is buried under decades of decomposing Douglas fir, hemlock needles, and rotting hemlock heartwood. When you walk off the cut trails, your boots sink 4 inches into wet leaf mold that smells like cold copper, crushed cedar, and ancient rot. In the high country, around 5,000 feet, the weather changes fast. A clear blue morning can collapse into a freezing drizzle by noon, wrapping the ridges in fog so dense you can hardly see 20 yards ahead of your boots. You learn early on to trust your compass and your map over your eyes, because the trees look identical when the mist comes down off the glaciers. That autumn had been unusually wet and quiet. Most of the summer crowds, the day hikers, the berry pickers, and the casual campers, had cleared out by late September when the temperature dropped into the high 30s. The district office in Carson was running on a skeleton crew, preparing for the seasonal winter closures of Forest Roads 30 and 68. On the morning of October 10th, a report came across the desk regarding a missing solo hiker named Arthur Finch. Finch was 52 years old, a retired machinist from Vancouver, Washington, who had registered for a 3-day solo trip through the Trapper Creek Wilderness, planning to loop up toward Observation Ridge and out via the Big Hollow trailhead. He was 4 days overdue. His truck, a faded blue Ford Ranger, was sitting alone in the gravel turnaround at the end of Forest Road 64. I knew the Trapper Creek area intimately. It is one of the few designated wilderness areas in the district where motorized equipment is strictly forbidden, meaning no chainsaws, no trail bikes, and no mechanical vehicles. It is steep, broken terrain cut through by deep basalt canyons, choked with thick stands of old-growth timber, dense patches of thorny devil's club, and slippery scree fields. If a man broke an ankle down in one of those ravines, he could scream until his lungs gave out and no one on the ridge would ever hear him. I volunteered to take the high-elevation sector, checking the primitive lean-to shelters, the abandoned fire lookouts, and the unmaintained brush trails that cut across the northern boundary of the district. I packed my standard 70-liter internal frame pack with gear for a 4-day solo trek. I had my rain shell, heavy wool mid-layers, a sub-zero sleeping bag, a bivy sack, a small canister stove, 3 days of emergency rations, my field medical kit, a topographic quadrangle map of the Lookout Mountain Quad, a Garmin satellite messenger, and my standard-issue Motorola VHF radio. Attached to the side of my pack was a short-handled Pulaski tool for clearing blowdown branches, and tucked into the chest holster under my outer shell was my service sidearm, a Glock 21 chambered in .45 ACP. I didn't carry the gun because I expected trouble from people. I carried it because of cougars, rogue black bears, and the occasional aggressive stray dog that had turned feral in the timber. I left the Wind River Station at 6 in the morning on October 12th. The sky was a pale, washed-out gray, heavy with low clouds that seemed to scrape against the tops of the fir trees. The drive up the gravel logging roads was quiet. The fog hung over the drainage bottoms like white cotton, masking the deep draws where Panther Creek cut through the rock. When I pulled up to the trailhead near the wilderness boundary, Arthur Finch's Ford was still there, coated in a thin layer of fell leaves and pine needles. The windshield was covered in condensation. I shined my flashlight through the driver's side window. An empty travel mug sat in the cup holder, and a road atlas lay open on the passenger seat. There was no sign of a struggle, no broken glass, nothing out of place. It looked like the truck of a man who had simply stepped out to stretch his legs and forgotten to come back. I signed the register log at the trailhead board, noted my entry time as 7:15 a.m., adjusted my pack straps and hit the trail. The first 3 miles were easy going, following an old railroad grade built by timber companies in the 1920s. The trail hugged the slope, rising gently through a stand of second-growth timber before crossing the boundary into the old-growth section. As soon as you step past that invisible line, the atmosphere changes. The trees become huge. Ancient Douglas firs and western red cedars 6 to 8 feet in diameter, their lowest branches starting 40 feet above the ground. The canopy is so dense that almost no sunlight hits the forest floor, leaving the understory sparse except for carpet moss, sword ferns, and scattered thickets of vine maple. By mid-afternoon, the rain began in earnest. It wasn't a sudden downpour, but a steady cold drizzle that soaked through everything not covered in Gore-Tex. The air temperature dropped to 38 degrees, and every breath came out as a pale cloud of steam. I reached the junction where the main trail split off toward Observation Peak, and took the left fork, ascending a narrow switch-backed path that climbed steeply through a series of rocky basalt bluffs. The wind picked up as I gained elevation, moaning through the high tops of the hemlocks like distant machinery. It was around 4 o'clock when I noticed the first anomaly. I had stopped near a small mountain seep to rest my shoulders and drink some water. The silence in the woods at that elevation was usually broken by the dripping of rain, the creaking of tree trunks, the distant call of ravens, or the rush of water in the draws below. But as I leaned against a mossy boulder, the ambient sound simply stopped. It didn't fade away. It vanished instantly, like someone had flipped a toggle switch on a stereo. The sound of the wind, the heavy spat of rain on the canopy overhead, even the continuous murmur of the stream 10 feet away, all of it deadened into a thick, smothering vacuum. I took off my gloves and pressed my fingers to my ears, thinking my eustachian tubes had popped due to the rapid elevation change. My ears were clear. I could hear my own breathing, the rough rasp of my canvas jacket sleeve rubbing against my pack strap, and the distinct fast thump of my heartbeat. But outside of my immediate physical body, the world was utterly silent. The air pressure dropped noticeably, a sudden cold heaviness that made the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up. I stood there for maybe 2 minutes, holding my breath, looking up into the wet timber. Not a single branch moved. The drizzle continued to fall, but it fell without making a sound as it hit the broad fern fronds. Then came the smell. It didn't come on the wind because there was no wind. It rolled down off the slope above me like a heavy gas. It was the smell of deeply disturbed earth, not fresh garden soil, but the metallic, bitter stink of deep underground clay mixed with crushed, wet cedar bark and an underlying scent that reminded me of copper filings left in a bucket of stagnant pond water. It was sickly sweet and sharp enough to make my throat itch. I reached down and gripped the handle of my Pulaski, my knuckles white against the damp wood. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded flat, muffled, as if I were speaking into a mattress stretched across my face. There was no echo. The sound didn't travel 5 yards into the timber before it died. No answer came. I waited another minute, my heart hammering against my ribs until the wind suddenly gusted back through the canopy with a loud, tearing rustle. The sound returned all at once, the rush of the stream, the rain spattering against my hood, the creak of the hemlocks overhead. The heavy smell dissolved into the cool, clean scent of wet pine. I shook my head, taking a deep breath of the cold air. I told myself it was an acoustic dead zone created by the steep basalt walls of the bluff and a thermal inversion layer trapping air in the draw. As rangers, we learn to explain the woods to ourselves. If you don't rationalize what you encounter out in the deep blocks, your imagination will turn every rotten stump into a bear and every strange shadow into something worse. You can't survive years in the backcountry if you let your mind wander into the dark. I continued up the trail, pushing hard to reach the emergency timber shelter at Observation Ridge before nightfall. The shelter was a small 3-sided structure built by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in 1938 out of hand-hewn cedar logs and a dry-stacked basalt foundation. It was meant to give stranded hikers or fire lookouts a dry place to ride out sudden storms. By 6 o'clock, dusk was setting in fast. In October, the light doesn't fade gradually in the Pacific Northwest timber. It gets swallowed whole by the cloud deck and the dense overhead canopy. One moment you can see 50 yards through the trunks, and the next you are standing inside an ink bottle. I clicked on my headlamp, its white LED beam cutting a sharp vector through the drift of wet fog that had settled across the path. I found Arthur Finch's campsite 300 yards south of the shelter, pitched on a small muddy bench overlooking a steep drop-off into Bourbon Creek Draw. The site was completely undisturbed, which made it far more disturbing than if it had been wrecked by a bear. His green two-person tent was pegged down neatly against the wind, its rainfly taut and covered in fallen leaves. Outside the tent door, his leather hiking boots were sitting side by side on a square of orange plastic ground cloth. They were thoroughly soaked, filled to the brim with rainwater that had run off the tarp edge. His internal frame backpack was slung over a tree branch 5 feet off the ground, properly hung to keep food away from rodents. "Mr. Finch?" I shouted, shining my light around the perimeter of the clearing. "Forest Service Ranger. Is anyone here?" The beam of my headlamp bounced off the gray trunks of the hemlocks, lost in the shifting curtains of mist. I approached the tent carefully, crouching down to unzip the front vestibule. The heavy nylon zipper rasped loudly in the quiet clearing. I shined my flashlight inside. The interior was clean and dry. A closed-cell foam sleeping pad was laid out, and an unrolled-down sleeping bag was spread across it. Beside the bag sat a small stainless steel thermos, a pair of reading glasses, an unlit headlamp, and a yellow waterproof notebook. I pulled off my glove, reached inside, and picked up the thermos. I unscrewed the cap. A thin, faint wisp of steam rose into the cold air. The liquid inside was coffee. It was still warm to the touch. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. I set the thermos down and picked up the yellow notebook. The pages were covered in neat, precise handwriting using a black ballpoint pen. I flipped through the entries until I reached the last written page, dated October 9th, 3 days prior. 8:30 a.m., the entry read. Rain stopped for an hour. Clear sky to the east. Going to head up to the ridge face to check the trailblazes. Below that was another entry written in a much rougher, hurried hand. The ink was smeared in places as if the writer's hand had been trembling wildly. 15 m. It isn't a shadow. It doesn't move through the trees, it stays inside them. I heard the whistle from the high draw again. It sounds like my brother's whistle, but David died in '94. I left my boots at the camp because I thought I was stepping on something soft. The trees aren't standing where they were this morning. Don't look up into the high limbs if the rain stops. That was the end of the writing. I stood up, my headlamp beam swinging wildly across the muddy ground around the tent. "Finch!" I yelled as loud as I could. "Arthur Finch!" My voice echoed slightly off the basalt outcrop behind the campsite, dying out in the deep timber below. I walked around the tent looking for tracks in the soft, wet soil. There were boot prints leading into the camp from the main trail, but leading away from the tent toward the edge of the steep draw were bare foot tracks. Deep, irregular depressions pressed into the slick mud, spaced widely apart as if the person had been running, or leaping, downhill toward the thickest part of the brush. I stepped up to the edge of the draw. The beam of my light died in the darkness 15 feet down. The draw dropped nearly 800 feet into an unmapped tangle of fallen cedar, swampy pools, and impenetrable devil's club. Going down there alone at night was suicide. Search and rescue rules were clear. In darkness or severe weather, a solo ranger must establish a secure base, report the position, and wait for daylight or reinforcements before attempting a retrieval off-trail. I unclipped my VHF radio from my shoulder strap, extended the flexible whip antenna, tuned it to the district repeater frequency, and pressed the push-to-talk button. "Wind River. This is Ranger Vance on Unit 4. Over." Static hissed out of the small speaker, sharp and harsh against the quiet of the woods. I waited 5 seconds, holding the radio close to my ear. "Wind River, Unit 4, do you copy?" "Over," a voice cut through the static. It was faint, broken up by atmospheric interference and the thick mountain ridge sitting between me and the repeater station on Timberline Ridge. "Unit 4, Wind River. Report. Position. Over." Wind River, I am at the Observation Ridge shelter site, I said, speaking slowly and clearly into the mic. I have located missing party Arthur Finch's campsite. Camp is abandoned. Personal gear and boots present. Finch appears to have entered the Bourbon Creek Draw on foot without footwear. I am requesting a SAR ground team with dog units at first light. I will bivouac at the CCC shelter tonight. Over. The radio hummed with heavy static. I waited for dispatch to acknowledge, but instead of the dispatcher's voice, a strange, rhythmic clicking sound came through the speaker. It sounded like two dry wooden blocks being struck together rapidly. Clack, 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 followed by a long, slow draw of air that sounded unnaturally like a human chest gasping for breath. Wind River, please repeat last transmission, I said, my thumb pressing so hard on the talk button my joint turned white. Your signal is breaking up. Then, out of the speaker, clear as day, came my own voice. Not a recording, not an echo, but my exact tone. Repeating the words I had spoken 10 seconds prior, but spoken at a slow, dragging speed, as if the sound were being dragged through thick mud. I'd have located, missing, party, Arthur, Finch. The audio cut out with a loud burst of white noise. I pulled the radio away from my face, my chest tight. I hit the channel switch, changing to the emergency search channel, then to the high country tactical frequency. Nothing but dead static and that soft, low-frequency hum that sounded like wind blowing through an open pipe. I pushed the radio back into its holster, pulled out my Garmin satellite messenger, and typed out a short, automated text alert to the district duty officer, giving my GPS coordinates and marking the site as a confirmed SR incident. The screen spun for a few seconds before displaying a red icon. Message failed. No satellite line of sight. I looked up at the sky. The fog was so thick and low that the canopy above me was completely invisible. We were encased in a solid block of gray mist and towering timber. I was entirely on my own until morning. I picked up Finch's yellow notebook, tucked it inside my waterproof coat pocket, and made the decision to fall back to the CCC shelter 200 yards up the trail. The shelter had 3 solid cedar log walls, a roof, and an open front that could be partially defended if wild animals came prowling around the scent of Finch's camp. I reached the shelter 20 minutes later. It stood in a small clearing surrounded by 3 massive western red cedars, whose branches draped over the cedar shingle roof like giant green arms. The interior was dry, smelling of damp stone, old wood smoke, and dry pine needles. A rough bench was built along the back wall, and a fire pit lined with river rocks sat just inside the open front. I didn't light a fire. A fire draws attention and it kills your night vision. Instead, I unbuckled my pack, pulled out my thick foam pad, and set up my sleeping bag on the dry bench against the back log wall. I kept my headlamp turned off to save the battery, sitting in the absolute pitch darkness of the shelter, listening to the rain beat a steady rhythm on the roof shingles. Hours passed slowly. Time stretches out in the backcountry when you are sitting alone in the dark. Every sound the forest makes is amplified by the silence between them. You hear the slow drop of water hitting a flat stone, the long creaking groan of 2 tree trunks rubbing together 50 yards away as the high winds push their tops, the sudden scuttling brush of a field mouse moving through the dry leaves under the bench. By midnight, the temperature had dropped below freezing. The rain turned into a heavy, wet slush that clicked softly against the wood. I sat wrapped in my sleeping bag, my Glock resting across my knees, my fingers resting lightly on the cold steel frame. I was exhausted, but sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those bare footprints pressed into the cold mud, heading straight down into the black abyss of the draw. At 1:45 a.m., the forest went dead silent again. It was the same abrupt cutoff I had experienced earlier on the trail. The soft click of the freezing rain on the roof stopped. The distant groan of the wind in the hemlock tops ceased instantly. The cold, heavy air inside the shelter seemed to thicken, pressing against my eardrums with a soft, persistent throb. Then came the scent, that heavy, sickly, sweet smell of copper filings, disturbed deep clay and rotting cedar resin. It filled the shelter so fast I had to breathe through my sleeve to keep from gagging. I picked up my firearm, quietly sliding the safety off, and leaned forward on the bench. Every nerve in my body stretched to the breaking point. Outside the shelter, something walked out of the timber into the clearing. It didn't walk like an animal. Animals move with a specific rhythm. Quadrupeds have a distinct four-beat gait, while bears have a heavy rolling shuffle that rustles the underbrush continuously. This thing moved with an irregular heavy impact that made the thin basalt rock under the shelter floor vibrate slightly. Thud. Pause. Thud. Pause. It was close, maybe 20 feet from the open front of the shelter. I held my headlamp in my left hand, pointing it toward the opening, but I didn't turn it on yet. In the backcountry, revealing your position before you know what you are looking at is the worst mistake you can make. The heavy step came again, closer this time, stepping off the wet soil onto the smooth river stones at the edge of the fire pit. It was so close I could hear a sound coming from it. Not breathing, but a wet, sliding sound, like a heavy rubber mat being dragged across rough bark. Then a voice spoke from the darkness, 6 feet in front of me. It was not a human voice, though it used human sounds. It was a chaotic, jumbled string of acoustic fragments, compiled from things it had heard in these woods. It spoke with the crackle of static, the sharp snap of dry cedar limbs under tension, and the exact cadence of the radio transmission I had made earlier. "Ranger. Vance," it whispered. The tone was hollow, completely devoid of inflection, like a speech synthesizer grinding through damaged tape. I finched to boots, down, in, the, draw. My heart slammed against my ribs like a trapped bird. Cold sweat broke out across my forehead and down my neck. I raised the handgun, bringing the sights up toward the pitch-black opening of the shelter, and clicked the high-output switch on my headlamp. The white LED light cut through the dark, illuminating the small clearing and the edge of the shelter. There was no creature standing there in the beam. There was no bear, no man, no physical body made of flesh and bone. What stood in the center of the opening was a trunk. It looked like a section of a mature western hemlock, 7 feet tall, gray and rough-barked, standing upright on the stones of the fire pit. But it didn't belong to the ground. Its bark was torn and peeling upward in long white ribbons that fluttered in air that wasn't moving. And where the wood should have been solid, the core of the trunk was split open, a long, narrow vertical fissure running from top to bottom, filled with a dense fibrous mass of pale, wet roots that were twisting and flexing like slow-moving fingers. As the light hit it, the entity didn't retreat. The long white strips of peeled bark along its sides raised up, expanding outward like the ribs of an umbrella, scraping against the stone pillars of the shelter entrance with a sound like dry bones dragging across concrete. The smell of cold copper and wet clay became blindingly thick, flooding my nose and eyes until my vision watered. "Get back!" I screamed, my voice cracking, lost in the claustrophobic space of the stone shelter. I squeezed the trigger of the Glock twice. The gunshots were deafening inside the small log shelter. The muzzle flashes threw violent orange light across the gray wood and the wet stone. The heavy .45 caliber slug slammed into the center of the vertical wooden fissure with loud, wet thuds. Splinters of gray bark and thick, pale fibers exploded outward, spraying across my boots and the dirt floor. The thing didn't fall. It didn't bleed, but it reacted. The vertical crack down its center pulled open wider, exposing a dark interior lined with hundreds of tiny, hair-like roots that glistened with a thick, clear sap. From inside that hollow chest came a sound that reached clear down into my spine, a high-pitched, metallic whistle that sounded exactly like a human whistling through closed teeth, rising rapidly in pitch until it vibrated the fillings in my teeth. The trunk section leaned forward, not falling, but tilting at an impossible angle without a base to pivot on, and struck the center support beam of the shelter roof. The entire shelter groaned. The 4-inch thick cedar rafters cracked with a sound like a rifle shot. Dust, dry lichen, and moss rained down onto my head as the front left corner of the roof sagged 3 feet down. I didn't think. Instinct took over, the basic animal urge to get out from under a collapsing weight. I threw myself to the right, rolling off the bench, sliding through the cold dirt floor under the low wooden railing at the side of the shelter, and hit the wet mud outside in a hard sprawl. My flashlight had dropped into the dirt during the fall. Its beam pointed uselessly at a patch of wet sword ferns. I didn't stop to search for it. I scrambled to my feet, my gloves caked in cold mud, my service weapon still gripped in my right hand, and ran blind into the dark timber toward the south ridge. The forest was a nightmare of shadows and noise. The quiet was entirely gone now. The wind had returned with a vengeance, howling through the high canopy, tearing green branches off the Douglas firs and hurling them down through the dark. Rain was falling in heavy, icy sheets, stinging my face and soaking through my clothes as I tore through the brush. I couldn't follow the trail. In the pitch blackness, without a light, the trail was gone. I was running by feel, smashing through thickets of thorn-covered devil's club that ripped through my canvas pants and slashed my hands, sliding down steep basalt slopes, tumbling over mossy blow-down logs that were slick as ice. Behind me, coming through the timber at a speed that defied the dense undergrowth, was the sound of something clearing its own path. It wasn't crashing through the brush. It sounded like trees being snapped off at ground level, heavy, rhythmic thump-crack sounds that matched the pace of a running man. Every 50 yards, the sound would shift position instantly. 1 second, the heavy crashing was directly behind me, 50 feet up the slope. The next second, the sound came from my left, right alongside me in the deep hemlock draw, the high, metallic whistling sound cutting clean through the roar of the wind and rain. "Samuel," the voice cried out from the dark trees to my left. It was Finch's voice now, clear and terrifyingly close. "I don't look up, Samuel." I didn't stop. I kept my head down, shielding my eyes with my left arm, running blindly down the slope toward where I hoped the Panther Creek drainage lay. If I could reach the creek, I could follow the water downstream to the logging road. I tripped over a concealed cedar root and went flying forward, falling 15 feet down a loose scree embankment before slamming hard into the base of a massive Douglas fir. The impact knocked the wind out of my lungs in a sharp gasp. I lay there in the cold mud, gasping for air, my heart pounding so hard I could hear the blood roaring in my ears. My right leg was numb from the hip down, bruised by the slide down the rock face. My sidearm was gone, lost somewhere in the dark shale slide above me. I pulled myself up against the trunk of the fir, holding my breath, forcing my lungs to expand slowly, silently. The forest around me was dark, an absolute suffocating blackness. I held my hand an inch from my eyes and could not see my fingers. I listened, straining to hear over the pounding of my heart and the heavy rush of rain. The crashing sounds had stopped. The wind blew hard through the high tops overhead, sending fine sprays of mist down onto my face. For 10 long minutes I didn't move a muscle. I pressed my back hard against the rough bark of the tree, letting my body heat warm the wet wool of my shirt, staring into the dark. Then 5 feet above my head, on the trunk of the very tree I was leaning against, I heard a wet, dragging scrape. It was moving down the bark toward me, slowly, deliberately, a heavy weight pressing into the wood, peeling long strips of pine bark off as it descended. The scent of crushed copper and cold clay flooded down over my head like a thick bucket of slop. I didn't shout. I didn't pull my knife. I slid sideways off the trunk, rolled down the remainder of the scree slope, and didn't stop running until the gray light of dawn began to bleed through the canopy 3 hours later. I hit the main logging road at 7 in the morning. I was covered from head to toe in black mountain mud, my jacket ripped to shreds, my hands bleeding from dozens of deep devil's club thorns, my right knee swollen to twice its normal size. I didn't walk to my patrol vehicle. I walked 5 miles down the center of Forest Road 30 in the middle of the driving rain, looking over my shoulder at every sound, until a timber haul truck heading down toward Carson spotted me and pulled over. The driver, a big bearded guy named Pete who had worked those timber sales for 30 years, took one look at my face, didn't ask a single question, and opened the passenger door. I stayed in the hospital in Hood River for 2 days. They treated me for severe hypothermia, deep lacerations, and a hairline fracture in my right fibula. When the district ranger and the sheriff's deputies came to my room to take my statement regarding Arthur Finch and my destroyed gear, I told them I had fallen off a basalt ledge in the dark near Observation Ridge, lost my flashlight and sidearm, suffered a concussion, and had to crawl my way out through the draw. I didn't mention the shelter. I didn't mention the thermos of hot coffee, the yellow notebook, the dead sound, or the thing that stood in the fire pit scraping its bark against the stone roof. If you tell them those things, they don't put you back on patrol. They take your badge, they put you in a room with a psychologist, and they file a report that says you suffered a high-altitude psychological break induced by extreme exposure and sleep. Deprivation. A official search and rescue team went back up to observation ridge 4 days later when the weather cleared. They found Arthur Finch's tent, completely destroyed, shredded into long strips of nylon that were tangled in the high branches of the hemlock trees 20 feet off the ground. His boots were never found. His body was never found. The CCC shelter had suffered a structural collapse. The official report logged it as heavy snow loading and rotten timber frames, giving way during the October storm. I turned in my badge and resigned from the forest. Service 3 weeks after I was discharged from the hospital. I moved away from the Cascades, down into the flat, dry country near Spokane, where the trees are pine and spaced wide apart, where you can see the sun hit the ground for a mile in every direction. I work now as an inspector for a commercial building supplier. It's safe, predictable work. I sit in a clear, well-lit office looking at steel beams and concrete test cubes, but I still keep a small notebook in my nightstand drawer. Every few months, I check the regional missing persons database for the Pacific Northwest wilderness areas. Gifford Pinchot, Mount Hood, Olympic, Mint Baker, Snoqualmie. Every year, 4 or 5 experienced hikers go missing in those deep blocks. Their trucks are always found parked neatly at the trailheads. Their camps are often found intact, their boots left sitting outside the tent doors, their thermos bottles half full of liquid that hasn't quite gone cold yet. And whenever the weather turns damp in late October, when the rain starts falling flat and silent against my bedroom window, I lay awake in the dark staring at the ceiling. I think about those deep draws down in Trapper Creek where the sun never shines, where the trees stand so close together you can't tell where one trunk ends and another begins. And I wonder how many of those trees were standing there when the first logging roads were cut, and how many of them came walking up the ridge after the men went home. My name is Mark Anthony Vance. I'm 38 years old, and for 11 years I worked as a backcountry park ranger for the United States Forest Service in Washington State. The events I am about to write down took place between September 24th and September 27th in the year 2016. I have kept these details out of official government logs, out of county sheriff reports, and out of every conversation I have had with my friends and family since the day I handed in my badge. If you look up the public record for those dates in the Gifford Pinchot National Forest, you will read that a 71-year-old Swedish civilian named Dr. Jonas Soderstrom was reported missing near the Trapper Creek Wilderness, that an extensive multi-agency search and rescue operation was conducted over 6 days, and that the search was eventually suspended due to worsening weather conditions and a total lack of actionable physical evidence. You will read that I was one of the primary field responders, that I was hospitalized briefly for hypothermia and severe disorientation, and that I resigned from the service 3 weeks later citing personal burnout. That is the public version of the story. It is clean, it is logical, and it fits neatly into the statistical charts of people who wander off marked trails in the Pacific Northwest every single year. But it is not the truth. I am writing this now because the silence has become heavier than the memory itself, and because I know that as long as I keep this locked inside my head, I will never be able to look at a line of timber without feeling a cold, suffocating knot tightening in the bottom of my stomach. To understand what happened out there, you have to understand what the backcountry of Gifford Pinchot actually is. It isn't a manicured city park with paved walking paths and clear line-of-sight views. It is over 1.3 million acres of dense, sprawling timber squeezed between Mount St. Helens and Mount Adams. In the interior wilderness areas like Trapper Creek and Indian Heaven, the forest canopy is so thick that even on a bright summer afternoon, the sunlight barely touches the forest floor. It comes down as a dim, greenish twilight, filtered through 100 feet of Douglas fir, grand fir, and western red cedar. The ground is carpeted in centuries of decaying needles, thick moss, and tangled brush like vine maple and devil's club, whose spines can tear through heavy work pants if you aren't paying attention. When you spend years working in that environment, you get used to a certain kind of solitude. You learn the language of the woods. You know the difference between the dry snap of a dead branch under an elk's hoof and the wet, heavy crunch of a black bear moving through the skunk cabbage. You get comfortable with the fact that if you break an ankle 10 miles off trail, radio contact might be blocked by a basalt ridge, and help could be 12 hours away. That kind of isolation doesn't scare a career ranger. It's usually why we take the job in the first place. But it also teaches you respect for the terrain, because the woods do not care about you, and they do not make exceptions for mistakes. In late September 2016, the autumn rain had just started to settle over the southern Cascades. It wasn't the hard, driving rain of a winter storm, but that endless, quiet Pacific Northwest drizzle that coats every needle, every fern, and every square inch of your wool jacket until you feel like you are breathing liquid water. On the morning of September 24th, I was sitting in the Wind River Ranger District Station near Carson, drinking bad coffee and filling out maintenance logs for trail clearing equipment, when my supervisor, Chief Ranger Roy Gable, stepped into my office. Roy was 55 years old, a veteran of the Forest Service who had spent 30 years in the Cascades. He had skin like weathered saddle leather, a graying mustache, and a slow, deliberate way of speaking that came from decades of dealing with panic-stricken tourists. Roy dropped a folder onto my desk. Inside was a missing person intake sheet and a photocopy of a passport photo showing a lean, sharp-featured elderly man with wire-rimmed glasses and thin white hair. Roy told me that the man was Dr. Jonas Söderström. He was a retired professor of plant pathology from Uppsala University in Sweden who had been living in Portland for the past 5 years while doing independent research on old-growth cedar decay and subterranean fungal networks. He had rented a Subaru Outback in Portland, driven up Forest Road 65 3 days earlier, and parked at a pullout near the Trapper Creek trailhead. He had left a note on his dashboard stating he was taking soil core samples and intended to return to his vehicle by sunset on September 21st. It was now 3 days past his return date. His landlord in Portland had finally called the Skamania County Sheriff's Office when Söderström failed to pay his rent or answer his phone. Roy told me that the Sheriff's Department had already located the rental car at the trailhead. The doors were locked and Söderström's main luggage was still in the trunk, but his field kit and day pack were gone. Weather forecasts were calling for a drop in temperature over the next 48 hours, with fog rolling down from the higher elevations and heavy rain expected by nightfall. Roy assigned me to lead the initial search sweep along Sector 4. Sector 4 was a brutal stretch of country. It encompassed the steep, heavily timbered ridges south of Observation Peak and extended down into the Quartz Creek drainage. It was an area that had been heavily logged back in the 1920s and 30s, but large pockets of primeval old-growth cedar remained in the steep ravines where the old high-lead logging cables couldn't reach. It was also home to several abandoned forestry infrastructure sites, old trail networks that hadn't been maintained since the 1960s, and a long deactivated Civilian Conservation Corps fire lookout cabin sitting on a high basalt spine above Quartz Creek. I gathered my gear, checking off every item in my pack out of habit: my Motorola XTS 5000 handheld radio, a topographic map of the Panther Creek quadrangle, a Brunton TrueArc compass, extra batteries, a high-lumen tactical flashlight, a headlamp, emergency rations, a water filter, an emergency bivouac sack, and my standard-issue Glock 22 sidearm holstered on my belt. I tossed my heavy pack into the bed of my green Forest Service F-250, met Roy in the gravel lot, and assured him I would run a sweep of the lower Quartz Creek drainage before setting up an incident command outpost at the old trailhead. Roy leaned against the driver's door of my truck, his hands jammed into his canvas coat pockets. He looked out toward the tree line, where the gray clouds were hanging so low they seemed to be snagged on the tops of the firs. He told me to keep my radio on Channel 2 and to check in every 2 hours without fail. He said that the terrain in Sector 4 was tricky. That sound played strange tricks in those narrow ravines when the fog rolled in, and that I shouldn't waste time trying to haul a heavy body out if I found him in bad shape. Just drop a GPS pin and call for a chopper team. I told him I understood, cranked the truck's engine, and pulled out onto the wet asphalt of Forest Road 65. The drive up into the mountains was quiet. The rain was steady, slapping against the windshield in heavy rhythmic sheets. As I climbed higher into the forest, the pavement gave way to packed gravel and the forest closed in on both sides of the road. Dense stands of second-growth timber were gradually replaced by massive, ancient trunks, trees 5, 6, 7 feet in diameter, their lower branches draped in thick curtains of pale green moss. I arrived at the pullout near the Trapper Creek trailhead around 10 in the morning. The missing professor's rented Subaru was sitting alone on the gravel shoulder, its roof covered in a fresh layer of fallen cedar needles and fir cones. A Skamania County Sheriff's deputy was parked nearby, sitting in his cruiser with the engine idling to keep the heater running. I got out, spoke briefly with the deputy, confirmed that no other civilian search teams had entered the sector yet, and strapped my heavy pack onto my shoulders. I stepped past the trailhead sign and into the woods. The transition from the road to the trail was immediate. The sound of the idling cruiser engine vanished within 50 yards, swallowed whole by the vast, damp sponge of the forest. The only sounds left were the steady pat-pat-pat of rain hitting the high canopy, and the squeak of my wet leather boots against the muddy dirt. My plan was to follow the main Trapper Creek Trail for 2 miles, then break off to the north along an old unmaintained fire line that cut through the Quartz Creek drainage. That fire line followed the path of an old single-wire telephone system that had been installed by the Forest Service back in the 1930s to connect the remote lookout cabins to the lower ranger stations. The copper wire had long since snapped in most places, but the line of old galvanized staples and glass insulators, pinned to the trunks of ancient cedars every 60 feet, still served as a crude landmark for rangers navigating off-trail. For the first 2 miles, the hike was uneventful. I kept my eyes scanning the ground on both sides of the trail, looking for any sign of human passage, fresh boot prints in the mud, broken twigs on the hemlock branches, discarded trash, or skid marks on the wet rocks. Dr. Söderström was an experienced outdoor researcher, but he was 71 years old, and even a skilled woodsman can trip over a slick root or misstep on a mossy log. Around noon, I reached the point where the old telephone line intersected the main trail. A faint, overgrown indentation in the brush marked the path of the old right-of-way, choked with young hemlock saplings and tall ferns. I paused, unclipped my radio, and keyed the microphone to check in with base. I called in my coordinates and reported that I was moving off the main trail into Sector 4. The response from base came back through the radio speaker, but it was heavy with static. Roy's voice was broken, buried beneath a harsh, rhythmic buzzing sound. A rapid, clicking static that sounded almost like someone tapping a fingernail rhythmically against the radio microphone. I adjusted the squelch, but the static remained, pulsing in a steady, unbroken cadence, click, 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 click. I figured it was just the terrain. The steep basalt ridges of the Quartz Creek drainage were notorious for bouncing radio signals and creating dead zones. I informed base I was proceeding north and clipped the unit back to my shoulder harness. I turned onto the old telephone line and began pushing my way through the heavy brush. The trees here were immense, standing like colossal gray pillars supporting a ceiling of dark green branches far above. The light was fading fast as the rain cloud deck lowered, painting everything in shades of slate gray, olive green, and dark bark. As I walked, I kept my eyes on the old telephone wire. In some places, it had been swallowed entirely by the trunk of a growing cedar, buried inches deep beneath living bark. In other places, it hung loose, dipping down to knee-height like a rusting clothesline before rising back up to a rusted glass insulator 20 feet in the air. About 45 minutes into the off-trail sweep, I noticed something strange about the wire. I stopped in a small glade dominated by 3 massive western red cedars whose roots spanned 20 feet across the mossy ground. The rusted copper wire above me was strung tightly between 2 of these cedars. Despite the absolute absence of wind, the air beneath the dense canopy was completely still, thick with the heavy, sweet scent of crushed needles and damp earth. The wire was vibrating. It wasn't swinging back and forth like a wire blown by a breeze. It was vibrating high speed, hummed like a plucked guitar string, sending micro ripples through the droplets of water hanging from its length. I reached up and lightly touched the metal wire with my gloved fingers. I could feel the vibration hum through the thick leather of my glove. It was a faint, high-frequency tremor, humming at a frequency that felt almost mechanical, as if somewhere miles up the ridge a heavy engine was running, sending vibrations down the line. I pulled my glove off and touched the bare wire with my fingertips. The metal was ice cold, but the vibration was undeniable. And then as I stood there holding the wire, the vibration stopped abruptly. The wire went completely dead and slack in my hand. I frowned, wiping my wet hand on my trousers. I looked up into the branches of the cedar tree where the wire was stapled. The trunk was massive, at least 8 feet in diameter near the base. its deep furrowed bark running straight up into the gloom until it was lost in the lower branches 60 feet up. Everything was still. The rain continued its steady pat-pat-pat against the leaves. I took a step forward and my boot kicked something hard hidden beneath a clump of wet sword ferns. I knelt down and pushed the ferns aside. Lying in the damp moss was an aluminum-cased field notebook, a high-end Leica camera with its lens cap off, and a stainless steel thermos. They were not scattered as if they had been dropped during a fall. They were set down with meticulous care on a flat rock beside the tree root. The notebook was closed, its waterproof cover glistening with raindrops. Beside the rock, set neatly side by side in the mud, were a pair of heavy leather hiking boots. I sat back on my heels, my heart giving a sudden, unexpected thud against my ribs. I picked up the boots. They were high-end German leather boots soaked with rain, but the interior sock linings were still faintly warm to the touch. The laces were neatly unfastened and tucked inside the ankle collars. Why would a 71-year-old man take off his hiking boots in the middle of a cold, rainy wilderness, set them neatly beside his equipment, and walk away into the brush in his socks? I pulled the notebook from its aluminum case. The pages were made of waterproof Write and the rain paper, covered in small, precise handwriting in black ink. Most of the entries were dense botanical observations, chemical notes on soil acidity, fungal sporulation cycles, and Swedish terms I couldn't translate. But the last entry, written on the page dated September 22nd, was different. The handwriting was no longer neat and precise. It was shaky. The lines slanted across the page, pressed so hard into the paper that the pen had nearly torn through. I read the entry slowly, the sound of the rain filling the silence around me. September 22nd, 1410. The vertical density of this grove is incorrect. The timber maps from the 1930 survey list 42 mature cedars on this terrace. I have counted 43 three times now. One of them has no root swell. It does not branch at the 60-foot mark like the Thuya plicata. It stands behind the double fir. When I walk toward it to take a core sample, the distance between us does not decrease. It stays 30 meters away. I can hear my sister's voice coming from inside the bark. Brigitte died in Shovda 40 years ago. She is calling my middle name. She is asking me to take off my shoes because the ground inside the tree is clean. I stood up quickly, holding the notebook in my hand, my eyes sweeping the surrounding woods. The forest was completely motionless. The mist had descended into the lower glades now, hanging in thick milky tendrils between the trunks of the cedars. The light was gray and thin, casting long, indistinct shadows across the floor of the ravine. "Dr. Soderstrom," I called out. My voice sounded flat, muffled instantly by the wet canopy swallowed up by the endless layers of moss and cedar bark. "Dr. Soderstrom, Forest Service Search and Rescue. Can you hear me?" I listened. For several seconds there was nothing but the steady drip of water from the needles above. Then, from somewhere deeper up the ridge, perhaps 200 yards away through the thick timber, came a response. It was a voice. It was faint, raspy, and thin, but clearly audible over the sound of the rain. "Markna," the voice said. "Mark. Over here." Down by the rig, I froze. A cold prickle of goosebumps erupted along the back of my neck and down my arms. The voice had spoken my name. But it hadn't just spoken my name. It had spoken it with the exact gravelly inflection, the precise, slow cadence of my supervisor, Roy Gable. I reached down and unclipped my radio with a trembling hand. "Roy?" I said into the mic, my thumb pressing the push-to-talk button. "Roy, is that you? Did you come up the Quartz Creek Trail?" The radio speaker didn't emit static. It didn't emit Roy's voice. Instead, through the small speaker on my chest came the exact audio recording of my own voice, played back to me with a 3-second delay, perfectly clear, down to the sound of my breath. "Roy, is that you? Did you come up the Quartz Creek Trail?" I dropped my thumb from the button. I stared down at the radio. The green receive LED light was solid, indicating an incoming signal, but there was no broadcast code on the digital screen. "Just blank black glass, of course, Dr. Zuderström," I shouted again, louder this time, turning in a slow circle as I unholstered my Glock 22 with my right hand. The weight of the steel pistol felt real and grounding, but it did nothing to dispel the deep cold dread settling in my chest. "Show yourself." "I'm an armed federal ranger." No answer came. The forest remained still. I looked down at the mud beside the flat rock where Söderström's boots were sitting. Leading away from the boots, heading straight up the steep, brush-choked slope toward the Quartz Creek Ridge, were footprints in the wet moss. They were not boot prints. They were the faint, shallow impressions of a person wearing wool socks stepping lightly, spaced far apart as if the person had been walking calmly, without hurry, directly into the thickest part of the wilderness. I checked my watch. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. In 2 hours, night would fall completely over Sector 4. The temperature was dropping fast. I could see my breath blooming in small white plumes of steam in front of my face. Leaving the missing man's camera and notebook in my pack, I packed his boots carefully into my bag, took a quick bearing with my compass toward the old Quartz Creek lookout cabin on the ridge, and began following the sock prints up the mountain. The climb was grueling. The slope was at a 40-degree incline, slick with decaying vegetation and wet mud. I had to pull myself up by grabbing the thick trunks of young hemlocks and avoiding the thorn-covered stems of Devil's Club. The fog was thickening with every 100 feet of elevation I gained. Down in the ravine, visibility had been 50 yards. Up here on the higher spine of the ridge, it shrunk to less than 20 feet. The world narrowed to a small circle of gray light surrounded by a wall of dense, white fog and the shadowy, towering shapes of ancient trees. As I climbed, the silence grew heavier. In a normal forest, even in bad weather, there is sound. Birds call from the high branches. Chipmunks chatter in the berry bushes. Small streams trickle over gravel beds. The wind rustles the upper leaves. But on this ridge there was nothing. No wind, no animal sounds. Not even the hum of insects. The only sound was my own harsh, rapid breathing, the wet crunch of my boots, and the sound of my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Around 3:45, the slope leveled off onto the narrow basalt spine of Quartz Ridge. Emerging from the mist ahead of me was the dark silhouette of the abandoned CCC lookout cabin. It sat on a raised masonry foundation built directly into the basalt rock, surrounded by a small clearing where timber had been cleared 80 years ago. The cabin was built from heavy cedar logs with a pitched wooden shingle roof. Its windows were covered with thick iron-bolted wooden shutters. Gray and weathered from decades of mountain snow and summer sun, the single oak door of the cabin was slightly ajar. I approached the cabin slowly, my handgun raised in a two-handed grip, my headlamp cutting a bright, yellow beam through the swirling fog. The heavy brass padlock that should have secured the door latch was hanging from the staple, but it hadn't been picked or unlocked with a key. The heavy iron latch had been bent outward, twisted like a piece of warm, soft wire, torn free from the solid oak frame from the inside out. I reached the threshold and pushed the door open with the toe of my boot. The hinges groaned, a sharp metallic scream that seemed to ring out across the silent mountain. "Forest Service," I called out, my voice tight. "Is anyone in here?" Darkness filled the interior. The smell that drifted out through the open door was overpowering. It wasn't the smell of wild animals, nor was it the clean smell of cedar. It smelled like ancient, stagnant earth. The smell you get when you tear open a rotten log that has been lying in a swamp for 100 years, mixed with the faint, sharp smell of ozone, like the air right after a lightning strike. I clicked on my high-lumen tactical flashlight and stepped over the threshold, keeping my back close to the heavy log wall. The cabin interior was small, roughly 14 by 14 feet. In the center sat an old iron wood-burning stove, rusted red, its stovepipe running up through the ceiling. Against the back wall was a double wooden bunk bed frame, stripped of its mattresses decades ago. A heavy oak table and 2 wooden chairs sat near the shuttered window. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, dry pine needles, and rodent droppings. Sitting on the oak table was an open galvanized metal box, the old archival station box used by Forest Service lookouts in the mid-20th century. I moved to the table, keeping my flashlight beam scanning the dark corners of the room. Inside the metal box were several leather-bound logbooks. Most of them were water-damaged, their pages stuck together in solid, moldy blocks. But one logbook, bound in dark green canvas, was sitting on top, relatively preserved. I picked it up with my left hand, keeping my pistol trained on the open doorway. The cover read, U.S. Forest Service, Quartz Ridge Lookout Station, Daily Log, 1969. I flipped through the brittle, yellowed pages. The entries were standard operational reports written in blue ballpoint ink by a ranger named Arthur Holm. They detailed weather observations, smoke sightings toward Mount Adams, trail maintenance notes, and supply drops. I flipped toward the back of the logbook to the entries from October 1969, the last month the lookout had been officially manned before the Forest Service deactivated the station. The handwriting in those final entries had changed drastically. It was large, jagged, and wild. October 14, 1969, 22 AUG. The radio on the desk keeps playing my own voice back to me when I call district. It repeats what I said 2 minutes ago, but the voice sounds higher, like someone trying to imitate a man's voice using a flute. I looked out the east shutter. The snag on the edge of the clearing moved. It was 20 yards from the door at dusk. Now it is 10 yards away. It has no roots. It stands straight up out of the moss. October 15th, 1969. No time noted. I didn't lock the door from the outside. It isn't trying to get in. It is waiting for me to look at it. If you look at it for more than 3 seconds, your legs stop working properly. You want to walk out into the clearing and stand next to it. It smells like wet rot. God help me, I hear my mother calling from the tree line. My mother died when I was 7. October 16th, 1969. I am going to break the window shutter on the west side and run down the ravine toward Panther Creek. If anyone finds this log, do not stay in the lookout after sunset. It does not like the light, but it lives in the dark between the trees. It isn't a tree. It wears the bark like a coat. That was the last entry. I stood in the cold, dark cabin, holding the green canvas logbook, my heart hammering against my chest like a trapped bird. The air in the room felt thick, heavy, and compressed, as if the atmospheric pressure had suddenly plummeted. I looked toward the open cabin door. The fog outside had turned a deep bruised purple as the last light of day vanished behind the mountains. Night had fallen. I pulled my radio from my belt and tried to key the mic. Nothing happened. The digital screen was completely dead. The battery icon gone, despite having put fresh lithium batteries in before I left the station. I pulled my cell phone from my pocket. No signal as expected. But the battery indicator on the phone dropped from 80% to 0 in front of my eyes, and the screen went black. I was 8 miles off trail, isolated on a high basalt ridge, in total darkness with no radio communication, surrounded by miles of old-growth wilderness. I swallowed hard, telling myself to stay calm. I was a trained professional. I had a gun, a high-lumen light, thermal gear, and shelter. The rational part of my brain, the part trained in wilderness survival, told me that panicking was the quickest way to die in the backcountry. I needed to barricade the cabin door, build a fire in the rusted iron stove to keep hypothermia at bay, and wait for daylight. In the morning, I could follow my physical compass bearing south down the ridge back to Forest Road 65. I set my heavy pack on the floor, stepped to the open door, and grabbed the thick oak panel to pull it shut. As I pulled the door inward, my flashlight beam swung across the small clearing outside the cabin. The beam cut through the swirling gray fog, illuminating the dark, massive trunks of the Douglas firs lining the edge of the clearing 20 yards away. Standing right at the edge of the tree line, directly in the center of the beam, was a shape. It stood perfectly vertical, roughly 9 to 10 feet tall. At first glance, it looked like a tall, narrow snag, a dead cedar trunk that had been stripped of its branches by a winter storm. It was covered in dark, deeply furrowed gray-brown bark, seamless and rough, blending into the surrounding timber. But it had no root swell at the base. It stood directly on top of the wet moss, unsupported, upright, like an iron pillar driven into the ground. And near the top of the trunk, roughly 8 feet off the ground where the bark should have been smooth and continuous, were 2 long vertical indentations, pale, smooth depressions in the dark wood that looked like sunken, eyeless sockets carved into living bark with an axe. I stared at it. My mind refused to process what I was looking at. Every instinct honed over 11 years of forestry work screamed that I was looking at a dead tree trunk. But every primal ancient instinct buried deep in my DNA screamed that I was looking at something alive, something that was staring back at me through the fog. I remembered the Swedish professor's journal entry. When I walk toward it, the distance between us does not decrease. It stands behind the double fir. I remembered the 1969 logbook. If you look at it for more than 3 seconds, your legs stop working properly. A wave of intense, nauseating dizziness swept over me. My eyes felt heavy, my vision tunneling until the only thing I could see was the pale, smooth indentations on that tall, bark-covered column. My legs felt strangely weightless, numb, as if the nerves in my thighs were being lulled to sleep by a quiet, rhythmic hum. I took a half-step forward out onto the cabin porch, my boots moving without my conscious command. My right hand, holding the Glock, went limp, dropping down to my side. "Come outside," a thought whispered in my mind. It wasn't a voice in the air. It was a feeling. A deep pulling sensation in the center of my chest, like the gentle pull of an ocean tide dragging sand out from under your feet. "The ground inside is clean. Take off your boots." "No," I choked out. With an effort that felt like lifting 1,000 pounds of dead weight, I broke my eyes away from the pale sockets on the trunk and slammed my gaze down to my own boots. The instant my eyes left the entity, the dizziness vanished. The feeling returned to my legs with a sharp, burning prickle, like pins and needles after a limb falls asleep. I stumbled backward into the cabin, pulled the heavy oak door shut with a violent yank, and slammed the bent iron latch into place. I dropped to my knees on the dusty floorboards, gasping for air, sweat pouring down my face despite the freezing temperature of the room. My chest was heaving. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped my flashlight onto the floor. Outside, the forest was dead quiet. I scrambled to my feet, grabbed the heavy oak table and dragged it across the floorboards, jamming it tightly against the oak door. I picked up one of the heavy wooden chairs and wedged it under the door handle, reinforcing the barrier with my heavy backpack. I backed away into the far corner of the cabin, pressing my spine against the intersection of the 2 thick log walls, holding my pistol in both hands, my flashlight beam pointed directly at the barricaded door. For 10 minutes, nothing happened. The silence outside was absolute. I could hear every breath entering my lungs, every beat of my heart hammering in my temples. Then, I heard the sound. It started at the base of the cabin's exterior wall, right behind where I was standing. It was a slow, heavy, scraping sound. Screech, screech. It sounded like a massive piece of dry wood being dragged slowly across the rough cedar shingles of the cabin wall. It moved with agonizing slowness, traveling along the exterior wall, rounding the corner and moving toward the shuttered window on the west side. It was not moving like an animal. There were no footfalls, no crunching of dead leaves or snapping of twigs. It was moving continuously, as if a 10-foot column of solid timber were sliding across the ground without touching the leaves, dragging its dry, coarse bark against the wooden walls of the shelter. It stopped right outside the heavy wooden shutter on the west wall. I held my breath. My finger rested lightly against the trigger of my Glock. My flashlight beam locked onto the wooden shutter. The wood of the shutter was 3 inches thick, held together by iron straps, but in that moment it felt as thin as paper. A second passed, then 2, then 3. Then came the knocks. Thump, thump, thump. They were heavy, slow, and hollow, sounding like a massive wooden mallet hitting the outside of the shutter. The entire log cabin creaked under the impact, dust raining down from the roof rafters into my hair and eyes. Then, a voice spoke from the other side of the shutter. It was not a monster's voice. It was not a growl or a screech. It was the voice of an elderly Swedish man, accented, thin, and breathless. "Mark," the voice said through the wooden shutter. "Mark, it is very cold out here. My feet are wet. Please, open the door. The ground inside the tree is clean." The voice sounded so real, so human, so rich with pain and vulnerability, that my hand instinctively tightened on my pistol. For a fraction of a second, the rational, empathetic ranger inside me wanted to tear down the barricade, throw open the door, and pull the old Swedish professor inside out of the cold. But then the voice repeated the line. "Mark, it is very cold out here. My feet are wet. Please, open the door. The ground inside the tree is clean." It repeated the sentence with the exact same pitch, the exact same pause between the words cold and out, the exact same rise and inflection on the word clean. It was a seamless, perfect, mechanical loop, a recording played back by something that did not understand what the words meant. but knew that those sound frequencies made human beings open doors. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressed my back hard against the corner walls, and whispered to myself, "It isn't a person. It isn't a person. Do not look at it. Do not open the door." The voice outside changed. The Swedish accent vanished. The tone shifted instantly, seamlessly morphing into a voice I hadn't heard in 6 years, the voice of my mother, who had passed away from cancer in a Portland hospital back in 2010. "Mark Anthony," her voice called, gentle, warm, and perfectly clear, sitting right outside the heavy cedar shutter. "Mark Anthony, sweetheart, open the window. It's dark out here in the woods. Come help me carry the firewood." Tears sprang to my eyes, burning my cheeks. A cold, oily terror flooded my gut. I bit my lower lip so hard I felt the iron taste of blood on my tongue, using the physical pain to anchor myself to reality, to keep from screaming out loud. "Mark Anthony," my mother's voice repeated, looping with that same terrifying mechanical precision. "Mark Anthony, sweetheart, open the window. It's dark out here in the woods. Come help me carry the firewood." I did not answer. I kept my eyes fixed on the floorboards. Between my boots, refusing to look up at the wooden shutter, refusing to give the thing inside my mind a grip on my eyes. For 3 hours, the entity stayed outside the cabin. It did not try to smash the door down. It did not break the shutters. It simply circled the cabin, slow and relentless, dragging its coarse bark against the exterior walls, tapping its hollow wooden knocks against the wood, and calling out to me in voices pulled from my life. It used Roy's voice. It used my mother's voice. It used the voice of an old girlfriend from college. It even used my own voice, playing back the frantic radio call I had made down in the ravine earlier that afternoon. "Dr. Soderstrom, show yourself. I am an armed federal ranger." Around 3 a.m, the voices stopped. The silence returned to the mountain, sudden and absolute. I sat in the corner of the cabin, my body shivering violently from cold and exhaustion, my eyes staring at the space between my boots. I did not move. I did not relax my grip on my gun. I stayed frozen in that corner, listening to the silence, waiting for the scraping sound to return. About 20 minutes before dawn, a heavy, dead weight leaned against the west wall of the cabin. The thick cedar logs of the structure groaned under immense pressure. I could hear the wood fibers creaking and popping above my head as if a massive fallen tree weighing several tons had been leaned vertically against the exterior wall. The air inside the cabin became freezing cold, so cold that my breath froze into thick frost on the collar of my wool jacket. I held my breath, my thumb resting on the hammer of my pistol. The pressure remained on the wall for what felt like an eternity. Then, far out over the eastern horizon, the first faint light of dawn began to bleed through the clouds. The instant the gray light of morning touched the mountain, the heavy pressure on the cabin wall vanished. There was no sound of movement, no footsteps retreating into the brush, no scraping against the wood. The weight simply disappeared, as if whatever had been leaning against the logs had vanished into thin air. A second later, the silence broke. From the trees surrounding the clearing, a lone Steller's jay let out a sharp metallic scream. The wind picked up, rustling the high canopy of the Douglas firs. The sound of rain dripping from the leaves returned. The oppressive, suffocating pressure in the air dissipated like fog in a summer breeze. I sat in the corner for another 30 minutes, my eyes fixed on the door until the sunlight through the cracks in the shutters was bright and golden. Slowly, agonizingly, I pushed myself up from the floorboards. My joints were stiff, my legs trembling with weakness. I pushed the wooden chair and table away from the door, unlatched the iron bolt, and pulled the oak door open an inch. The clearing outside was bathed in the pale, gray light of a damp Pacific Northwest morning. The fog had lifted, revealing the mountain ridge stretching away to the south. I stepped out onto the cabin porch, my pistol raised, scanning the clearing. There was nothing there. The glade was empty. I walked slowly to the west wall of the cabin, where the scraping sounds and knocking had occurred throughout the night. The heavy cedar shingles on the exterior wall were deeply gouged. Long vertical furrows had been carved into the solid wood, running from the roof line down to the foundation stone as if someone had taken a massive, blunt iron rake and dragged it down the side of the house. Lying in the moss directly beneath the gouged wall was a small pile of fresh bark fragments. They were thick, gray-brown, and rough. the bark of a western red cedar. But when I knelt down and picked up one of the fragments, I saw that the underside of the bark was not white or pale brown like living tree tissue. The interior of the bark was dark red, fibrous and sticky, dripping with a thick, viscous sap that smelled distinctly of copper and iron. I dropped the bark, wiped my hand on the grass and ran. I did not follow the trail. I did not check my maps. I put my head down and ran south down the basalt spine of Quartz Ridge, leaping over fallen logs, crashing through thickets of vine maple, throwing myself down the steep, muddy slopes without care for my safety. I ran until my lungs burned like fire, until my legs felt like jelly, until my knees buckled and I tumbled down a mud bank, rolling out onto the gravel shoulder of Forest Road 65. I lay on the cold gravel for several minutes, staring up at the slate-gray rain clouds, sobbing hysterically, gasping for air. A quarter mile down the road, I saw the flashing yellow lights of a Forest Service maintenance truck. I pulled myself up, stumbled down the road, and collapsed into the arms of a stunned road crew technician. They took me to the Skamania County Hospital in Stevenson. I was treated for severe hypothermia, dehydration, and multiple lacerations along my hands and face. When Roy Gable came to visit me in my hospital room late that afternoon, he sat in the chair beside my bed, pulled an apple out of his pocket, and began peeling it with his pocket knife. He looked at me for a long time with his quiet, gray eyes before he spoke. He told me that a full search and rescue team, accompanied by bloodhounds from the county sheriff's department, had gone up Sector 4 earlier that morning to search for both Soderstrom and me. He said the dogs had followed my scent trail up to the Quartz Ridge lookout cabin without issue. But when they reached the clearing around the cabin, the bloodhounds had stopped dead at the tree line. They refused to enter the clearing. They lay down in the wet mud, whining, shivering, and bleeding from their noses until the handlers were forced to pull them back down the mountain. Roy said the search team found the gouges on the cabin wall. He said the lead deputy had written it off as an attack by an unusually large grizzly bear scratching its back against the logs, even though grizzly bears hadn't been documented in the Trapper Creek wilderness in over 50 years. Roy leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees, his eyes locked onto mine. "Mark," he said softly, his gravelly voice barely above a whisper, "did you find the professor?" I looked at Roy, at the weathered skin on his neck, at his graying mustache, at his clean, familiar Forest Service uniform. I thought about telling him everything. I thought about telling him about the Swedish professor's boots set neatly beside the flat rock, about the 1969 canvas logbook, about the voices calling from the darkness outside the shutter, and about the tall, bark-covered ink column standing in the fog with no roots. But as I looked at Roy, I realized that if I said those words out loud, he would look at me with pity. He would write me off as a ranger who had cracked under the pressure of isolation and lost his mind in the fog. Or worse, he would believe me and he would go back up to Quartz Ridge to look for answers himself. "No, Roy," I lied, my voice cracking with emotion. I got disoriented in the heavy fog near the ridge. I fell down an embankment, lost my radio, and spent the night in a drainage shelter. I didn't see any sign of him. Roy looked at me for a long, silent moment. He nodded slowly, stood up, and placed his hand gently on my shoulder. "Get some rest, kid," he said softly. "The sheriff is calling off the active ground search tomorrow. Weather's moving in hard. We're closing Sector 4 for the winter." 3 weeks later, I handed in my badge and resigned from the United States Forest Service. I moved away from Washington State. I sold my camping gear, my hiking boots, and my rain jackets. I bought a small, modest home in the desert outside Tucson, Arizona, a place where the sky is vast and clear, where the ground is dry, and where there isn't a tree higher than a creosote bush for 50 miles in any direction. It has been 10 years since that night on Quartz Ridge. I have built a quiet, unremarkable life for myself, working as a building inspector for the city. I do not go camping. I do not go on weekend hikes. I do not visit national parks, but the fear has never left me. Every now and then, on a cold desert night when the wind blows hard off the Santa Catalina Mountains, rattling the dry wooden frames of my house windows, I lay awake in the dark, staring up at the ceiling fan, and in the quiet spaces between the wind gusts, when the night goes dead silent, I will hear it, a slow, heavy, wooden knocking on the side of my stucco house, thump, 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 and then, faint and clear, drifting in through the glass of my bedroom window, comes a voice I know better than my own voice, recorded and played back with terrifying mechanical precision. Mark Anthony Vance. Standard check-in. I never answer it. I never open the window. I pull the blanket over my ears, lock my eyes onto the floorboards, and wait for the sun to rise over the desert. But I know that somewhere out in the deep, dark timber of the Pacific Northwest, where the moss covers the stone and the fog hangs heavy in the ancient trees, the cedar trunks are standing motionless, waiting for the next lost traveler to look too closely at the darkness between the branches. My name is Daniel Wright. I am 34 years old, and in the autumn of 2003, I was employed as a backcountry park ranger for the United States Forest Service in the state of North Carolina. I have kept what happened during those 3 weeks in November locked away in my mind for over 2 decades, buried beneath official incident reports, standard search and rescue logs, and the quiet, polite lies we tell ourselves to keep from going crazy. I am writing this down now because the silence has grown heavier than the truth. And because I know that if I take this secret to my grave, I will be doing a disservice to the memory of those who were lost in those dark, ancient mountains. The setting of these events was the Linville Gorge Wilderness, an expanse of roughly 12,000 acres nestled within the Pisgah National Forest in western North Carolina. Among foresters and experienced outdoorsmen, the gorge is often referred to as the Grand Canyon of the East. It is a brutal, vertical landscape defined by steep, towering granite cliffs, dense thickets of mountain laurel and rhododendron, and the rushing waters of the Linville River carved deep into the belly of the earth. Unlike many national parks that feature paved roads, scenic pull-offs, and well-maintained visitor centers, Linville Gorge was designated a wilderness area under the Wilderness Act of 1964. That means no motorized vehicles are allowed past the perimeter roads, no permanent structures can be built, and human intervention is kept to an absolute minimum. If you break an ankle at the bottom of the gorge, there are no handrails, no elevators, and no easy ways out. You are miles from the nearest emergency vehicle, surrounded by thousands of feet of sheer rock, deep timber, and terrain so rugged that even experienced search teams hesitate to enter without full climbing gear and daylight on their side. In November of 2003, the autumn foliage was long past its peak. The vibrant crimson and gold of October had given way to a dismal, faded brown, and the oak, hickory, and maple trees had shed their leaves, laying down a dry, slippery carpet across the steep hiking trails. The weather was unusually dry and cold. High pressure had settled over the Blue Ridge Mountains, locking in a stagnant, frost-laden air mass that seemed to freeze the forest in place. The days were short and dim, the sun dropping behind the western rim of the gorge by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and plunging the canyon floor into complete, ink-black darkness long before twilight had faded from the high ridges above. I was stationed out of the district office near Morganton, but my primary duty was patrolling the eastern rim of the gorge, covering the trails surrounding Table Rock Mountain, Hawksbill, Jonas Ridge, and the long, isolated stretches of State Road 1238, known locally as Kistler Memorial Highway. It was an unpaved, rutted dirt road that wound precariously along the western edge of the rim, pitted with deep washboards and exposed granite boulders that would tear the oil pan out of any vehicle without high clearance. My rig was a 1997 Ford F-250 four-wheel drive truck, painted in the standard Forest Service dark green with white doors, equipped with a heavy-duty winch, a bed full of chainsaw fuel, ropes, medical supplies, and an old Motorola HT-1000 handheld two-way radio strapped to my chest harness. My partner on duty during that shift was Artie Vance. Artie was 56 years old, a veteran ranger who had spent nearly 30 years with the Forest Service. He was a quiet, weathered man with skin like tanned leather, graying hair cropped short, and eyes that had seen every kind of outdoor folly imaginable, from ill-prepared tourists wearing flip-flops on 5-mile scrambles to drunk college students falling off 40-foot granite ledges at Chimney's Gap. Artie knew the gorge better than anyone alive. He knew every unmarked hunter's path, every hidden spring, every rock shelter used by the Cherokee centuries ago, and every dangerous drop-off where a careless step meant a 300-foot fall into the roaring darkness of the river basin. The trouble began on Tuesday, November 4th. The weather that morning was cold and still. The thermometer on the porch of the district office read 27 degrees Fahrenheit at 6:30 in the morning. A heavy, brittle layer of white hoarfrost covered the grass and the windshields of the service trucks. Artie and I had poured black coffee from a thermos into heavy ceramic mugs, going over our daily assignments. There had been no rain in 3 weeks, which meant our primary concern was fire safety and monitoring illegal campfires set by backcountry campers during the dry spell. We got a report from a hunter down near Conley Cove, Artie said, tracing his calloused finger across a faded USGS topographical map pinned to the wall. Said he came across an abandoned campsite about a quarter-mile off the main trail. Tents still pitched, sleeping bags inside, but no sign of anyone around. He said it looked like it had been sitting there through the frost 2 nights ago. Did he check the registration log at the trailhead? I asked. Logbook at Spence Ridge was empty, Artie replied, shaking his head. People don't sign them like they used to. Half the folks who drop into the gorge think they're invisible. They hike down into the bottom, get disoriented by the rock walls, and realize too late that the climb back up takes 3 times as long as the walk down. You want me to drive up to Spence Ridge and head down on foot? I asked. Take the truck up Kistler, Artie said. I'll meet you at the trailhead by 10. I've got to run down to Marion first to pick up some replacement drive belts for the station generator. Then I'll head up your way. If you find the camp, don't touch anything. Just get a visual, see if there are any ID tags or equipment labels, and call it in. I packed my day pack with cold weather gear, a headlamp, spare batteries, a thermal blanket, a flask of water, and a heavy iron-framed bow saw, then climbed into the Ford. The drive up from the lowlands into the mountain foothills was quiet. The air inside the cab smelled of old canvas, wood smoke, and stale coffee. As I climbed higher, turning off the asphalt onto the rough dirt of Kistler Memorial Highway, the forest tightened around the road. High canopy oaks and pitch pines arched overhead, filtering the pale morning sunlight into long, dusty beams that cut through the bare trees. I parked the F-250 at the Spence Ridge trailhead turnout. The area was entirely empty. No other vehicles were parked in the gravel lot, and the absolute silence of the woods hit me the moment I killed the truck's engine. In autumn, the woods are usually filled with small sounds. The skittering of squirrels through dry oak leaves, the harsh caw of crows circling the high ridges, the chatter of nuthatches in the pine needles, or the distant rustle of white-tailed deer moving through the laurel thickets. But when I stepped out of the truck and slammed the door, the sound echoed sharply against the hillside, and then nothing. The air was completely dead. There was no wind moving through the upper canopy, no rustle of leaves, no bird calls, no insects. It was the kind of unnatural, suffocating quiet that makes your ears ring, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I pulled my radio from my harness, clicked the dial to channel 2, the local tactical frequency, and pressed the push-to-talk button. Morganton, this is Unit 4 on Spence Ridge Trailhead. 10-8, proceeding down on foot toward Conley Cove Junction. Do you copy? The radio crackled with static, a long, harsh hiss that seemed unnaturally loud in the frozen air. Then the dispatcher's voice came through, thin and metallic. Copy Unit 4, next check-in at 1100 hours. Roger that, I said, clipping the radio back to my chest. I tightened the straps on my pack, picked up my heavy wooden walking stick, and started down the Spence Ridge Trail. The path descends rapidly from the ridge, dropping nearly 2,000 feet over the course of less than 2 miles down toward the river. The trail is rough, littered with exposed roots, loose granite shale, and deep beds of fallen leaves that obscure hidden drops and ankle-twisting rocks. I walked at a steady, cautious pace, my boots crunching rhythmically in the dry leaves. That crunching was the only sound in the entire forest. About halfway down the trail, near the outcrop where the path splits toward the old iron bridge site, I noticed the first detail that felt out of place. To the left of the trail, the dense wall of mountain laurel, a shrub with thick, twisted, woody branches and glossy evergreen leaves, looked as though it had been violently torn apart. Mountain laurel is tough, flexible wood. It bends under snow and snaps only under immense pressure. But here, several large stalks, some as thick as a man's wrist, were snapped clean off, splintered and hanging downward like broken bones. I stopped, crouching beside the brake to inspect it. The wood at the fractures was fresh and pale, dripping sticky clear sap that hadn't yet hardened in the cold air. Whatever had smashed through this thicket had done so recently, perhaps within the last 12 to 18 hours. But there were no footprints in the leaf litter below the brake. No shreds of fabric from a hiker's clothing, and no dropped gear. What caught my attention was the height of the damage. The lowest broken branches were roughly 6 feet off the ground. The highest snapped limbs were nearly 9 feet up. A black bear, even a massive 300-pound boar standing on its hind legs, could potentially reach that high. But a bear leaves distinct signs when it forces its way through brush. It leaves deep claw marks on the bark, tufts of coarse black hair snagged on the splinters, and torn earth where its weight shifts. There was no hair. There were no claw marks. The branches had simply been seized and snapped backward with tremendous blunt force, as if something incredibly tall and heavy had walked straight through the thicket without bothering to duck or alter its course. I stood up, feeling a strange, subtle, prickling sensation along the back of my neck. That ancient human instinct that tells you that you are no longer alone, even when your eyes can't confirm it. I looked up into the steep slope above the trail. The gray trunks of the bare oak trees stood like silver bars against the brown earth, fading into the dim morning shadow. Nothing moved. There was no sound of rustling leaves, no movement of wind. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding flat and small against the vast rock walls of the gorge.
Forest Service.
"Anyone up there?" No answer, not even an echo. The dry, cavernous gorge seemed to absorb my voice, smothering it in the heavy air. I shook my head, muttering to myself, and continued down the trail, keeping one hand instinctively resting on the heavy leather sheath of the utility knife on my belt. After another 20 minutes of steep descent, I reached the lower river terrace near the Conley Cove Junction. The Linville River roared softly in the distance, a low white noise rumbled tumbling over rounded river rocks and boulders. Here, down in the deep basin, the temperature was noticeably colder. The sun hadn't yet risen high enough to clear the eastern rim of Table Rock, and the entire floor of the gorge lay in a blue, icy shadow. I left the main trail and began navigating off-path through the heavy hemlock and rhododendron, following the rough directions given by the hunter, who had called in the report. I found the campsite tucked into a narrow rock drainage, hidden beneath a canopy of towering hemlocks. It was exactly as the hunter had described. A modern, high-end two-person backpacking tent, a bright yellow north-face dome, was pitched on a patch of flat earth near a dry creek bed. The rainfly was taut, pinned down securely with aluminum stakes. Beside the tent sat 2 large internal frame backpacks, a pair of expensive leather hiking boots sitting neatly on a flat stone, a portable camping stove, and a stainless steel mess kit. "Forest Service," I announced loudly as I approached, keeping my voice firm and clear. "Is anyone in the camp?" Silence. I stepped closer, taking care not to disturb any tracks around the perimeter. I unzipped the outer rainfly of the tent and peered through the mesh door. The interior was immaculate. 2 down sleeping bags were laid out side by side, unzipped and pushed open, as if the occupants had simply slid out of them in the middle of the night. Inside the tent lay 2 headlamps, a pair of fleece jackets, a trail map, and 2 wallets sitting open on top of a foam sleeping pad. I reached in with 2 fingers and picked up one of the wallets. I opened it carefully. Inside was a driver's license belonging to a 32-year-old man from Richmond, Virginia, named Marcus Cole. The second wallet belonged to a 29-year-old woman named Sarah Lynn. There was over $200 in cash in the wallets, along with credit cards, car keys, and a receipt from a gas station in Marion dated November 2nd, 2 days prior. They had left everything. Their wallets, their car keys, their heavy warm coats, their headlamps, their boots. Nobody walks away from a backcountry campsite in the wilderness of North Carolina in November without boots and winter jackets. The temperature at night had dropped into the low 20s. Walking barefoot across the sharp granite ice and frozen leaf litter of the gorge would tear a person's feet to shredded meat within 50 yards. I stepped back from the tent, my heart beginning to hammer against my ribs with a cold, steady panic. I looked down at the ground surrounding the campsite. The earth here was damp, covered in a thin layer of dark hemlock needles and soil. There were clear footprints left by hiking boots leading into the campsite, presumably Marcus and Sarah when they first set up their camp 2 days ago. But there were no barefoot tracks leaving the site. There were no drag marks. There were no signs of a struggle. No blood, no torn fabric, no scattered food containers that would indicate a bear or boar attack. The campsite was simply abandoned. It looked less like a crime, seen and more like two people had simply ceased to exist while sitting inside their tent, leaving all their material possessions behind. I picked up my radio, holding it close to my mouth. Morganton, this is Unit 4. I have located the campsite near Conley Cove. I need you to dispatch Senior Ranger Vance to my location immediately and notify the Sheriff's Department. We have a suspected double missing person situation. Tents and gear intact, personal belongings, boots, and keys left behind. Repeat, occupants are missing without winter gear or boots. The radio crackled violently, static tearing through the speaker like tearing paper. Through the white noise, a voice attempted to break through, but it was garbled, twisted by heavy atmospheric interference. Unit 4. Repeat. Heavy. On the rim. Vance's. En route. Morganton, you are breaking up, I said, raising my voice. Say again? The radio hissed, and then a strange thing happened. The static suddenly cut out completely. In its place came a sound through the radio speaker that made the blood run cold in my veins. It was not static. It was not another ranger's voice. It was the sound of heavy, wet breathing, slow, rhythmic, and incredibly close to a microphone, accompanied by a faint, wet clicking sound like stone striking bone, or teeth snapping together in rapid succession. Click, 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 click. Who is this? I demanded into the mic. Clear this channel. This is an emergency frequency. The breathing through the radio speaker slowed down. Then from somewhere deep in the woods, not through the radio, but out in the real air, perhaps 200 yards up the steep, timbered ravine behind the campsite, I heard a sound that made me drop my hand from the radio. It was a voice. It was thin, high-pitched and wavering, echoing down through the hemlocks. Hello? The voice called out. It sounded like a woman's voice, strained and raspy as if her throat were dry. Hello? Over here. We're over here. My immediate instinctual reaction as a park ranger took over. Sarah? I shouted, turning toward the thick mountain slope. Sarah, is that you? Stay where you are. I'm a park ranger. Stay right there. I grabbed my wooden walking stick and began scrambling up the steep bank of the ravine, digging the toes of my boots into the loose dirt and grasping at laurel roots to haul myself up. Keep calling out! I yelled, breathless as I climbed. Follow the sound of my voice. Where are you? The voice answered almost instantly. Keep calling out, it shouted back. I froze. The words were spoken with the exact same cadence, the exact same pitch, the exact same raspy, desperate inflection that I had just used. It didn't sound like a woman shouting for help. It sounded like a recording of my own voice, pitched slightly higher, repeated back to me with absolute uncanny precision. Keep calling out. The voice repeated from higher up the ridge, nearer now, moving through the thick brush with no sound of snapping twigs or heavy footsteps. Follow the sound of my voice. Where are you? A cold wave of goosebumps erupted down both of my arms. I stood frozen on the steep embankment, my hand clutching a thick laurel root, my breath coming in ragged white plumes in the frigid morning air. The voice didn't sound like it came from a human throat. There was an artificiality to it, a hollow echoing resonance like someone speaking into an empty metal barrel, and worst of all, it was moving up the near-vertical rock cliff face at a speed that no human being, no climber, and no animal could possibly achieve. It went from 200 yards away to high up on the eastern rim in a matter of seconds. Sarah? The voice suddenly called out again, but this time it was using my voice, perfectly imitating my earlier yell. Sarah, is that you? Stay where you are. I didn't answer. I backed down the embankment slowly, my eyes locked on the dense, dark woods above. Every instinct in my body, every ancient primal survival mechanism hardwired into human DNA, was screaming at me to run, to get back to the open trail, to get out of the shadow of the gorge. I reached the campsite, grabbed my pack, and turned toward the Spence Ridge Trail. As I did, I heard the crunch of heavy boots coming through the leaves down the main path. I whirled around, raising my walking stick like a club, my heart hammering in my throat. Whoa, Dan! Easy, son! It was Artie. He was carrying a heavy patrol pack, his green Forest Service jacket zipped up to his chin, his face flushed red from the cold hike down from the rim. He stopped when he saw my face, his sharp eyes taking in my pale skin, my wide eyes, and the way I was holding my heavy stick. "What's wrong with you?" Artie asked, his voice low and cautious. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I took a deep breath, trying desperately to pull myself together, to sound like a rational, 34-year-old law enforcement officer and not a terrified child in the dark. "Artie," I panted, gesturing toward the yellow tent behind me. "The camp, it's completely abandoned. Wallets, keys, boots, coats, everything is still in the tent. 2 people, Marcus Cole and Sarah Lynn." Artie's expression instantly hardened. The relaxed old-timer demeanor evaporated, replaced by the sharp, focused intensity of a man who had led dozens of wilderness recoveries. He stepped past me, looked into the tent, touched the boots, and checked the wallets just as I had done. "No boots," Artie muttered, his brow furrowed into deep, dark creases. Jesus, they didn't walk out of here on their own feet. "Artie," I said, stepping closer to him and keeping my voice down. "Before you got here, I heard someone calling from up the ravine." Artie turned his head slowly to look at me. "A survivor?" "No," I said, shaking my head. "I thought it was at first. It sounded like a woman calling for help." I shouted back to her. And then it spoke back to me. "What do you mean it spoke back to you?" "It repeated what I said," I whispered, the words feeling ridiculous and terrifying as they left my mouth. "Word for word." "In my own voice, Artie. It copied my voice instantly, and then it moved up that cliff face faster than anything alive could move." Artie stared at me for a long, heavy moment. He didn't laugh. He didn't tell me I was imagining things. He didn't offer a rationalization about wind echoes off the granite cliffs or bird calls bouncing through the canyon. Instead, his eyes flicked past my shoulder, scanning the dark hemlock canopy above us, and his hand drifted down to rest on the leather strap of his chest holster, where he carried a heavy .357 Magnum revolver, a sidearm he had carried for 30 years and, to my knowledge, had never once drawn in the line of duty. "We're leaving the camp," Artie said quietly. "We aren't going to search the immediate area?" I asked, confused by his sudden reaction. "If they're hurt." "We are leaving the camp, Dan," Artie repeated, his voice dropping an octave, carrying an authority that admitted no argument. "We are going back up to the rim. We're going to call in Burke County Search and Rescue. We're going to set up an incident command post at Table Rock, and we are not staying down in this ditch past noon." "Artie, what is it?" I asked. "You know something about this area, don't you?" Artie looked at me, his eyes cold and ancient in the dim light of the deep woods. "I've been in these mountains since 1974, Dan," he said softly. "There are trails in this gorge that aren't on any survey map. There are places where the old folk down in Edgemont wouldn't let their dogs run. Every few years, someone goes missing down here, always in November, always when the frost hits, always without their boots." He turned and began marching back up the Spence Ridge Trail with a quick, deliberate pace that was almost a hurry. I pulled my pack tight and followed right on his heels. As we climbed out of the gorge, the day grew darker. The high-pressure weather system was breaking down faster than forecasted. Thick, gray stratus clouds were rolling in over the Blue Ridge from the west, capping the peaks of Hawksbill and Shortoff Mountain in a heavy, suffocating ceiling of gray mist. The wind finally arrived, but it wasn't a gentle mountain breeze. It was a cold, moaning gale that swept through the bare oak canopy, making the gray limbs rub together with sounds like creaking floorboards and scraping teeth. By the time we reached the F-250 at the trailhead, the temperature had dropped to 24 degrees, and a fine icy sleet had begun to fall, bouncing off the hood of the truck like tiny white beads. Artie didn't waste time. We drove straight to the ranger station at the base of Table Rock, where we established a temporary command center. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, 3 trucks from Burke County Search and Rescue had arrived, along with 2 deputies from the sheriff's office and a volunteer mountain rescue team, equipped with ropes, stretchers, and tracking dogs, 2 bloodhounds trained for wilderness tracking. The lead deputy was a man named Miller. Thick-necked, practical lawman who had spent 15 years working rural county roads. He stood by the hood of my truck, sipping coffee from a paper cup. listening to Artie brief the team on the coordinates of the campsite. "You think they wandered off in the night?" Miller asked, squinting into the gray sleet that was beginning to coat the gravel lot. "Sleepwalking?"
Hypothermia setting in early?
"They left their shoes, Miller," Artie said flatly. "Both of them. Neither of them had history of sleepwalking, according to the family members the dispatcher contacted in Virginia. They were experienced hikers. They had top-of-the-line gear. Dogs'll find them," Miller said, tossing his empty cup into the back of his patrol car. "If they're within 2 miles of that river, the hounds will put eyes on them before dark." The search team split into 2 groups. Group A, led by Deputy Miller and 2 search volunteers with the bloodhounds, was to descend via Spence Ridge, secure the campsite, and unleash the dogs to pick up any scent trail leaving the area. Group B, which consisted of Artie, myself, and a veteran search team volunteer named Ray, a quiet mountain climber in his 40s, was tasked with taking the upper rim trail along Jonas Ridge, cutting across the high rock outcroppings to sweep the upper drainages in case the missing hikers had somehow scrambled up the cliffs. It was almost 4 in the afternoon when we hit the trail. In normal conditions, searching high granite ledges in diminishing light and icy sleet would be considered unacceptable risk. But with 2 people potentially freezing to death in the wilderness, standard protocols were pushed to the limit. The wind on Jonas Ridge was brutal. It whistled across the narrow spine-like ridge, driving the sleet sideways into our faces. Visibility dropped to less than 50 yards as the thick mountain fog rolled over the rim, engulfing the scrub pine and gray granite rocks in a dense, blinding whiteout. We walked in single file, our heavy flashlight beams cutting weak, yellow tunnels through the swirling mist and ice. Ray took the lead, scanning the eastern edge of the drop-off with a heavy-duty spotlight. Artie walked in the middle, his face buried deep in the collar of his coat, his hand resting near his sidearm. I brought up the rear, carrying the long-frame rescue stretcher strapped to my pack. Every 100 yards, Ray would stop, turn off his spotlight, and blow a high-pitched metal emergency whistle. 3 sharp blasts, the standard mountain signal for lost hikers. We would wait in the freezing darkness, listening through the roar of the wind for a response. For the first 2 hours there was nothing, only the cold, the biting sleet, and the terrible, relentless moaning of the wind through the pines. At 6:15 we reached a high, narrow granite ledge known locally as the Devil's Chimney. The rock drops off vertically on 3 sides, dropping over 600 feet into the pitch-black abyss of the gorge below. The fog here was so thick that you couldn't see the ground beneath your boots. It felt like standing on the edge of the world, suspended in a cold, white sea. Ray stopped, raised his whistle, and blew 3 sharp blasts. Fweet, fweet, fweet. We stood freezing in the dark, the snow and ice accumulating on the shoulders of our coats, listening into the void. Then, from somewhere out in the open air, suspended in the foggy darkness beyond the cliff face where there was no ground, no trees, and no solid rock, a voice came back. It wasn't a whistle. It was a human voice shouting through the roar of the gale. "Help!" it cried. It sounded like Deputy Miller. It had his distinct thick southern drawl, his deep pitch, his exact voice. "Ray." "Dan, over here! We found him!" "Down in the crevice. Need help." Ray turned instantly, his spotlight beam swinging out into the fog over the cliff edge. "Miller?" he shouted. "Where are you? Are you on the lower ledge?" "Yeah," the voice shouted back from the darkness beyond the drop-off. "Lower ledge. Come to the edge. Look straight down. Bring the rope." Ray stepped forward toward the icy edge of the cliff, unbuckling a heavy coil of nylon climbing rope from his waist. "Hold on, Miller." "I'm right here. Stop," Artie suddenly roared. Artie lunged forward, grabbing Ray by the back of his jacket harness and dragging him backward with such force that Ray fell hard onto his back on the slippery granite. "What the hell, Artie?" Ray yelled, scrambling up, his flashlight beam dancing wildly across the ice-covered rocks. "He's down there. Miller's group found them." "Listen to it, you damn fool," Artie hissed, drawing his heavy revolver from his belt. His voice was shaking, a sound I had never heard in all the years I had known him. "Listen to the radio." I reached down and grabbed the Motorola radio on my chest. The radio speaker was squawking with clear, crisp static, and then Deputy Miller's real voice came through the speaker from 3 miles away down at the bottom of the gorge. "Incident command, this is Miller," the radio crackled. "We are at the Conley Cove campsite. The bloodhounds have completely lost the scent. They won't leave the perimeter. They're sitting down and refusing to move. We're calling off the ground sweep for the night due to icing conditions on the trail. Proceeding back to Spence Ridge trailhead. Over. Ray sat frozen on the ice, his eyes wide, looking from the radio on my chest to the pitch black, foggy void beyond the cliff edge. The voice out in the darkness, the voice that sounded identical to Miller, didn't stop. "Come to the edge," it called out again, but the cadence had changed. The pitch was wrong now. The words were beginning to blur together, spoken too fast, repeated like a jammed tape recorder. "Come to the edge." "Bring the rope. Bring the rope." "Ray, Dan, bring the rope." Then another voice joined it out in the fog. It was Sarah Lynn's voice, high, panicked, and crying. "Help me, it's so cold. I don't have my shoes, help me." And then a third voice. "Marcus Cole, is anyone up there? Please, we're right here." The three voices began overlapping one another, shouting simultaneously from the dark, cold, empty air above the 600-foot drop. They weren't speaking to us anymore. They were simply playing back phrases, mixing them together in a grotesque, chaotic chorus that rose in volume above the sound of the howling wind. "Ray. Dan, come to the edge. It's so cold. Bring the rope, help me." "Sarah, is that you?" "Stay where you are." Ray scrambled backward on his hands and knees, terror written across his face until his back hit the rock face behind us. "What is that?" he screamed over the storm. "What the goddamn hell is that?" Artie didn't answer. He raised his heavy .357 Magnum with both hands, aiming the barrel straight out into the foggy void where the voices were screaming. "Get back from the edge!" Artie yelled at us. "Turn off your lights. Turn off the flashlights now." I reached out and clicked off my flashlight. Ray did the same. Instant, utter darkness swallowed us whole. The high ridge wind screamed over the granite outcroppings, driving the sharp sleet into our exposed skin. We crouched in the dark against the cold rock face, blinded by the fog and night, listening to that terrifying chorus echoing from the air directly above the cliff. Then, the chorus stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the voices. The wind seemed to die down for a brief, agonizing moment. In that quiet gap, we heard something heavy drop onto the flat granite rock right in front of us. It was not the sound of a rock falling. It was a heavy, dull thud, the sound of soft, dense mass striking stone. Thump. It landed less than 10 feet from where Artie, Ray, and I were crouching. Artie didn't hesitate. He clicked on his heavy tactical flashlight and brought the beam down onto the rock surface while firing a single, deafening shot from his revolver into the air above it. Bang! The muzzle flash lit up the fog in a bright orange burst. The thunderous gunshot echoed off the surrounding peaks like a cannon shot. In the brief flash of light and in the beam of Artie's flashlight, I saw what had landed on the rock. It was a pair of dirty, worn hiking boots. Marcus Cole's boots. They were soaked with water and coated in frozen ice, but they hadn't been dropped from above as if someone had tossed them. They were placed side by side, perfectly upright, aligned neatly on the smooth granite rock pointing straight toward us, as if an invisible person were standing inside them, watching us from the dark. And directly above the boots, crouching on the vertical, sheer granite wall of the peak, holding on to microscopic fissures in the smooth frozen rock with long, impossible limbs, was something that made my breath seize in my throat. I cannot describe it in terms that make logical sense, because the human mind desperately tries to reshape things it was never meant to see into familiar forms. It was vast and thin, draped against the dark granite like a tangled mass of wet black timber and scorched leather. Its body was horribly elongated, awkward and broken-looking, as if its limbs had too many joints that bent in directions no living creature's bones should bend. It had no fur, no clothes, no features that looked like an animal of the North American woods. Its skin was the color of wet river slate, slick with frost, absorbing the beam of the flashlight rather than reflecting it, where its head should have been. Set deep between high, hunched shoulders that looked like broken tree roots, was a narrow, pale mass, a stretched, featureless oval of grayish-white bone or skin that lacked eyes, a nose or an identifiable mouth, yet, from somewhere within that smooth, terrible gray face, it produced a sound. It didn't roar. It didn't growl like a bear or scream like a mountain lion. It opened a slit in that pale bone-like skin, a wet, dark tear that widened far too wide, and out came Artie's voice. Not a copy of Artie's voice from earlier. It was speaking in Artie's voice, using his tone, his exact southern cadence, but saying words that Artie had never spoken. "We're leaving the camp, Dan. We are going back up to the rim." It spoke the words calmly, softly, as if it were testing the sounds, repeating them back to us with horrible, deliberate pleasure. Artie fired 2 more shots into the dark. Bang! Bang! The lead bullet struck the granite right beside the creature, sending sparks flying through the cold air. The creature didn't flinch. It didn't recoil from the thunderous report of the heavy handgun. With a motion so smooth, silent and sickeningly fast that it looked like a shadow slipping across a wall, it flowed backward up the vertical granite cliff face, climbing 400 feet of sheer frozen rock in 3 seconds, moving without a sound, vanishing into the dense, white fog of the upper canopy. "Run!" Artie screamed, grabbing Ray by the collar and shoving him toward the main trail. "Get to the truck! Go! Go!" We ran. We ran blindly through the icy darkness of Jonas Ridge, sliding on frozen mud, tripping over exposed roots, smashing through low hemlock branches that tore at our clothing and scratched our faces. We didn't look back. We didn't stop to check our bearings. The only thing that kept us on the trail was the instinct born of years of patrolling those woods, our boots finding the worn path through pure muscle memory. Behind us, trailing through the foggy trees on either side of the ridge, the voices followed. They didn't stay on the ground. They moved through the high canopy above our heads, leaping from oak to pine with heavy, sweeping swooshes of air, calling down to us in a terrifying, chaotic round of our own names and our own panicked words from earlier that evening. "Ray! Dan, stop! Morganton, this is Unit 4. Help me, it's so cold! Get back from the edge." The voices mimicked our panting, our cries of fear, our desperate commands, twining them together into a suffocating blanket of sound that seemed to come from every direction at once. It felt as though the entire mountain, the trees, the rocks, the cold wind itself had learned how to speak and was using our own voices to hunt us through the dark. We burst out of the tree line onto the gravel lot at Spence Ridge Trailhead. 10 minutes later, the F-250 was parked under the pale, amber glow of the single solar-powered trail headlight. We threw ourselves into the cab, slammed the heavy steel doors, and Artie slapped his hand onto the lock toggles, locking all 4 doors. My hands were shaking so violently that I couldn't get the key into the ignition. I dropped the keys onto the floorboard, scrambled in the dark, picked them up, and jammed them into the cylinder. The engine turned over, coughed once in the freezing air, and roared to life. I slammed the transmission into 4-wheel drive, stomped on the gas pedal, and the heavy truck swung around, its tires throwing gravel against the wooden trailhead sign as I tore down Kistler Memorial Highway. The dirt road was a nightmare of ice and mud. The truck fishtailed wildly across the washboards, the high-beam headlights cutting through the blinding sleet as we sped down the narrow shelf road, the mountain dropping. Away into absolute darkness on our right, something heavy slammed down onto the roof of the cab with a force that dented the steel frame and shattered the rear glass window into a shower of safety glass pebbles. Ray screamed from the back seat, throwing his hands over his head. I looked in the rearview mirror. Through the shattered back window, in the red glow of the taillights, I saw long, thin, slate-gray fingers ending in blunt black nails like river stones, reaching down around the upper frame of the roof, searching blindly for a grip on the metal. "Drive," Artie screamed, leaning over and grabbing the steering wheel to keep us from sliding off the edge of the cliff. "Don't stop. Keep it moving." I jammed my foot down to the floorboards. The V8 engine screamed in rage as the heavy Ford hit a straight stretch of dirt road at 50 miles an hour. The truck struck a deep dip in the road, bouncing hard on its suspension, the frame slamming against the bump stops. The sudden, violent impact dislodged whatever was holding onto the roof. There was a heavy screech of scraping metal, a dull thud as a massive weight hit the dirt road behind us, and then the red glow of our taillights caught the creature for one final, horrific fraction of a second. It was standing upright in the middle of the narrow dirt road behind the truck. It stood nearly 10 feet tall, its impossibly long, thin arms reaching almost to the muddy ground. It didn't chase us. It simply stood there in the falling sleet, surrounded by the swirling red mist of our brake lights, its featureless, pale gray head tilted slightly to one side. As the truck sped away around a curve, leaving it behind in the dark, the radio on my chest harness shattered, dripping with melting ice, Its internal speaker cracked, turned itself on. Without static, without interference, a voice came through the small speaker one last time. It was my own voice. Clear, precise, and devoid of any emotion. "My name is Daniel Wright," the radio whispered into the dark cab of the truck. "I am 34 years old." Then the radio went dead. We reached the paved state highway at Highway 181 20 minutes later. We didn't stop at the district office. We drove straight to the Burke County Sheriff's Department in Morganton. The aftermath was handled with the cold, quiet efficiency that bureaucracy uses to bury things it cannot handle. The search for Marcus Cole and Sarah Lynn was officially suspended 3 days later due to severe winter weather and unsafe conditions in the gorge. A week after that, heavy snow fell across the Blue Ridge, covering the Linville Gorge wilderness in 2 feet of white powder, sealing off the roads and trails until the following spring. Their bodies were never found. Their gear, their car at the trailhead, and their abandoned tent were eventually retrieved by a specialized team late the following April. The official report filed by the National Park Service and the U.S. Forest Service listed their cause of disappearance as suspected accidental displacement during inclement weather leading to fatal exposure. Ray left Western North Carolina 2 weeks after that night. He packed his belongings into a trailer, quit his job at the rescue squad, and moved to coastal South Carolina. I haven't spoken to him since 2004. Artie retired early from the Forest Service 3 months after the incident, taking a reduced pension. He moved into a small frame house down near Lake James. He never walked into the woods again. When he died of a heart attack in the spring of 2012, I attended his funeral. In his workshop behind the house, his family found stacks of USGS topographical maps of the Linville Gorge, dating back to the late 19th century. On every map, dozens of small red ink dots had been drawn along the steep, vertical cliffs of Jonas Ridge, Spence Ridge, and Conley Cove. Each dot was marked with a date, all of them in November, spanning over 80 years of recorded local history. I resigned from the Forest Service in the spring of 2004. I moved away from the mountains, taking an administrative job in the flat, open pine forests of eastern North Carolina, where you can see the horizon for miles in every direction, and where there are no granite cliffs, no deep gorges, and no cold white mists that hide the sky. I am 57 years old now. It has been over 20 years since that cold November night on Jonas Ridge. I still cannot sleep if the room is completely quiet. I keep a white noise machine running beside my bed every night of the year, drowning out the silence because whenever the air gets too still, my mind goes back to that freezing ledge at Devil's Chimney. I think about those boots, standing neatly side by side on the cold granite rock. I think about the featureless pale gray face that had no eyes to see and no mouth to speak, yet could mimic every word of fear, every desperate call for help, and every loved one's voice that had ever echoed off those stone walls. And sometimes, in that terrifying space right before sleep takes over, I wonder about the words that came through my broken radio as we fled down that dirt road. It didn't just imitate what I had said in the woods that day. It spoke my name. It spoke my age. It spoke words that I had never said out loud until I sat down tonight to write this confession, which means it wasn't just copying sounds it heard through the trees. It was listening. It is still listening. And somewhere deep in the ancient frozen stone of the Linville Gorge, wrapped in the dark timber where no roads go, it is waiting for November to come back around. My name is Thomas Edward Vance. I'm 42 years old, a former law enforcement park ranger with the United States National Park Service, and I currently live in a small, weathered house on the outskirts of Port Angeles, Washington. The events I am about to record took place in the late autumn of 1998. During a period when I was stationed near the northern boundary of Washington, state and assigned to a joint wilderness conservation and safety initiative that operated directly across the border in the rugged backcountry of British Columbia, Canada. I have kept these details locked in a steel box in my closet for nearly 3 decades, buried beneath old topographic maps, service ribbons, and retired gear. I am writing this down now because my health is failing, and I know that if I take this story to my grave without speaking it, the weight of what I saw will follow me into whatever darkness lies beyond. I do not ask for your belief, nor do I expect comfort. I only ask that you read this as a sincere and exact confession of what happened in those mountains during the coldest weeks of that forgotten autumn. In October of 1998, I was 32 years old, physically robust, and thoroughly convinced that the world was an orderly place governed entirely by the laws of nature and human reason. I had served 6 years with the Park Service, following 3 years as a county deputy in Oregon. I knew how to read terrain, how to track injured wildlife, how to survive freezing nights with minimal shelter, and how to locate lost hikers who had wandered off marked paths. I was a practical man, familiar with the harsh realities of the Pacific Northwest wilderness: hypothermia, flash floods, rogue black bears, treacherous timber falls, and the brutal psychological collapse that often overtakes disoriented visitors when the sun drops behind the peaks and the temperature plummets. I had pulled bodies out of ice-cold river rapids and carried frozen travelers down steep granite talus slopes. Nothing in the outdoors frightened me, because everything in the outdoors had a cause, a process, and a name. That changed during my assignment to the Upper Skagit and Manning Wilderness Corridor, an immense roadless expanse of temperate rainforest, alpine ridges, and ancient old-growth hemlock that spans the international border between Washington State and British Columbia. Because of the seamless nature of the ecosystem and the shared watershed, our sector worked closely with Canadian provincial wardens from BC Parks. We shared radio frequencies, equipment caches, and seasonal patrol duties along the high passes where the border was marked only by cleared swaths of timber and weathered brass monuments set into the granite. The terrain there is unforgiving, dense, wet, and blanketed in thick beds of moss that absorb sound like heavy upholstery. Huge western red cedars, some 800 years old and 6 feet thick at the base, loom over deep river valleys that see direct sunlight for only an hour or two each day. My primary operational partner on the Canadian side was a veteran BC Parks warden named Marcus Lindqvist. Marcus was 51 years old at the time, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a graying beard and eyes that seemed permanently squirted shut against the constant Pacific Northwest drizzle. He was born in Prince George, raised in the logging camps of the Fraser Canyon, and had spent his entire adult life working in the British Columbia provincial park system. He was a quiet, methodical man who spoke only when necessary, smoked a battered wooden pipe filled with cheap cherry blend tobacco, and knew the geography of the high Cascades and the Canadian Manning Range better than any man alive. If a storm was coming, Marcus could smell the ozone and wet shale hours before the clouds crested the western peaks. If a trail had been washed out by an alpine stream, he knew 3 alternative routes through brush so thick a dog would struggle to push through it. We trusted each other completely. In our line of work, that kind of trust was not a luxury. It was the difference between coming home at the end of a shift or becoming another statistic in a search and rescue log. The autumn of 1998 arrived early and hard. By the first week of October, the high country had already received its first dusting of wet, heavy snow, which melted during the day into a freezing slush that turned every trail into a creek bed. The rain was relentless, a gray, steady downpour that fell without pause for days, soaking through Gore-Tex, heavy canvas, and oilskin coats until every bone in your body felt cold and damp. The mornings were shrouded in thick, low-hanging clouds that sat in the crowns of the fir trees like gray wool, obscuring the granite peaks and reducing visibility to less than 50 yards in the high timber. On the morning of October 12th, Marcus and I met at the Joint Ranger outpost near the border crossing to coordinate what was supposed to be our final deep country backcountry patrol of the season before the high passes were closed for the winter. Our task was straightforward: hike up through the northern drainage toward the high plateau near Frosty Mountain, clear fallen timber from the secondary trails, inspect 3 remote emergency shelters, and check on a series of automated weather monitoring stations set up along the ridgelines. It was a 4-day assignment, requiring us to carry heavy internal frame packs loaded with winter rations, radio batteries, canvas tarps, climbing rope, medical supplies, and our service sidearms. I carried my standard issue Sig Sauer P220 chambered in .45 ACP, while Marcus carried a heavy Ruger 44 Magnum revolver in a leather chest holster, a habit left over from his days working bear control in the northern interior. Before we set out, Sarah Chen, our regional dispatch operator working out of the main regional office, flagged us down over the landline at the station. A family in Vancouver had reported their 34-year-old son, Julian Miller, overdue from a solo 6-day backpacking loop through the provincial wilderness area. Miller was an experienced outdoor photographer who had rented a green Toyota Tacoma, driven up from the coast, and logged his entry at the trailhead register 6 days earlier. He was equipped for wet weather and had detailed his planned route along the upper river trail toward the higher alpine basins. He had failed to return his rental vehicle on time, and his mother had grown anxious when he missed a scheduled phone call. "He's probably just stormbound in one of the valley shelters," Marcus said, leaning over the wooden table where the USGS and Canadian topographic maps were laid out. He traced a calloused finger along the blue line of the river. If he had any sense, he sat tight when that front blew in on Tuesday. The river crossing at the lower gorge becomes impassable when the rain heavy-ups like this. "Keep an eye out for his rig at the northern trailhead," Sarah told us over the crackling speakerphone. "If his truck is still there, check the first 3 miles of the river trail. If you don't find him by the time you hit the high cabin, report in on the afternoon VHF window and we'll assemble a full SAR team out of Hope." We loaded our gear into my government-issue Chevrolet Suburban, crossed the border checkpoint with a nod from the duty officer, and drove 20 miles up the winding, unpaved logging roads that carved through the provincial wilderness. The forest on either side of the road was an impenetrable wall of green and charcoal gray, massive Douglas firs, hemlocks, and dense thickets of devil's club whose broad, thorny leaves were already yellowing and rotting in the rain. The air inside the truck smelled of wet wool, diesel fuel, stale coffee from our thermos, and the faint, sweet scent of Marcus's pipe tobacco. We found Julian Miller's green Toyota Tacoma parked in the turnaround loop at the Somalo River trailhead, tucked under the dripping branches of a massive hemlock. The truck was locked, its tires were caked in dry mud from the drive up, and a thin layer of fallen cedar needles had accumulated on the windshield wipers, indicating it hadn't moved in days. Through the rain-streaked glass, I could see a pair of city shoes, an empty cardboard coffee cup in the console, and a road atlas turned to the Pacific Northwest map. There was no sign of struggle, no broken glass, no flat tires. It was simply an empty vehicle sitting alone in the quiet forest. "He's out there, all right," Marcus said, stepping out of the Suburban into the steady drizzle. He zipped his heavy yellow rain jacket up to his chin and pulled down the brim of his hat. "Left his truck right where he was supposed to. Let's head down the lower trail and see if we can pick up his boot tracks before the rain washes everything out completely." We hoisted our packs, performed a quick radio check with dispatch, and set off down the trailhead. The moment we stepped beneath the canopy of the old-growth timber, the sound of the wind was cut off, replaced by the heavy, rhythmic dripping of water falling from the high branches onto the forest floor. The air was cold, about 40 degrees, and carried the deep, pungent smell of wet earth, decaying vegetation, and damp granite. For the first 2 miles, the trail followed the banks of the river, a roaring torrent of white water that choked the valley with a constant thunderous roar. The path was narrow, cut into the steep hillside above the water, littered with slick roots and carpeted with a thick layer of pine needles and decaying leaves. We walked in single file, Marcus leading the way with his long, measured stride, his eyes scanning the mud for tracks. About 3 miles in, where the valley widened into an old-growth bottomland filled with giant red cedars, Marcus slowed his pace and held up a hand. I stopped behind him, the heavy weight of my pack shifting against my shoulder blades. "Look here," Marcus said, pointing his wooden walking stick at a soft patch of mud where the trail crossed a small, trickling side stream. In the mud was a clear, distinct impression of a heavy hiking boot with a Vibram sole pattern pointing deeper into the forest. Beside it, however, was something that made Marcus pause. It was a second print, partially overlapping the first, but it wasn't made by a boot. It was a smooth, shallow indentation, roughly the size of a human foot, but entirely featureless. No toes, no heel strike, no tread pattern at all. It looked as if someone had pressed a perfectly smooth, rounded block of polished wood into the wet earth with immense weight. "Barefoot?" I asked, leaning down to examine the impression. "No," Marcus murmured, kneeling in the mud despite the rain. He reached down and touched the edges of the smooth print. "Look at the depth. Whoever or whatever made this impression pressed twice as deep into the soil as Miller did with his full heavy pack. And look at the mud around it, it hasn't sloughed off. The edges are firm, almost compressed, like the ground was packed down by something extremely heavy but smooth." "An animal track washed out by the rain?" I suggested, trying to find a practical explanation. "A bear print that melted in the water?" Marcus shook his head slowly. A bear print washes out from the edges inward. It loses its form and turns into a round puddle. This print has sharp, clean borders. Look at the mud wall on the left side. It's vertical, almost like it was pressed with a mold. And there's no slide. When a heavy man or a bear steps on a wet slope like this, the heel slides an inch or two. This went straight down and straight up. He stood up, wiping his muddy hands on his rain pants. He looked back down the trail toward the direction we had come, then turned his gaze up into the dense timber that rose sharply toward the eastern ridges. The forest was utterly still. Aside from the distant roar of the river, there was no sound, no birds, no squirrels, no wind in the lower branches. "Let's keep moving," Marcus said quietly. "We're losing daylight and I want to make the lower shelter before dark." We continued along the river trail for another 2 hours as the late afternoon light began to bleed out of the sky, turning the forest into a monotone world of dark grays and deep greens. The rain picked up, turning from a steady drizzle into a heavy, cold downpour that rattled against our hoods and made visibility even worse. At approximately 5 o'clock, we reached the lower valley campsite, a primitive wilderness location consisting of a clearing, a metal fire ring, a bear-proof food locker, and a small, three-sided lean-to constructed of rough-hewn cedar logs by the Provincial Parks Department in the 1970s. Julian Miller's tent was there. It was a modern, three-season dome tent made of bright yellow nylon, pitched on the level wooden platform beside the lean-to. The fly was pulled taut, pegged down properly against the wind. From 20 feet away, it looked like a textbook example of a clean, well-maintained backcountry camp. "Miller," Marcus shouted, his voice echoing off the timber walls of the valley. "BC Parks Warden. Anyone in there?" There was no answer, only the sound of the rain heavy on the nylon rainfly. We approached the tent carefully. I unsnapped the retention strap on my holster, a habit ingrained from years of encountering unpredictable wildlife or desperate individuals in the backcountry. Marcus stepped onto the wooden platform, reached down, and unzipped the outer vestibule of the tent. "Julian?" he called out again. He pulled back the inner zipper and shone his heavy waterproof flashlight into the interior. I stood behind him, looking over his shoulder. The inside of the tent was dry, neat, and completely empty of human life. A high-quality down sleeping bag was laid out on a foam sleeping pad, fully unzipped as if someone had just stepped out of it. An open notebook lay face down on top of the sleeping bag, alongside an unlit headlamp and a pocket knife. In the corner of the tent sat Miller's large internal frame backpack, neatly packed with his spare clothing, stove, and fuel canisters. A half-eaten granola bar lay on top of a flat rock near the entrance. "Where the hell is he?" I muttered, scanning the surrounding clearing with my flashlight beam. The bright white light cut through the rain, reflecting off the slick trunks of the cedars and the shiny green leaves of the salal bushes. "He didn't leave in a hurry," Marcus observed, pointing his light at the neatly arranged gear. "Boots are missing, but his rain jacket is still hanging right there on the corner loop of the tent. Who walks out of a tent into a freezing downpour in October without their raincoat?" I stepped up to the tent, reached inside, and picked up the open notebook. It was a write-in-the-rain weatherproof journal, its heavy green cover spotted with a few drops of water near the binding. I turned it over and shined my flashlight onto the pages. The early entries were mundane, descriptions of the trail hike, notes on camera settings, complaints about the cold weather, and observations about the geography. But the final entry, dated 3 days earlier on October 9th, was written in a hand that grew visibly looser and more erratic toward the bottom of the page. In 4:15 p.m., the entry read, "Made camp at the lower shelter. Storm coming in fast from the west. The forest here feels strangely quiet. Not normal quiet, dead quiet. The river sound seems muffled, like I'm wearing earplugs. Started hearing something around 3 p.m. while setting up the tent. Thought it was a woodpecker at first, but the pattern is wrong. 3 heavy knocks, then a long pause, then 3 more. Not on wood. Sounds like stone hitting stone. Coming from up the ridge, I see her at 30 p.m. It's dark now. The knocking stopped, but something else is happening. I keep hearing my name. It's faint, right at the edge of the river roar. It sounds like my sister's voice calling me from down by the water. Julian, come here. She's in Toronto. She's been in Toronto for 5 years. I know it's just the wind in the trees or the river trickling over the rocks creating an auditory illusion. Psychoacoustics, they call it. The human brain trying to find patterns in white noise, but it's so distinct. It used her exact nickname for me. Jules! Nobody else calls me that. 10 p.m. It's right outside the tent. It's not moving the brush. It doesn't make any noise when it walks. But I can smell it. Smells like copper and cold mud. Like a basement floor after a flood. It's standing right between the tent and the river. I'm looking at the shadow on the yellow nylon. It's too tall. God help me, it's too tall. It's not a bear. It's standing completely still. It hasn't moved in 20 minutes. I can hear it breathing, but it doesn't sound like lung air. It sounds like a bellows opening and closing. I'm going to the entry ended there. The line trailed off into a dark, jagged ink smear that dragged across the bottom of the page, as if the pen had been jerked violently from his hand or he had dropped it in terror. Marcus, I said, my voice dropping an octave as I handed the notebook to him. Read this. Marcus took the journal, his thick fingers carefully holding the waterproof pages. He read the entry under the beam of his flashlight, his jaw tightening as he scanned the lines. He didn't say a word for a long time. The only sound was the heavy splash of rain hitting the wooden platform and the distant dull rumble of the river. Psychoacoustics, Marcus finally spoke, his voice dry and flat. Hikers get disoriented out here all the time. Hypothermia sets in, blood sugar drops, the brain starts playing tricks. They hear things in the water. They panic, leave their gear, wander into the woods, and die of exposure within 6 hours. Does hypothermia make you smell copper? I asked, looking out into the dense black woods beyond the campsite. Does it make a tall shadow stand outside your tent for 20 minutes? It makes you see whatever your panicked brain wants to invent, Marcus replied. But there was a tremor in his tone that I had never heard before. A slight, unnatural hesitation from a man who had spent 30 years in the deepest woods of the province. He walked around the back of the cedar lean-to, pointing. His light at the ground. I followed him, my hand resting instinctively on the grip of my holster. Behind the lean-to, the ground rose sharply toward a rocky cliff face covered in dark green moss and wet fern growth. At the base of the rock wall, where the rain had been partially blocked by the overhang of the timber, were 3 massive cedar trees standing in a tight cluster. Marcus stopped, his flashlight beam frozen on the trunk of the center cedar. Look at this, Tom, he said softly. I stepped closer and felt a sudden, cold prickle of gooseflesh spread across the back of my neck. The bark of the red cedar had been stripped away, but it hadn't been scratched by a bear's claws, nor had it been chewed by porcupines or rubbed raw by an elk's antlers. The bark had been peeled back in clean, continuous, vertical ribbons, strips 4 inches wide and 8 feet long, starting from a height of at least 12 feet off the ground and extending all the way down to the roots. The strips were dangling from the upper trunk like the skin of a peeled banana, exposing the raw, pale yellow wood beneath, and on the raw, unbarked surface of the tree, carved or pressed into the soft wood with immense precision, were dozens of tiny, perfectly straight horizontal lines, spaced exactly half an inch apart, running from the top of the peel down to the dirt. It looked like a giant measuring stick had been stamped directly into the living core of the tree. What tool does that? I whispered, reaching out a gloved hand toward the wood, then pulling it back before making contact. That's not an axe. That's not a knife. Look at how smooth the cuts are. I've never seen anything like it, Marcus said quietly. He raised his light higher, illuminating the canopy above us. The branches of the stripped cedar were completely dead. The needles were not green or brown, but a strange, dull gray, as if every ounce of moisture and life had been sucked out of the tree in a single instant. He took a step back, his eyes darting across the dark tree line surrounding our small patch of light. We aren't staying here tonight. Our protocol says we establish a base camp at the lower shelter if we find an abandoned site, I reminded him, though every instinct in my body was screaming at me to agree with him and turn around. Protocol wasn't written for whatever happened in this clearing, Marcus said firmly. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his VHF radio, and extended the whip antenna. He switched it to our primary operational frequency and pressed the push-to-talk button. Dispatch, this is Unit 4, Marcus and Vance. Do you copy? Over. Static crackled through the small speaker, a loud, harsh hiss that seemed unnaturally sharp in the dark forest. Dispatch, this is Unit 4, over. For several seconds, there was only the rushing sound of static. Then the speaker clicked, and a voice came through the speaker. It was bright, clear, and perfectly intelligible, but it sent a surge of adrenaline straight into my stomach. It was my voice. Dispatch, this is Unit 4, Marcus and Vance. Do you copy? Over. The recording, or whatever it was, played back my exact radio call from our initial departure 3 hours earlier at the trailhead, matching every cadence, breath, and inflection perfectly. But there was no background noise of the engine, no static from the vehicle antenna, just my voice, isolated and pristine, coming out of Marcus's radio receiver. Marcus stared at the radio in his hand, his knuckles turning white around the plastic casing. He pressed the button again, his thumb visibly shaking. "Dispatch, clear this channel. Who is broadcasting on this frequency?" "Over." Again the static raged. Then the radio clicked. "Dispatch, clear this channel. Who is broadcasting on this frequency?" "Over." It was Marcus's voice this time, his exact words, played back instantly, but with a slight sickening delay between the words, as if the phrase had been cut into pieces and stitched back together by someone who didn't understand how human speech flowed. Marcus immediately snapped the power knob off, killing the signal. The silence of the forest crashed back over us like cold water. "Radio's bouncing off the canyon walls," Marcus said, his voice clipped and unnaturally loud. "Atmospheric inversion. It creates an echo on the repeater tower down near Skagit." "That wasn't a signal echo, Marcus," I said, my heart hammering against my ribs. "A signal echo doesn't record a phrase from 3 hours ago and play it back on command. That was something repeating us." "We're heading up to the High Ridge cabin," Marcus insisted, refusing to address my words. He turned back toward the tent, picked up Miller's journal and stowed it securely in his waterproof chest pocket. "The High cabin is built of heavy timber. It has a reinforced door, a wood stove, and a hardline landline connected to the lookout network. We'll bed down there, contact the duty officer over the wire, and get a full search team dropped in by helicopter at first light." We left Julian Miller's tent standing in the rain, a solitary, glowing yellow dome surrounded by the immense, dark void of the Canadian old growth. The climb from the river valley to the High Ridge cabin was 3 miles of brutal, steep ascent. The trail zigzagged up a series of sharp switchbacks carved into a granite cliff face, climbing through dense stands of mountain hemlock and subalpine fir. As we gained elevation, the rain turned into a thick, wet sleet that stung our faces and coated the rocks with a thin, invisible layer of ice. We walked in near total silence, our flashlights cutting narrow cones of yellow light through the swirling sleet. The wind had picked up now that we were out of the valley floor, howling through the high crags of the Hosamine Range like a distant siren. Every few hundred yards, I found myself stopping to listen. Above the roar of the wind and the crunch of our boots on the frozen mud, I kept hearing a strange, rhythmic sound trailing behind us in the dark. It wasn't the sound of animal feet or heavy boots. It sounded like something large and incredibly smooth sliding along the wet rock face just beyond the edge of our flashlight beams. A soft, wet shirk that kept pace with our ascent, stopping whenever we stopped, moving whenever we moved. At 8:30 p.m., after 2 hours of exhausting vertical trekking, the trail leveled off onto a high, narrow plateau. Through the blowing sleet, the outline of the Frosty Mountain High Patrol cabin emerged from the gloom. A low, stout structure built of massive peeled Douglas fir logs, anchored directly to the granite bedrock with thick steel cables. It had a steep tin roof, small shuttered windows, and a heavy wooden door secured with an iron latch. Relief swept through me so powerfully my knees felt weak. "There it is," I said, pointing my beam at the dark structure. Marcus didn't answer. He had stopped 10 yards ahead of me, his flashlight aimed at the ground in front of the cabin porch. I walked up beside him and looked down. Scattered across the frozen mud of the cabin clearing were dozens of dead birds. They were mountain chickadees, Steller's jays and gray jays, dozens of them lying motionless on the ground. Their wings were neatly folded against their bodies, their eyes open and clear, showing no signs of predation, impact, or physical trauma. They looked as if they had simply ceased living mid-flight and fallen out of the sky like stone-ripe fruit. Marcus stepped carefully between the tiny, frozen bodies, walked up the wooden steps of the porch, and shoved his shoulder against the cabin door. The heavy iron latch lifted and the door swung open with a creak. We stepped inside, and Marcus immediately slammed the door shut behind us, dropping the heavy wooden crossbar into its iron brackets. The interior of the cabin was freezing cold, smelling of old pine resin, ash, and dry dust. It consisted of a single room containing 2 iron cots with canvas mattresses, a cast-iron wood stove in the corner, a small wooden table with 2 chairs, and an old wall-mounted crank telephone connected to the forestry department's private copper wire line that ran down the mountain along insulated poles. Marcus immediately dropped his pack onto the floor, pulled out a box of waterproof matches and set to work lighting the wood stove with cedar shavings and dry split wood stored in the wood box. I walked directly to the wall-mounted telephone, picked up the heavy black earpiece and rested it against my ear. There was no dial tone. There was no static. The line was completely dead, not cut, but dead in a way that felt entirely flat, as if the wire led to nothing at all. "Phone's out," I said, hanging the receiver back on its fork. "Line's probably down from the sleet lower down the ridge," General Marcus said without looking up from the stove. A small flame caught in the cedar shavings, casting a warm, orange flicker across his grim face. "We wait until morning. We have shelter, dry wood, and water. Nothing is getting through those log walls." We stripped off our wet outer layers, hanging our jackets near the stove as the heat began to radiate through the cold room. The cabin was sturdy, built by forestry workers in the 1930s, constructed with 12-inch thick timber logs notched tightly at the corners. It had survived 60 years of brutal alpine storms, avalanches, and gale-force winds. We ate a quiet, quick meal of cold rations, sitting at the small wooden table while the wood stove crackled and popped, gradually warming the room. Outside, the storm raged with increasing fury, sleet pounding against the tin roof with a sound like scattered gravel. By 10 p.m., Marcus was sitting on one of the cots cleaning his Ruger 44 Magnum with an oiled rag he pulled from his pack. His movements were slow, rhythmic, and deliberate, but his eyes kept wandering toward the small, shuttered window on the north wall. "You've worked these mountains for 30 years. Marcus," I said softly, leaning back against the log wall with my hands folded in my lap. "Have you ever seen anything like those tree markings? Or those tracks?" Marcus stopped his rag, holding the heavy steel cylinder of the revolver in his palm. He looked down at the floor for a long moment before answering. "My grandfather was a timber cruiser for the CPR back in the 20s, Marcus began, his voice low and gravelly. "He worked the upper Fraser Valley, mapping out old-growth cuts before the heavy machinery was brought in. He told me a story once, just once, when he was very old and his mind was wandering." He paused, placing the cylinder back into the frame of the gun with a sharp click. "He said that back in the deep drainages where the sun never hits the forest floor, there are places that don't belong to the animals, and they don't belong to men. He called them quiet hollows. He said every now and then, a crew would cut into a valley and find trees that had been stripped clean from top to bottom, with no bark left on the timber and no brush growing on the ground. No birds sang there. No deer crossed through them. The horses would go mad if you tried to lead them across the boundary line." "What did he say was in those hollows?" I asked. "He didn't say," Marcus replied, looking up at me with dark, hollow eyes. "He said whatever lived there didn't have a skin of its own. He said it took things. It took the voices of the people who wandered in. It took the warmth out of the air. And when it was finished with a place, it left nothing behind but gray wood and stone." Before I could reply, a sound echoed through the cabin. It was not the wind. It was not the sleet on the tin roof. It was 3 heavy, distinct knocks on the exterior wooden door. Thud. 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 The sound was so powerful it vibrated through the heavy floorboards beneath our feet. Marcus instantly leaped to his feet, his revolver coming up in a 2-handed grip, pointed directly at the heavy door. I was on my feet a second later, my Sig Sauer drawn and thumbed off safety, my breath hitching in my throat. "Who's out there?" Marcus roared, his voice echoing off the rafters. Silence. Only the howling wind outside. Then, from directly behind the heavy oak door, no more than 2 inches from where Marcus stood, a voice answered. It was Marcus's voice. "Who's out there?" it said. The tone was an exact chilling match for Marcus's deep, gravelly voice, but the pacing was dead wrong. The words were stretched, unnatural, as if an imitation was being spoken by a throat that had never formed human words before. "Get away from the door," I shouted, moving to the side of the room to get a clear angle on the entrance. Immediately, from the small shuttered window on the opposite side of the cabin, my own voice answered back, loud and clear through the thick glass. "Get away from the door." The sound was right outside the window, not 3 feet away from where I was standing. "It's surrounding us," I whispered, my heart slamming against my chest with such force I could feel it in my throat. "Stay back from the glass," Marcus hissed, his eyes wide, his face pale in the orange light of the wood stove. Suddenly, the tapping began. It didn't start at the door or at the window. It started on the walls. Dozens of soft, light, rapid tapping sounds began rattling against the heavy exterior logs of the cabin. Top, bottom, east, west, all at once. It sounded like hundreds of long, thin fingers clicking their nails against the dry timber. Moving up and down the walls, around the corners, across the roof timber, tap, 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 tap. The cadence was relentless, perfectly synchronized, wrapping around the entire structure like a physical net. "What is that?" I screamed over the rising noise. "What is doing that?" The temperature inside the cabin suddenly dropped sharply. I could see my breath pluming out in white, dense clouds into the air. The wood stove was still burning brightly, the fire roaring inside the iron belly, but the heat seemed to evaporate before it reached the center of the room. A layer of white crystalline frost began spreading rapidly across the inside of the glass window pane, creeping inward from the wooden frame like living ice. Thud. 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 The heavy knock returned to the door, harder this time. The oak crossbar bowed inward under the tremendous pressure, the iron brackets groaning against the log frame. "Hold the line," Marcus shouted, raising his revolver higher. "If that door breaks, you put everything you have into the center of the frame." Then the voice returned, but it was no longer using our recorded words from earlier. It began to speak in a flat, monotonous drone, using a voice that was neither human nor natural, a sound like two smooth, wet stones sliding over each other inside a dry barrel. "Julian," the voice called through the solid wood of the door. "Julian, come here, Jules." It was using the nickname from Miller's journal, the name he had written down 3 days ago in a closed tent miles down the valley. "It took him," I breathed, my hands shaking so violently I had to grip my pistol with both hands to keep it steady. "It took his thoughts." "Shut up," Marcus barked, his face covered in a cold sheen of sweat. "Don't listen to it." "Don't look at the gaps in the door." Through the narrow seam beneath the cabin door, where the wood met the stone threshold, something began to push its way inside. It wasn't a liquid, and it wasn't a claw. It was a pale, smooth, rubbery mass, colorless and totally devoid of texture, slithering under the door like thick, compressed wax. It expanded as it entered the room, reaching out toward the wood stove like a pale, blind root. Marcus didn't hesitate. He pulled the trigger of his .44 Magnum. The gunshot in the small cabin was deafening. The flash illuminated the room in a violent burst of yellow light. The heavy lead slug tore through the pale mass on the floor, smashing into the stone threshold beneath it and blowing a shower of sparks into the dark. The pale mass didn't bleed. It didn't flinch. But the moment the bullet struck it, a sound erupted from outside the cabin that I will hear in my nightmares until the day I die. It was a high, thin mechanical whistle, a sound like a steam vent opening under massive pressure, mixed with a wet, gurgling scream that rattled the very foundation of the mountain. The sound rose in pitch until it was higher than human hearing, vibrating inside my teeth, making my eyes ache and my ears ring with violent pain. The tapping on the walls stopped instantly. The pale mass under the door retracted in a fraction of a second, whipping back into the black night outside like a pulled elastic band. Inside the cabin, total silence fell. Marcus stood frozen in the middle of the room, smoke curling slowly from the barrel of his revolver. His hat had fallen off, revealing his gray hair, which was plastered to his forehead with sweat. He was breathing in heavy, ragged gasps, his eyes fixed on the narrow gap beneath the door. Did you hit it?" I managed to ask, my voice trembling uncontrollably. Marcus didn't answer. He stepped forward slowly, his heavy boots crunching on the frost that now carpeted the wooden floorboards. He reached out with a shaking hand, lifted the wooden crossbar, and pulled the cabin door open an inch. He peered out into the darkness. "What do you see?" I asked, stepping up behind him, my pistol held ready. The storm had vanished. The sleet, the howling wind, the dark storm clouds, all of it had disappeared in an instant. Above the cabin, the alpine sky was impossibly clear, filled with millions of sharp, brilliant stars that cast a cold, silver light across the snow-dusted ridge. The air outside was totally still. Not a single branch moved on the surrounding subalpine firs. There was no wind, no sound of water, no distant rumble of the river. The silence was absolute, a suffocating, heavy vacuum that pressed against our eardrums with agonizing force. And all around the cabin, extending in every direction for as far as our flashlights could reach, the forest was altered. Every tree within a 50-yard radius of the cabin had been peeled. Millions of long, thin ribbons of bark hung down from the high branches of the hemlocks and firs, swaying gently in the airless night like pale shrouds, and on every exposed trunk, from the soil to the upper canopy, were the same tiny, horizontal marks, stamped into the raw wood with mathematical precision. On the snow-dusted ground directly in front of the porch, there were no footfalls, no blood, no tracks of any kind. Only a single, broad, perfectly smooth path, 10 feet wide, completely cleared of snow, pine needles, and topsoil stretching away from the cabin steps, leading straight up the bare granite face of Frosty Mountain toward the high, uninhabited peaks where no human being could survive the night. We did not wait for dawn. We packed our essential gear in total silence, step by step, never turning our backs on the open forest. We left the High Ridge cabin at 11:30 p.m., descending the mountain by the light of our heavy lanterns, keeping our sidearms drawn in our hands until the red glow of sunrise began to stain the eastern sky. We did not talk on the way down. We did not stop to rest. Every time the wind rustled a leaf or a drop of water fell from a branch, both of us spun around with our weapons raised, our nerves frayed to thin wires. When we reached the Lower Valley campsite, Julian Miller's yellow tent was gone. Not torn down by animals, not collapsed by wind. The nylon dome, the pegs, the sleeping bag, the backpack, the heavy cedar lean-to itself, everything had been cleared away. Where the campsite had stood 16 hours earlier, there was only a smooth, featureless patch of packed gray dirt, flat and circular, as if the ground had been scrubbed clean by an industrial sander. We reached the trailhead at 8 o'clock that morning. Julian Miller's green Toyota Tacoma was still sitting under the dripping hemlock tree, exactly as we had left it. When we returned to the station, Marcus filed the official report. He did not mention the peeled trees. He did not mention the radio voices, the flat tracks in the mud, the dead birds, the knocking on the cabin door, or the pale thing that pushed under the threshold. He wrote that Julian Miller had likely succumbed to severe hypothermia near the upper river gorge, fallen into the Whitewater Rapids, and been swept downriver into the lower impoundment lake. He recommended that the search be suspended due to hazardous winter weather conditions and extreme avalanche danger on the high slopes. I signed my name to his report without saying a word. 2 weeks later, Marcus Lindqvist submitted his early retirement papers to BC Parks, sold his home in Chilliwack, and moved to a small town in interior Saskatchewan, as far from the coastal mountains and the old-growth forests as a man could possibly get. I never saw him again, though he sent me a single postcard 5 years later in the winter of 2003. It had no return address, and written on the back were only 6 words. Do you still hear the knocking? I resigned from the National Park Service in the spring of 1999. I took a job working night security at a shipping yard in Port Angeles, where the land is flat, the trees are cut short, and the ocean stretches out to the horizon. It has been 28 years since that night on Frosty Mountain. I live alone now. I keep my house brightly lit, even when I am sleeping, and I have had every interior wooden door in my home replaced with heavy solid steel. I do not go camping. I do not hike in the state parks. I do not visit the mountains even from a distance. When I drive along the highway and see the deep green wall of the Pacific Northwest rainforest rising up against the clouds, a cold knot forms in the center of my stomach, and my hands begin to shake on the steering wheel, because I know what is sitting out there in the quiet hollows where the sun never hits the soil. I know that the forest is not empty. I know that there are things living under the ancient canopy that have no names, no faces and no skin of their own. Things that sit in the dark, listening to our radio calls, learning our voices, and waiting for the rain to fall so they can step out from behind the trees and call us into the deep wood. And sometimes, on cold, wet autumn nights when the rain hits my window pane like scattered sleet and the wind blows off the Strait of Juan de Fuca, I lie awake in the dark, listening to the quiet house, and right at the edge of the storm, faint and far away, I hear 3 heavy knocks on the outer wall, followed by my own voice. 40 years younger, calling my name from the dark.